Chapter 33:13. Bamboo Leaf, Temporal Temple Master? Elder Darkbone was stunned. Temple Master? The experts of the Temporal Temple were overjoyed. Temple Master has returned to the divine beginning realm? Jin Wushuang immediately looked at Temple Master Bai Xing. As far as he knew, Temporal Temple Master had been adventuring in the universe battlefield for a long time. The last time he came back from the universe battlefield was millions of years ago. The Palace Master has indeed returned to the divine beginning realm. In fact, he had already decided to come back. It's just that his previous location in the universe battlefield was quite far from the divine beginning realm. In addition, he encountered some things on the way, so he was delayed for some time. This time, after the collision with the three great saint realms, I sent a message to the Palace Master early in the morning, and the Palace Master returned as fast as he could, said Bai Xing Palace Master. That's great. The Palace Master's strength is monstrous. If he comes, the three great saint realms will not dare to be arrogant. Right, as long as the Palace Master arrives, we don't need to be afraid of the three great saint realm masters. Many experts of the Temporal Temple were excited. The Temporal Temple Master had single-handedly created the Temporal Temple. He was the absolute overlord of the divine beginning realm. Moreover, the Temporal Temple Master was different from the three Saint Realm Masters of the three great holy regions. The three Saint Realm Masters had the power of the will of the heavenly Tao, which was why they had the strength that surpassed the Principles Masters. However, the Temporal Temple Master, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and the Heavenly Ancestor had their own cultivation base that exceeded the scope of the Principles Masters. In terms of strength and ability, the Temporal Temple Master was far stronger than the Masters of the Saint Realm. This was also why it was rumored that a Saint Realm Master would be inferior to an existence like Temporal Temple Master. In the current situation, although there were already two Saint Realm Masters in the three Saint Realms, as long as Temporal Temple Master arrived, the three Saint Realms would not be able to do anything to Jin Wushuang. Temple Master, it will take 15 minutes to get here. As for the Flame Saint Realm, Darkbone, I can only hope that you can delay him as much as possible, Temple Master Bai Xing said. I'll do my best, Darkbone said with a serious expression. But let me be clear. Although I'll try my best to stop the Flame Saint Master, I'll leave this place as soon as I'm under too much pressure and my life is threatened. Of course, we only hope you can do your best, but we don't dare to force you if you die, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Elder Darkbone only helped Jin Wushuang because his disciple, Underworld Emperor, owed him a favor. However, there was a limit to this favor. It was already very rare that Elder Darkbone was willing to help. Jin Wushuang and the people of the Temporal Temple did not expect him to risk his life for them. Flame Saint Master, long time no see. Elder Darkbone looked at the Flame Saint Master in front of him. Darkbone, are you sure you want to get involved in this? Flame Saint Master's gaze was cold as he glanced at Elder Darkbone. I originally didn't want to get involved, but that disciple of mine owes this little fellow a favor. You also know that I've lived for so long, and it wasn't easy for me to take in such a disciple. Elder Darkbone laughed. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Very good. Then this battle will take care of you as well. Flame Saint Master said coldly, I'll kill Darkbone. As for Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'll leave him to you. No problem. A cold voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the void. When everyone looked over, they found that a woman in blood-red clothes had appeared in the empty void. Although this woman in blood-red clothes was not considered very beautiful, the ruler-like temperament that she had had for a long time was enough to make people submit to her. Another Saint Realm Master? 3 Saint Realm Masters from the 3 great Saint Realms are all here. Thanks. This is a scene that is rarely seen in billions of years. The surrounding experts who were watching the battle had already become numb to the shock. All they could think about now was how fortunate they were to be here and be able to see a scene that was rarely seen in billions of years. This is bad. The hearts of the experts from the Temporal Temple jolted. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Everyone, although I have some tricks that can barely hold off a Saint Realm Master, I don't have the ability to deal with 2 Saint Realm Masters at the same time. Elder Darkbone's voice became anxious. He was confident that he could survive if he fought against a Saint Realm Master alone. However, he was not confident that he could survive if he fought against two Saint Realm Masters at the same time. If the Temporal Temple needed him to fight against two Saint Realm Masters at the same time, he would not hesitate to leave because it was impossible. At this time, Jian Wushuang, who had been protected by the experts of the Temporal Temple, finally spoke. Senior Darkbone, Jian Wushuang looked at Elder Darkbone and said, "Don't worry, Senior. You just need to think of a way to stall the Flame Saint Master. As for Destruction Saint Master, leave him to me." Leave him to you? Elder Darkbone was stunned. Many experts of the Temporal Temple also looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. A master of the Saint Realm, the most terrifying existence in the Divine Beginning Realm, even an expert at the peak of the 6 Void Realms, did not have the courage to confront a master of the Saint Realm head-on. Elder Darkbone only had the ability to fight a Saint Realm Master because he had lived for too long and had too many tricks up his sleeve. That was why he had the ability to fight a Saint Realm Master for a short while. But now, Jian Wushuang, an immortal saint, said he would fight a Saint Realm Master? Although Jian Wushuang had displayed extraordinary strength and skills in the previous battle, it was still too incredible for him to fight a Saint Realm Master alone. Under the astonished and doubtful gazes of the surrounding people, Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out a purple bamboo leaf. At first glance, the purple bamboo leaf looked ordinary. It only had a special purple halo around its surface. However, the moment they saw the purple bamboo leaf, the experts of the Temporal Temple, their pupils constricted. Heavenly Sword Marquee. This bamboo leaf is Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang in shock, because she had vaguely felt a suffocating aura from the purple bamboo leaf. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance gave me this bamboo leaf. Jian Wushuang smiled. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had given him 3 things at once. 2 of them were made by Palace Master Shuiyun and Palace Master Askance, which contained the magic power of the 2 Palace Masters. These 2 pearls had been used during the battle. The last thing was the purple bamboo leaf in Jian Wushuang's hand. It was also the most precious life-saving item among the 3. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 33:14. Consciousness Doppelganger. When Elder Emotion gave me this bamboo leaf, he said that as long as I use it in the Divine Beginning Realm, it can almost save my life, but I don't know if it's true. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a light. His palm had already exerted force, and a trace of divine power seeped into the bamboo leaf. As the divine power seeped in, Jian Wushuang could immediately sense the power hidden in the bamboo leaf that he could guide. So that's how it is? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had already understood what was inside the bamboo leaf. Buzz, buzz, the world shook. Under the deliberate guidance of Jian Wushuang, a surge of power slowly surged out from the bamboo leaf. This power gathered in the void, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a human figure. It was a 2-meter-tall burly man. He wore scarlet armor, and his skin was dark. In his narrow eyes, a pair of gem-like eyes swept over. When his gaze swept over, the world was overshadowed. Most importantly, it was the domineering aura of the burly man. This domineering aura was unparalleled. It was as if the entire universe was under his feet, and all living things in the world should submit to his feet. This domineering aura was simply too shocking. Among the many experts present, the one with the strongest domineering aura should be Ba Tong. However, Ba Tsong was only at the 5th level of the void. Regardless of whether it was his strength or the domineering aura on his body, he was far, far inferior to this burly man. When this middle-aged man appeared and that domineering aura swept out crazily, the countless experts present had already fixed their gazes on this burly man. Even the Flame Saint Master and the Destruction Saint Master who had arrived, all of them looked at the burly man. This person, who is he? Why does it feel like his strength isn't any weaker than the 3 great Saint Realm Masters? No, not only is he not weak, he seems to be even stronger than the 3 great Saint Realm Masters. In terms of aura alone, he is indeed stronger than the 3 great Saint Realm Masters. In the divine beginning realm, the only one stronger than the three great Saint Realm Masters are the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, the Temporal Temple Master, and the Heavenly Ancestor. Who is this person in front of us? What a terrifying domineering aura. This domineering aura is definitely the strongest I've ever seen. Among the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, Temporal Temple Master, and Heavenly Ancestor, the only one with unparalleled domineering aura is the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master. This person is the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master. Oh my God, even the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master is here. Crazy, crazy. What's going on? Countless exclamations rose and fell in the sky. The experts present were so shocked that they could not speak. They only felt that today's battle was too crazy, too crazy. There was nothing they could do. From the start of the battle until now, the experts that appeared were more and more shocking. Until now, experts like Elder Darkbone and the four ancient immortals were nothing, because even the three Saint Realm Masters had appeared. Even the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master had appeared. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Especially the appearance of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, which made people tremble. It must be known that among the three great freedom alliances, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was the strongest, and the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master had been regarded by many people as the strongest expert in the divine beginning realm for a long time. Now, the number one expert of the divine beginning realm had actually appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Contrary to the shock of the experts present, the expressions of the three great saint realms were not good, including Lei, Destruction, Flame Saint Master. In order to kill a little saint realm fellow, the three of you attacked at the same time. You really have some ability. The incomparably domineering and burly man, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, had a cold look in his eyes. He swept his gaze across the three Saint Realm Masters. The Life and Death Saint Master, including Lei, was currently in a heated battle with the golden armored puppet of the four ancient immortals. He had no time to care about this. However, the two of them were facing the leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance head-on. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The eyes of the Destruction Saint Master narrowed slightly as he stared at the leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jiomoi? The face of the Flame Saint Master darkened slightly. The leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was called Jiomoi. Only very few people in the divine beginning realm knew his real name, but the three great Saint Realm Masters knew it. Leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. This matter has nothing to do with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, right? Saint Master Destruction said. Who said it has nothing to do with it? The leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance said seriously, you should know that Heavenly Sword Marquis is also a Heaven rank member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and he has been to the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm before. He is quite close to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. If you want to kill him now, of course, you have to get the consent of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and my consent. In the divine beginning realm, who do the three saint realms need to ask for permission to kill? What a joke. Flame Saint Master's voice was cold. Leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, you should be just an avatar, right? Destruction Saint Master looked over. Although your original body didn't go to the universe battlefield, it has been there for a long time and hasn't been able to escape. The three holy realms already know this. At most, you can only come as an avatar. What can a mere avatar do? Hearing this, the surrounding spectators were all enlightened. They really thought that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master's original body had come, but now it seemed that it was just a consciousness clone. As everyone knew, a consciousness clone could only have about 30 to 40% of the original Buddha's strength. However, just 30 to 40% of the consciousness clone's aura was already so strong. If the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's original body came personally, how strong would it be? Elder Emotion said that as long as I use this bamboo leaf, I can almost stay alive in the divine beginning realm. He used two words, which means that there might be some changes. For example, I'm afraid this bamboo leaf can't completely protect my life when facing three masters of the saint realm at the same time. Jin Wushuang understood. The purple bamboo leaf given to him by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was extraordinary. It contained a consciousness clone of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master. With this consciousness clone, no matter what kind of crisis he encountered in the Divine Beginning realm, he should be able to resolve it. However, it was not absolute. After all, the crisis he was facing now was truly unique. 3 great Saint Realm Masters had arrived at the same time. With such a situation, if it was just a consciousness clone of the leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, there was indeed no absolute guarantee. But fortunately, other than the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master's consciousness clone, he also had Elder Darkbone and the 4 Ancient Immortals as helpers. Elder Darkbone could barely hold back the Destruction Saint Master while the 4 Ancient Immortals blocked the Life and Death Saint Master. As long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's consciousness clone dealt with the Destruction Saint Master, it would be enough. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:15. Unforeseen Circumstances, Elder Darkbone. You just need to think of a way to stall Flame Saint Master. As for Destruction Saint Master, let the consciousness avatar of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master handle him, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Elder Darkbone nodded slightly. Although I'm only a consciousness avatar and can only exert 30% of my original strength, I'm more than enough to deal with a mere Destruction Saint Master, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master said in a low voice. Destruction Saint Master, come here and die. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master was extremely domineering. He moved his body and instantly swept up a terrifying air current to suppress the void in front of him. The space instantly exploded and a huge heaven and earth storm formed out of thin air. In this heaven and earth storm, the consciousness clone of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master was already fighting with Destruction Saint Master, while on the other side, Elder Darkbone was also fighting with Flame Saint Master. A terrifying power swept out. Jian Wushuang, the experts of the Temporal Temple, and the 3 Saint Realm camps had long retreated to the edge of the battlefield. They knew very well that a battle of this level was not something they could be involved in. Humph, do you think you can protect Heavenly Sword Marquis by stopping the 3 of us? Dream on. In the middle of the battlefield, the cold snort of Flame Saint Master suddenly came out. Flame Divine Guard, kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. Flame Divine Guard? Temple Master Bai Xing's expression changed. In the front of the battlefield, 4 figures covered in flames suddenly rushed out. These 4 figures were like 4 inferno demon gods, carrying shocking demonic power and crazily attacking Jian Wushuang. When the 4 inferno demon gods attacked, the experts of the 3 Saint Realms, the Sorcerer God Sect, and the Nine-Tailed Clan also attacked. A chaotic battle broke out again. We're in big trouble. Temple Master Bai Xing looked at the 4 flame demon gods at the front with an ugly expression. Flame Divine Guards? Flame Saint Master actually brought 4 Flame Divine Guards with him? Bat Song clenched his teeth. Temple Master, what are these Flame Divine Guards? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. Flame Divine Guards, as the name implies, are the guards around the Flame Saint Master. They are human cultivators, but they have been specially refined to become half-human and half-puppet monsters. In the Flame Saint Master, the Flame Divine Guards only obey the orders of the Flame Saint Master. There are many times when the Flame Saint Master is not convenient to deal with things personally, so most of them are dealt with by the Flame Divine Guards under his command. The strength of the Flame Divine Guards is generally very high. Under normal circumstances, a single Flame Divine Guard is in existence at the 5th level of the Void. However, these 4 Flame Divine Guards before us can transform into blazing inferno devil gods that are covered in flames. This clearly shows that they have already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Void. Palace Master Bai Xing's voice was low. In terms of strength, even though our Temporal Temple is as far away as Master Lin Guang's 10-man team, it still can't compare to the 3 great saint-level factions. Previously, it was only because of Elder Darkbone's existence that we were able to hold back several peak-level saint-level experts. But now, Elder Darkbone is fighting with the Sacred Master of Fire, and the 3 great saint-level factions have 4 more Flame Divine Guards. This battle prowess completely surpasses ours. Bat Song said, drag it out, We can only think of a way to drag it out. Temple Master Bai Xing's voice was cold as he looked around. Everyone, try to drag it out as long as possible. As long as we can drag it out until the Temple Master arrives, this crisis will be resolved. Drag it out, drag it out. Do not engage in a head-on battle. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Be careful, protect Heavenly Sword Marquis. The many experts of the Temporal Temple had already seen the situation clearly at this moment. The situation was more dangerous than before, and the gap in strength between the two sides was even greater, especially the 4 Flame Divine Guards, who had been entangled by the experts of the 3 Saint Realms. These 4 Flame Divine Guards could run amok on the battlefield. No one could stop them. The 4 Flame Divine Guards were not hindered at all and directly charged at Jian Wushuang. Haha, Heavenly Sword Marquis, they'll see if you're still alive. At the same time, the Sky Nether Master and several people from the Sorcerer God sect were also charging toward Jian Wushuang. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. The gap between the strength of the lineup is too big. I can't rely on the experts of the Temporal Temple to stop them for me. I can only rely on myself. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and secretly sent a message. Senior Bloodwave, I need your help. Little guy, I've seen your current situation. If you want to resolve this crisis, you need a lot of help. The biggest help I can give you now is to give you all the remaining power in the Bloodwave realm so that you can reach a new level in a short time. But the price is that my Bloodwave realm will collapse. From now on, I can't give you any more help in this realm. In addition, the power you are given by force will be a great burden to you. You must try your best to resist the backlash of this power. Otherwise, if you are not careful, your divine body will directly collapse. Even if you are a perfect level life form, you will still be unable to withstand it and may die. So, you have to think carefully. Bloodwave immediately replied, I'm in a critical situation now. I can only fight. There's no need to think too much about it, Jian Wushuang said directly. Well, get ready. The power is coming. Bloodwave's voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. On the surface of the sea, the originally completely collapsed Saha Island had completely collapsed. However, no one noticed that there was still a small piece of land on the surface of the sea that was intact. Even if there was a strong shockwave that affected the small piece of land, it did not cause much damage to the land. The reason for this was that there was a special magic array on the land, which was connected to the Bloodwave realm. At this moment, as the sound of Bloodwave rang in Jian Wushuang's mind, a vast power suddenly surged out from the small piece of land. Walala! An endless blood-red light swept out from the formation of the land. The blood-red light was extremely dazzling and instantly illuminated the world, causing the entire world to sink into the color of blood. The blood-red light spread out, and a suffocating power spread out, causing the entire battlefield to fall into a short period of silence. Many experts on the battlefield looked at this sudden change in surprise. Except for Jian Wushuang, no one knew why the blood light spread out. No one knew why the sudden change happened. However, under everyone's shocked gaze, the surging blood light directly covered Jian Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, it had covered Jian Wushuang and formed a blood cocoon that could be seen with the naked eye. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 33:16. The Power of a Sword. What is this? On the battlefield, the experts from both sides saw the blood cocoon and were puzzled. This is caused by Heavenly Sword Marquis again. What is he doing? Star River Master frowned. Since the beginning of the battle, there had been many changes on the battlefield, many of which were caused by Jian Wushuang alone. Although Jian Wushuang's strength was not taken seriously by Star River Master, he was still afraid of his trump cards and methods. For example, Jian Wushuang took out the Mountain River Map Universe Supreme Treasure and guided the strongest moves of Palace Master Shuiyun and Palace Master Askance. Just now, he even guided the consciousness avatar of Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master. Jian Wushuang had too many methods. Now, The sudden change in the appearance of the blood cocoon clearly had something to do with Jian Wushuang. Humph, who cares what tricks he has? No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly have the battle strength above the sixth realm of the void all of a sudden. If we all attack together, hell die. The Sky Nether Master snorted. In an instant, he and the 4 divine flame guards charged out. Buzz. The blood light that filled the sky slowly dissipated, and the blood cocoon gradually disappeared. Jian Wushuang's figure was once again revealed to everyone. At this moment, Jian Wushuang did not seem to have changed at first glance. However, only Jian Wushuang knew how much he had changed compared to just now. This power, Jian Wushuang held his hands. He could feel the unparalleled power that had appeared in his body. This power was too strong, too strong. It was so strong that Jian Wushuang did not know how strong it was. However, he knew that he was hundreds, thousands of times stronger than before. I have a feeling that I can easily kill the principal's master now, Jian Wushuang murmured. He looked at the 4 flame divine guards in front of him. The Sky Nether Master and the others had already arrived in front of him. Boy, die. The Sky Nether Master's killing intent was shocking. Although the 4 flame divine guards did not speak, their bodies were covered in flames. As they attacked, the suffocating hot aura swept toward Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, be careful. Retreat. Not far away, Temple Master Bai Xing and Bat Song shouted at the same time. However, Jian Wushuang did not have any intention of retreating. Come on, let me see how strong I am now. Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his head, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His body also trembled. At this moment, a terrifying aura that could make heaven and earth submit suddenly erupted from Jian Wushuang's body. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. This aura immediately suppressed the Flame Divine Guard and the others in front of him. What? Sky Nether Master's expression changed greatly. Jian Wushuang had already made his move. Clang. Blood Mountain Sword was unsheathed, and a shocking sword essence condensed in his hand. I feel that this space seems to be very weak now, Jian Wushuang muttered, and the Blood Mountain Sword in his hand directly swept out. The sword edge swept across the void, and the solid space was cut open like a piece of paper. What was frightening was that Jian Wushuang's sword did not just barely cut open the space, but after it was cut open, the sword shadow continued to sweep down. The space crack became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread to more than 100 meters. With a casual swing of his sword, he sliced open a spatial crack that was over 100 meters wide. His sword shadow also became incomparably huge. In an instant, it swept over the bodies of the 4 Flame Divine Guards, Sky Nether Master, and the others. Chi. It was as if the sound of a blade entering one's body rang out. The raging flames surrounding the bodies of the 4 Flame Divine Guards were instantly extinguished. Their devil might also completely dissipated, and their bodies had already been cut into 2 halves. Then the power of the sword light did not decrease. The same scene also appeared in the Sky Nether Master, and with the Sky Nether Master to kill a few Principal's Masters. No. The Sky Nether Master only had time to let out a roar, and his body had already split into 2. After his body split, his consciousness also began to be annihilated. His immortal body, under this sword, did not make any difference. Buzz. The sword light completely dissipated. That was cut hundreds of meters of space cracks began to slowly converge. But on the way, the 4 Flame Divine Guards, as well as the Sky Nether Master and a few other principals, have died on the spot. The power of a sword, so terrible. Silence. The battlefield, where the 2 sides had fought fiercely, fell into a dead silence at this moment. Other than the sound of the intense battle between the 3 Saint Realm Masters, the 4 Ancient Immortals, the consciousness incarnation of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, and Elder Darkbone, the other places were completely silent. Whether it was the Temporal Temple or the 3 Saint Realm camps, as well as the countless experts who were watching the battle, their eyes were wide open as they watched this scene in disbelief. Unbelievable. The scene before them was indeed unbelievable. It was almost impossible to happen. What did I just see? That heavenly sword Marquis killed 4 flame divine guards with a single sword strike, and he even killed the Sky Nether Master? It's fake. This is an illusion. Who cast this illusion on us? This is really not an illusion? Countless experts murmured. They knew that what they saw was not an illusion, but they still did not want to believe what they had seen. Because it was too incredible, Heavenly Sword Marquis was, after all, just an immortal saint. They could barely accept the fact that he was able to challenge experts in the second and third realms of the Void Realm by relying on his tyrannical means. Then, Jian Wushuang took out his many trump cards, causing the battle to go from bad to worse. They could tolerate this. After all, a trump card did not represent Jian Wushuang's own strength. But now, he killed 4 Flame Divine Guards and the Sky Nether Master with 1 sword strike. No one could accept this. After all, the 4 Flame Divine Guards and the Nether Master were all at the peak of the 5th realm of the Void. Even experts at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void could hardly kill them in a one-on-one fight, not to mention killing all of them with a single sword. This was definitely not something that a Principal's Master could do. If one wanted to achieve even the slightest bit of this, they would at least need the combat strength of a Saint Realm Master. No, even a Saint Realm Master might not be able to do it. Above the Saint Realm Master, is it the legendary ruler level? Palace Master Bai Xing asked in astonishment. Chapter 33:17. Other fortuitous encounters? This place was inside the Bloodwave realm. At the end of the boundless darkness, the consciousness of Bloodwave stood there. He could only watch as the boundless darkness around him started to end, and the dark space started to crack at the same time. The entire Bloodwave realm also started to collapse crazily. Even the Bloodwave Palace, the land of opportunity that countless undying saints longed for, the complete heavenly Tao that had formed a stable cycle earlier had lost its past glory. A large number of law energies began to become chaotic. It became violent. Gradually, the complete heavenly Tao cycle shattered. This also meant that the final opportunity within the Bloodwave realm had vanished. The entire Bloodwave realm was about to be completely destroyed. The Bloodwave realm that has existed for so many years is finally about to disappear. Bloodwave's consciousness watched everything quietly. His heart was extremely calm, and there was not the slightest ripple. To be able to find and help a perfect grade life form, the destruction of the Bloodwave realm is worth it. Heavenly Sword Marquis, this power of yours is forcefully bestowed upon you by the Bloodwave realm. Furthermore, this power is ultimately not yours. Therefore, while you are controlling this power is also continuously draining. Before long, it will be completely exhausted. Therefore, you have to seize this opportunity. I have already done my best to help you. As for whether you can escape this crisis, it is up to you. Kid, remember this. You're already a member of the Life Palace. If you're strong enough, you must go to the deepest part of the universe. You must go to the Life Palace. There's a special life form like you that must complete the mission. Remember this. While Bloodwave was talking, his body was fading away. After he finished speaking, his body completely disappeared. At this moment, the Bloodwave realm was completely destroyed. From then on, there would no longer be an opportunity like the Bloodwave realm in the Divine Beginning realm. Thank you, Elder Bloodwave. Jian Wushuang was still standing on the battlefield. He had received Bloodwave's final message and was filled with gratitude. Then, he raised his head and looked around the battlefield. Because of the explosion of his sword just now, everyone was shocked. The experts from both sides, who had been standing together again, were now separated again. Everyone's eyes were on him. The experts from the 3 Saint Realms, the Sorcerer God Sect, and the Nine-Tailed Clan all wanted to kill him, but no one dared to attack him again because Jian Wushuang's sword just now had shocked everyone. No one knew whether Jian Wushuang could use that attack again. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the battlefield next to him. It was the battle between Elder Darkbone and Flame Saint Master. Flame Saint Master was a real master of the Saint Realm. Although Elder Darkbone was very old, powerful, and had many skills, he was still far from a real master of the Saint Realm. He only relied on his special skills to barely tangle with Flame Saint Master. But now, he was in a very dangerous situation. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang rushed into the battlefield in a flash and appeared beside Elder Darkbone. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Elder Darkbone, you go down and recover. Leave Flame Saint Master to me, Jian Wushuang said. Leave him to you? Elder Darkbone frowned and looked at Jian Wushuang. He had noticed that Jian Wushuang had killed 4 Divine Flame Guards and Sky Nethermaster with 1 sword strike while he was fighting with the Flame Saint Master. Moreover, he was standing beside Jian Wushuang now. He could feel the shocking aura from Jian Wushuang and nodded immediately. Okay, be careful. With that, Elder Darkbone retreated to the side. In the void, Jian Wushuang and Flame Saint Master were separated by a distance. Yao Yao was holding her sword. Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand. The aura from his body was far superior to that of a principal's master. As for Flame Saint Master, he was completely immersed in the sea of flames. He was the absolute flame dominator. His pupils contracted and released an astonishing killing intent. Heavenly Sword Marquis, how did you get this power? The Flame Saint Master stared at Jian Wushuang. He did not believe that this power belonged to Jian Wushuang. Even though he was a perfect grade life form, he was someone who even feared the power of the will of heaven and had to be killed. However, no matter how heaven-defying he was, he could not possess such tyrannical power at the level of a saint. Can you guess? Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile. Humph, in the divine beginning realm, there are no more than 5 people who can possess such power. However, even if they have such power, they can't pour it into your body and let you control it. The people who can do this must be beyond the scope of the divine beginning realm. You just came out of the Bloodwave realm, and you got a great opportunity in the Bloodwave realm. Your strength has improved greatly, and you can fight against an expert of the 3rd realm of the Void with the Immortal Saint realm. Therefore, you must have had other opportunities in the Bloodwave realm. Your power must be related to the Bloodwave realm. Yes. Flame Saint Master said in a deep voice. Flame Saint Master was indeed very prepared. He directly guessed that Jian Wushuang's power was related to the Bloodwave realm. Upon hearing Flame Saint Master's words, the surrounding experts who were watching the battle were all stunned. Bloodwave realm? Did Heavenly Sword Marquis encounter other opportunities in the Bloodwave realm? It's very possible. Otherwise, how could he become so powerful after coming out of the Bloodwave realm? He is clearly an immortal saint, but he can actually fight against a principal's master of the 3 void realms. Even if he had great ability beyond his realm, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. Thanks. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really blessed. I wonder what he has gained in the Bloodwave realm. Voices of discussion spread throughout the void. Jian Wushuang, however, smiled faintly. Flame Saint Master, you're indeed very smart, but it's useless. I won't waste any more words with you. I've long known that you 3 masters of the Saint realm are extremely powerful. Today, I'd like to experience it. Just you? Flame Saint Master looked down at Jian Wushuang. Just me. Jian Wushuang smiled, but his eyes became cold. Senior Bloodwave is right. Although I have extremely powerful strength now, it's too much for my divine body. It's also constantly flowing. Just when I used that sword move, I felt the divine power in my body surging, as if it was going to explode completely. I can't hold on for long in my current state. Before the power in my body disappears, I must at least find out how big the gap is between me and the 3 masters of the Saint realm. Chapter 33:18. Battle Flame Saint Master, let's fight. With a low roar, Jian Wushuang rushed out. You're courting death. The Flame Saint Master was extremely powerful. The moment he saw Jian Wushuang, he waved his hand. Boom! A scorching aura surged out. A huge sea of fire appeared in the void in front of the Flame Saint Master. In this sea of fire, scorching scarlet golden flames were burning fiercely. The space was easily burned. When the surrounding experts saw the scarlet golden sea of fire, they could not help but shudder. They felt that even a wisp of scarlet golden flames from the scarlet golden sea of fire could easily burn a principal's master to ashes. But now, this huge sea of fire, it covered Jian Wushuang completely. Break! The sea of fire attacked. Jian Wushuang spat out a word and slashed down with his blood mountain sword. This sword was not very powerful, but at the moment it was slashed, whoosh! The sword light instantly passed through the entire sea of fire. A path had been cut open in the huge sea of fire, and a large amount of scarlet gold flames swept out in all directions. In the split path of the sea of fire, a figure flashed past, and Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Flame Saint Master. Ninth Firmament Illusionary Sword Realm. Whoosh! 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 There were 9 sword glows, each of which was extremely fast and carried a shocking power as they slashed toward Flame Saint Master. Flame Saint Master's eyes were cold as he wielded the long golden staff in his hand. Clang! 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 A series of clanging sounds rang out as the two collided 9 times in an instant. After the 9 collisions, the flames on Flame Saint Master's body had dimmed significantly. His body also retreated rapidly. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang did not stop at all. In terms of power, I'm stronger than him. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. After the first exchange, he had already realized that he was stronger than Flame Saint Master purely in terms of power. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Ruler level. Flame Saint Master narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. This kid really has the power of a ruler. Although I have the power of the will of heaven, there is still a gap between me and a ruler level. However, this kid only has strength, but in terms of his absolute arts and techniques, he can't be compared to a real ruler. As long as I'm not stupid enough to fight him head-on, I can easily crush him. A cold light flashed in Flame Saint Master's eyes. In the next moment, the sea of scarlet gold fire swept toward Jian Wushuang again. However, under the guidance of Flame Saint Master, the sea of scarlet gold fire seemed to come to life and was completely alive. Whoosh! 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 Golden red pillars of fire extended out from the sea of fire. Each pillar of fire was like a chain, crazily attacking Jian Wushuang from all directions. Jian Wushuang immediately brandished his sword to defend himself. Although he could directly defeat these golden red pillars of fire with the power of his swordsmanship, there were many of them. Moreover, they were very fast and flexible. One of them was defeated. More fire pillars immediately formed around Jian Wushuang, forcing him into a very difficult situation. While Jian Wushuang was completely suppressed by the fire pillars, a strange figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the Flame Saint Master, who had already merged into the sea of fire. The Flame Saint Master waved the long red gold staff with one hand, and in an instant, it smashed toward Jian Wushuang's divine body like a bolt of golden lightning. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He had already sensed the astonishing power coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and blocked the Blood Mountain sword with great difficulty, ignoring the strikes of the scarlet gold fire pillars in front of him. Bang! With a loud sound, both of Jian Wushuang's arms went numb, and his body shook. His qi and blood churned, and he retreated in a sorry state. It took him a long time to regain his balance. Haha, boy, although you have obtained a power comparable to that of a ruler through the Blood Wave realm, you only have the power of your own body. Your comprehension of the principles, the understanding of the Tao, and the skills you have created are still at the level of the immortal saint. It's like having a peerless sword that can cut through iron like mud, but in the hands of an infant, you can't use it. You only have your strength now, but you can't use it perfectly. Under such circumstances, it's easy for me to kill you. Flame Saint Master sneered. He merged into the crimson gold sea of fire again. The crimson gold sea of fire surged toward Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang's face darkened as he looked around coldly. Flame Saint Master is right. Although I have invincible power above the Principal's Master, I can't use it fully with my strength. I can't compete with Flame Saint Master. I can only rely on brute force to suppress him. Jin Wushuang had already made up his mind. Just as the scarlet gold sea of fire was sweeping toward him, he suddenly retreated. While he was retreating, a series of special hand seals were struck out. Mountain River Map, Mountain River as Palm, 9 Regions as Seal, True Emperor Seal. Jin Wushuang's eyes burst with a fierce light. Boom! The world suddenly shook. In the highest part of the sky, the scroll world formed by the Mountain River Map had always existed. At this moment, a supreme power slowly condensed from the scroll world. This power could only be described as shocking. The moment this power began to condense, the countless experts watching the battle below all raised their heads in horror. At this moment, they felt a terrifying power that terrified them, as if they were about to be completely annihilated by the power. Then, a huge handprint slowly descended from the scroll world. 9 Region Seal. It was one of the secret skills of the Mountain River Map. The Mountain River Map was a top-tier universe supreme treasure, and its secret skill was extremely powerful. It was only because Jin Wushuang was too weak before, he could not fully display the power of these secret skills. But now it was different. Although his realm was not very high, the power he had now was at the ruler level. Chapter 33:19. Supreme Seal. On a huge handprint slowly appeared in the scroll world, as if it was going to destroy the world. The true Emperor Seal of the 9 Region Seal. This handprint directly crushed toward the void where Jin Wushuang was. Of course, the entire true Emperor Seal was under Jin Wushuang's control, so this handprint naturally could not hurt Jin Wushuang. However, it crushed the golden red sea of fire around him. Boom! Under the pressure of the true Emperor Seal, the golden red sea of fire seemed to be completely extinguished, and endless flames swept out in all directions. Finally, the power of the true Emperor Seal was completely exhausted, and the palm slowly disappeared from the world. However, although there were still some flames around Jin Wushuang, the sea of fire no longer existed. Buzz! In the void not far away, Flame Saint Master's figure condensed again. He glanced at the scroll world and his eyes darkened. 9 Region Seal? Flame Saint Master knew about the 9 Region Seal. After all, the Mountain River Map was one of the most important battle strength of the 7-star Mysterious Sect when the 3 Saint Realms destroyed the 7-star Mysterious Sect during the world-ending war. However, it was Xianyi who controlled the map at that time. Flame Saint Master, you're right. It's difficult for me to fully display my current strength with my own skills, but I can do it with the help of the Mountain River Map. Jin Wushuang stared at Flame Saint Master. Since you know about the 9 Region Seal, you should be able to see that I just used the true Emperor Seal. Now, try my Supreme Seal again. Jin Wushuang looked into the cave. The terrifying power on his body condensed again, and one special seal after another was struck out. Rumble. The world shook, and in the scroll world at the top, a stronger power began to condense again. The 9 Region Seal had the strongest 3 seals: Divine Emperor, True Emperor, and Supreme Seal. The True Emperor Seal that Jin Wushuang just used was only the second move of the 9 Region Seal. The Supreme Seal was the most powerful manifestation of the secret skill of the 9 Region Seal. Boom! Another huge handprint extended from the scroll world. This handprint covered the sky and seemed to cover everything below. All the experts under this handprint, whether they were immortal saints or principles masters, were terrified at this moment. The terrifying power contained within this hand seal was not something that even the Lords of Edicts could come into contact with. Even if dozens or even hundreds of them were gathered together, they probably would not be able to face such incredible power. An autarch seal. Humph. It's been many years since I've encountered one. Flame Saint Master stood beneath the enormous hand seal, staring upward with an abnormally cold gaze. I just don't know who is stronger and who is weaker than the Paragon seal that your master used back then. A large amount of flames surged from Flame Saint Master's body. These flames contained endless darkness and coldness. Hualala, the void collapsed. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Flame Saint Master had not attacked yet, But that formless power had already caused the surrounding void to explode. In his hand, the golden staff suddenly expanded in size, as if it had turned into a heavenly pillar. In an instant, it stabbed toward the huge hand seal above. Boom! The huge hand seal had a hole in its center, but it was unable to completely pierce through the hand seal. The huge hand seal continued to press down on the golden staff and continued to cover the Flame Saint Master. Rise! Flame Saint Master shouted, and an even more violent purple-gold flame suddenly surged in the world. In terms of power level, this purple-gold flame was clearly stronger than the scarlet-gold flame that Flame Saint Master had used previously. Endless purple-gold flame condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a huge flame demon god. This flame demon god was 1,000 feet long true treasure, and it had 4 huge and thick arms. After it was formed, it let out a crazy roar, and its 4 arms directly lifted up to support the huge hand seal that was slowly crushing over. No matter how powerful the palm was, it could not suppress it any further. Visit Me for extra chapters. Break for me. The eyes of Flame Saint Master lit up, and the huge blazing flame demonic god opened its mouth and roared. At the same time, a purplish gold light of destruction erupted from the mouth of the blazing flame demonic god, directly piercing through the palm. The huge palm finally began to collapse, and a large amount of power began to spread in all directions. Haha, Heavenly Sword Marquis. It seems that the power of your 9-region seal is still not as powerful as your Master Xian's. Your master used the Supreme Seal to crush us with absolute superiority. Flame Saint Master laughed heartily. Jin Wushuang's face was cold and unmoved. He knew very well that the current him could not be compared to his master at his peak. When his master Xian Yi was at his peak, he had created the heaven-cleaving technique and was an invincible existence that could fight against heaven and earth. He was able to crush the 3 masters of the Saint Realm by himself. Moreover, his master's grasp of the Mountain and River Society map had long reached the limit. On the other hand, he was only an immortal saint. It was only because of the help of Bloodwave that he was able to possess the power of a ruler for a short period of time. Other than this power, the current him, he could not compare to his master at all. His control of the mountain and river map was also the same. Although he had used the Supreme Seal, it was still not the strongest power. Flame Saint Master, it's too early for you to be happy. Jin Wushuang stared at Flame Saint Master with a cold gaze. In addition to the mountain and river map, I also obtained a very unique divine ability in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm of the heaven-cleaving alliance. I was too weak before and could not use the real power of this divine ability. Now, I can use you to test this divine ability of mine. As soon as Jin Wushuang's voice fell, a large amount of power of the Samsara principles rose from his body. The Samsara principles. His comprehension of the Samsara principles had only reached the limit of the immortal saint, and he had not completely comprehended it. Logically, under such circumstances, he should not be able to unleash the true power of the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill. It was impossible for him to unleash the true power of this secret skill. Jin Wushuang was very clear on this point. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill was too powerful. In addition, Jin Wushuang's strength and power had already reached the overlord level. Relying on such power to use the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill, it would definitely be very terrifying. Of course, the most critical problem was that among the many techniques Jin Wushuang had, only the secret skill in the mountain river map and the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill were qualified to threaten the Flame Saint Master. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3320. Hungry Ghost Dao _ 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Hell Dao, Extreme Cold Hell. With a wave of Jin Wushuang's hand buzz, divine power burst out. The space in the vast world was completely frozen, followed by cracking sounds, and the void exploded inch by inch. This burst of void cannot be a powerful force directly read open or torn, but at the moment spread around the terrible cold, directly frozen space burst. Even a stable space like the divine beginning realm could be frozen to the point of bursting. One could imagine just how intense this cold that filled heaven and earth was. Cold hell. It is cold to the extreme. When Jian Wushuang was still weak, the power of this move was not too terrifying. However, Jian Wushuang still relied on this move to kill a rank 7 true saint despite being only a rank 4 true saint. Now, he used the same move. However, Jian Wushuang's power was now at the ruler level. Even though his comprehension of the reincarnation principles was not very strong, this move was still extremely terrifying. This is too cold. We are already far away from the battlefield, but I still feel so cold. It's as if my soul is going to be completely frozen. I wonder how cold the center of the battlefield is. Such a terrible cold. I'm afraid that any rule master who enters the area will be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. The experts watching the battle and the surroundings could already sense the extreme cold in the air ahead, and their hearts were filled with shock. Flame Saint Master, who was at the center of the battlefield, was naturally facing the corrosion of this extreme cold. However, Flame Saint Master only smiled coldly. Corrosion of cold? I have to say that this technique of yours is indeed extraordinary, but it's a pity that you used the wrong person. As soon as Flame Saint Master finished speaking, raging flames immediately surged around him. These flames were still purple gold in color and burned the space crazily, releasing an incredible temperature. Flame Saint Master was famous for his flames in the divine beginning realm. His many methods contained terrifying flames that could burn everything. If Jian Wushuang's extreme cold hell was extremely cold, then the flames around Flame Saint Master were extremely hot and violent. The two were completely opposite, but they could contend against each other. Now, a large amount of purple gold flames swept up around the Flame Saint Master, crazily resisting the erosion of the surrounding coldness. The Flame Saint Master, who was in the middle of the flames, was not affected at all. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was not too surprised. The first two levels of the Hell Dao, the extreme hot hell and the extreme cold hell, were only the most shallow two of the 6 secret skills of reincarnation. It was normal that they could not do anything to the Flame Saint Master. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Buzz. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, the cold air in the sky disappeared and was replaced by boundless darkness. Yes, it was darkness. The darkness was boundless, and there was no light at all. It was like a boundless void. The Flame Saint Master had completely fallen into the boundless dark void. As for Jian Wushuang, he stood outside the boundless dark void and quietly watched the scene inside. Hell Dao, Lonely Hell. This move was aimed at Jian Wushuang's state of mind and consciousness. Previously, he had used it in the Blood Wave realm and almost made Thunder God, who was much stronger than him, fall into madness. Now, it was Flame Saint Master who was facing this move. Haha, you want to affect my state of mind? How ridiculous. Flame Saint Master, who had fallen into the lonely hell, suddenly let out a hearty laugh. His body trembled slightly, and he did not use any other means. However, the boundless darkness around him had begun to retreat crazily. In just a moment, it had completely disappeared. Jian Wushuang's lonely hell had completely disintegrated. As expected of a master of the saint realm, he was the supreme overlord of the divine beginning realm countless years ago. After living for so many years, his state of mind has long been unshakable. My lonely hell cannot affect him at all. Jian Wushuang sighed secretly. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Go ahead and use them. Flame Saint Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a sneer. As you wish. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. Vast power began to gather in his body again. The 6 paths of reincarnation, hell alone, can't affect Flame Saint Master. In that case, it's up to the Hungry Ghost path. The first path of the 6 paths of reincarnation was the Hell path. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The second path was the Hungry Ghost path. The Hungry Ghost path was much more terrifying than the Hell path. Jian Wushuang had not been able to master it before he entered the Blood Wave realm. However, after his trip to the Blood Wave realm, His strength had greatly increased, and his comprehension of the samsara principles had also greatly improved. This move, he could barely use it. Hell's Gate, open. Jian Wushuang suddenly pointed to the void next to him, and a large amount of the power of the samsara principles swept out in an instant. The void was originally very calm, but under Jian Wushuang's finger, the void began to tremble slowly. The trembling became more and more intense. Gradually, a crack slowly appeared in the center of the void, and an extremely unique aura was emitted from the crack. This aura seemed to come from the demon abyss. It was extremely cold and evil. The evil made everyone present frown. As the crack grew larger, it was as if a void door had been opened. The already shocking evil aura reached its peak at this moment. Evil Ghost Dao, descend? Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Roar. A low roar that seemed to come from hell suddenly sounded from the other end of the void gate. The roar directly shook the souls of countless experts present. The moment they heard the low roar, all the experts present felt their scalps go numb. Then, under everyone's gaze, a sharp blood-red claw suddenly stretched out from the other end of the void gate and grabbed the void gate around it. It was obvious that it wanted to struggle out of the void gate. Soon, the body of a gigantic monster with an extremely strange structure appeared before everyone's eyes. This monster had an incomparably huge head, but its body was extremely thin and weak. Its entire body was covered in blood, and its 2 palms were at least 100 feet long. The most eye-catching part was on the head of this monster. It had no nose, no ears, only a bloody mouth and a scarlet eye that almost took up half of its face. Your extreme coldness and evil aura was emitted from this monster, and at this moment, it made people shudder. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3321. Yimo Roar. The monster had completely broken free from the void gate and appeared in the center of the battlefield. With a roar, the world shook. The surrounding experts looked at the monster in horror. What is this? What an evil aura. It's the first time I've seen such an evil aura. Is this also the work of Heavenly Sword Marquis? What method did he use? Exclamations sounded in the air. Is this the Yimo from the universe void? Jian Wushuang looked at the monster in horror. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3rd level of the Tao of Hell were all special attacks. The Hungry Ghost Path was a special summoning skill that could summon evil spirits for its own use. Of course, the evil spirits summoned by the Hungry Ghost Path could not be the evil spirits in the Samsara Hell. Instead, it summoned an extremely terrifying creature, the Yimo, which was active in the vast universe void. The Yimo, this name was very common in the Divine Beginning realm. Although the experts of the Divine Beginning realm had adventured in the universe battlefield, most of them only roamed around and had never really entered the deepest part of the universe. Yimo only existed in the deepest part of the universe, and it was very rare. Even those experts who roamed in the deepest part of the universe all year round rarely encountered it. Therefore, the Divine Beginning realm had never interacted with the Yimo. They did not know what the Yimo was. Jian Wushuang only learned about the existence of the Yimo after he mastered the Hungry Ghost Path. Moreover, the Yimo in the void of the universe was born for destruction. They were extremely evil, and their living desire was to destroy all living things they encountered. However, the Hungry Ghost Path could forcibly control a Yimo and pass through the void gate. It could summon it to the battlefield where it was and listen to its orders. For example, the Yimo that had struggled out of the void gate now completely listened to Jian Wushuang's orders. The Yimo is born for destruction and is extremely terrifying. I wonder how strong the Yimo that I have summoned through the Hungry Ghost Path is? Jian Wushuang had a trace of anticipation in his heart. He immediately pointed with his right hand and gave the order, "Kill him! Roar!" The Yimo immediately roared in response to Jian Wushuang's order. The next moment, whoosh, the huge body of the Yimo suddenly rushed out. It was such a huge body, but the surrounding spectators could not see it clearly. It was as if the Yimo had disappeared into thin air. It's too fast. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. What kind of speed is this? It's actually this fast? Countless experts widened their eyes. Even the Flame Saint Master was shocked by the speed that the Yimo had unleashed. This was because before he could react, the Yimo had already appeared before him. Furthermore, that sharp scarlet claw had already clawed at his head. An endless evil aura rushed over. The Flame Saint Master's body immediately surged with endless purple-gold flames, crazily sweeping toward the Yimo in front of him. However, under the attack of the Yimo's claw, the purple-gold flames immediately dissipated. The sharp claw was not hindered in the slightest and continued to claw toward Flame Saint Master. Scram! Flame Saint Master let out a low growl, and the scarlet gold long rod in his hand fiercely smashed out. His shocking might instantly reached its peak. Dang! The scarlet gold long rod and the Yimo's sharp claw collided head-on. After a low collision sound, the Yimo's figure rolled backwards explosively, but Flame Saint Master himself also retreated continuously. Amazing! It's actually on par with Flame Saint Master? What kind of monster is this? How can it be so powerful? Is there such a terrifying monster in the divine beginning realm? The onlookers could not help exclaiming in surprise. Jin Wushuang's eyes also lit up. As expected of a Yimo born for destruction, its strength is really terrifying. It's not at all like Flame Saint Master. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about the Yimo is not its attack, but its speed. As expected, after a head-on clash, the Yimo's speed completely erupted. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The huge body of the Yimo could be seen crazily moving about in the void. It clearly had such a huge body and should have been extremely eye-catching. However, when the body of the Yimo moved, the surrounding experts who were watching the battle, including those principal's masters, none of them could see the body of the Yimo clearly. They could barely see a blood shadow moving freely in the void. While this blood shadow moved freely in the void, it also attacked the Flame Saint Master time and time again. The Yimo's attacking methods were very terrifying. It could not only rely on the sharp claws of its two hands to launch attacks. Its feet, its huge body, its mouth, its eyes, everything on its body. It could use deadly attacks. The Yimo that was born to destroy the world could not be compared to the beasts or fierce beasts in the divine beginning realm. Swish, 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 swish. The Yimo's body flashed and attacked crazily again and again. Each attack was extremely fast and violent, containing the power to destroy the world. Even the Flame Saint Master did not dare to resist the Yimo's attack. He could only try his best to resist. However, the Flame Saint Master could not keep up with the Yimo's speed at all. Facing the crazy attack of the Yimo, he could only defend himself, but he did not have any ability to counterattack. In just a moment, the Sacred Master of Fire was attacked by the Yimo. He was already in a terrible state. Bastard! Where did this monster come from? How could it be so terrifying? The Flame Saint Master gritted his teeth, and his face turned red. He was a Saint Realm Master, one of the strongest existences in the divine beginning realm, but in front of so many experts. How could he be suppressed by a monster from God knows where? Of course, this made him angry. However, no matter how angry he was, he had to admit that this monster's strength was too terrifying. In a one-on-one fight, he was indeed no match for this monster. Even this monster could not do anything to it, let alone kill Jian Wushuang. Damn it! Flame Saint Master cursed in his heart, but he suddenly retreated. While retreating, Flame Saint Master looked at the void beside him. Sorcerer God, how long do you plan to wait? Hurry up and lend me a hand. Flame Saint Master's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Hearing this, all the experts present were stunned. Sorcerer God? Is it the sect master of the Sorcerer God sect? The sect master of the Sorcerer God sect is here too? Another wave of exclamations sounded on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He immediately looked toward the void where Flame Saint Master was looking at. a dark figure slowly emerged, and at the same time, an extremely powerful aura began to spread. Gradually, it spread throughout the world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3322. Sorcerer God. The person who came was an old man in a black robe. His face was gaunt as if he was just skin and bones. There was a pair of cold and strange pupils in his eye sockets that seemed to be about to sink in, and they were also emitting a faint green light. It was as if ghostly flames were dancing slowly, and a cold, strange, and evil aura spread out from his body. Anyone who met his gaze would shudder from the depths of their souls. The moment they saw the black-robed old man, the first thought that came to everyone's mind was fear and terror. And this black-robed old man was the infamous sect master of the Sorcerer God sect in the Divine Beginning realm, the Sorcerer God. The Sorcerer God commanded the Sorcerer God sect. In terms of overall strength, the Sorcerer God sect was not much weaker than one of the great saint realms. As the most powerful Sorcerer God, in terms of individual strength, it had always been rumored that he was not inferior to the three great Saint Realm Masters. However, this Sorcerer God was too mysterious and rarely fought personally, so no one knew exactly how strong he was. But now, this Sorcerer God had appeared in person. Although he had not fought yet, judging from the aura he emitted, his strength should not be weaker than the three Saint Realm Masters. Kiki, Flame Saint Master, we've known each other for so long, but this is the first time I've seen you being forced into such a sorry state. Moreover, you've been forced into such a sorry state by a little fellow at the Saint Realm. The black-robed old man's Sorcerer God's gaze emitted a strange light as he looked at Flame Saint Master. A strange hoarse laugh also came out from his mouth. Don't just stand there and say it like it's nothing. If you have the ability, why don't you come and exchange blows with this demon and see if your situation is much better than mine? Flame Saint Master snorted coldly. Sorcerer God raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's true. After all, the one you're facing is the most terrifying Yimo in the universe void. It's normal for it to be forced into such a sorry state. Yimo? Flame Saint Master immediately looked over. Sorcerer God, do you know the origin of this demon? I have heard of it, but this is also the first time I have seen it. It is just as the rumors say. Yimo is purely born for destruction. Its speed is extremely fast, and its offensive ability is extremely strong. Moreover, its self-healing and recovery ability is also the most terrifying. Even the weakest Yimo is extremely powerful. There is only one way to kill a Yimo, and that is to forcefully use a tyrannical attack to completely crush this Yimo, not giving it a chance to heal itself. Sorcerer God's voice was deep. I don't know how Heavenly Sword Marquis managed to get a Yimo to fight for him. However, the Yimo he got hasn't reached that level yet. In addition, this is the Divine Beginning realm, so even a Yimo would be suppressed by the power of the will of heaven. Its strength might not be able to reach its limit, so it's not impossible to kill it. As the Sorcerer God spoke, Jin Wushuang, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes. The Yimo should have never interacted with the Divine Beginning realm. Almost no one in the Divine Beginning realm knew about the origin of the Yimo, such as the three masters of the Saint realm. However, the Sorcerer God knew about the origin of the Yimo. Moreover, he knew about the innate advantages of the Yimo, as well as its weaknesses, which surprised Jian Wushuang. Sorcerer God, since you know so much about this monster, it's easy to deal with it. Let's work together and kill this Yimo first, then we'll kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, said Flame Saint Master. Okay, but it's still what I said before. If there's a chance, it's best to keep the corpse of Heavenly Sword Marquis. If not, he'll force a few drops of essence blood out of his body, said Sorcerer God. As long as Heavenly Sword Marquis is dead, whether we can keep his corpse or refine essence blood will depend on your own ability, Flame Saint Master said. Haha, then let's do it. The Sorcerer God laughed and moved directly. He did not immediately attack Jian Wushuang, but directly went to find the Yimo. Roar! The Yimo let out a terrifying roar. It had received Jian Wushuang's order to tear the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God into pieces. Therefore, when the Sorcerer God approached it, it turned around and clawed at it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. This claw easily tore apart heaven and earth. Haha, I'd like to see how powerful the legendary Yimo is. The Sorcerer God laughed loudly. Facing the sharp claws of the Yimo, he had no intention of dodging. He let the Yimo's sharp claws pass by him. Swish! The sharp claws did not touch any substance. The Sorcerer God's body began to transform. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures of the Sorcerer God appeared around the Yimo. Each figure seemed to be real. Even Jian Wushuang could not tell which of these figures was the Sorcerer God's original body. As for the Yimo, it was completely enraged by the Sorcerer God. It roared crazily and attacked the figures of the Sorcerer God, but none of the attacks actually hit the Sorcerer God's original body. Kiki, it's just as the rumors say. Although the Yimo is powerful, its intelligence is very low. The Sorcerer God shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, among the dozens of figures formed by the Sorcerer God, one of the figures behind the Yimo suddenly stretched out his hand. A sharp spear that carried a gloomy and cold aura pierced into the Yimo's body and directly pierced out from the other end of the Yimo's body. After being pierced by the spear, the intense pain made the Yimo more angry and irritable, and it became crazier and crazier. However, the onlookers noticed that although the Yimo became crazier, its speed actually began to slow down. Yes, it became slower. Logically speaking, the crazier the Yimo was, the stronger and faster it would be. However, it was obviously not like that now. No, that spear just now was not that simple. Jian Wushuang frowned. He had already guessed the reason. Is it poison? Haha, my ability to fight head-on is not very strong. However, no one in the divine beginning realm can match me in using poison. The blood voodoo poison that I personally refined is the pride of my life. If it was an adult Yimo with peak strength, it might be able to ignore my blood voodoo poison. However, this Yimo clearly has not reached such a level. The Sorcerer God sneered. The Sorcerer God sect was famous for all kinds of strange and cold methods. When it came to using poison, the Sorcerer God sect was also famous in the divine beginning realm. The Sorcerer God was the patriarch of the Sorcerer God sect. When it came to using poison, perhaps no one in the divine beginning realm could compare to him. His spear just now seemed to have simply pierced through the body of the Yimo. The Yimo had already used its self-healing ability to repair itself, but the blood voodoo poison had already been left in the Yimo's body. Chapter 33-23. 9 Dragons Killing the Heavens. There was no doubt that the Yimo was very terrifying. Whether it was its killing methods, speed, and self-healing ability, it was very terrifying. Except for its low intelligence, it had almost no weaknesses. However, the Yimo that Jian Wushuang had summoned through the Hungry Ghost Path was not at its peak. Its strength had not yet reached its peak, and it was not so invulnerable. Now, it was being corroded by the Sorcerer God's blood voodoo poison. The internal part of the Yimo's body was greatly affected. Its strength and speed were greatly weakened. As time passed, the weakening continued to increase. Originally, the Yimo that Jian Wushuang had summoned could suppress the Flame Saint Master head-on. However, under the continuous corrosion of the blood voodoo poison, it could no longer keep up with the Flame Saint Master's speed. In addition, the Sorcerer God was also attacking from the side. The Yimo was completely crushed. If its self-healing ability had not been greatly affected, the Yimo would have probably been killed by the Flame Saint Master's powerful attack. This Yimo no longer has any battle strength. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly and then waved his hand. In the void next to the Yimo, the void gate appeared again, and the Yimo received Jian Wushuang's order. It rushed toward the void gate and wanted to leave the battlefield. You want to leave? The Sorcerer God's pupil shrank when he saw this. It's not easy to meet a Yimo. How can I let you leave so easily? The Sorcerer God's speed reached its peak. Before the Yimo was about to step into the void gate, the long spear in his hand burst out with endless dark light. It directly stabbed the Yemo's arm and then slashed with force. One of the Yemo's sharp claws was actually torn off by him, after which the sorcerer god waved his hand and kept the sharp claw into his interspatial ring. Although the Yemo had lost a claw, its body was not obstructed. It still rushed into the Void Gate. It disappeared along with the Void Gate. Sorcerer God, are you interested in this monster? Flame Saint Master stood beside the sorcerer god and could not help but ask. Haha, it's rare to meet a mantis demon, so I left a claw as a memento, the sorcerer god said casually. It seemed that he really did it casually, and Flame Saint Master did not ask too much. Well, this mantis demon has been dealt with. Next, it's Heavenly Sword Marquis' turn. Flame Saint Master's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. The sorcerer god stared at Jian Wushuang with a strange light. Kill! Flame Saint Master shouted. The purplish gold flames covering his body formed a huge purplish gold sea of fire and surged toward Jian Wushuang. Flame Saint Master's aura also reached its peak. He held the long scarlet gold staff in one hand and charged toward Jian Wushuang. As for the sorcerer god, he moved slightly and silently approached Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's face darkened slightly. After using the 9-region seal, the frigid hell, and the lonely hell consecutively, more than half of the power that Elder Blood Wave gave me has been consumed. Now, I have to face both Flame Saint Master and the sorcerer god at the same time. I have no choice but to use the last move. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. In the sky above, the huge scroll world shook slightly as if it was responding to Jian Wushuang. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Mountain River Map, 9-Dragon Heaven Killing Formation, open. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The remaining power in his body had been used up by 1/3 at this moment. Boom. The world shook violently. In the scroll world above, the 9 huge continents in the scroll world were bursting with dazzling golden light. These 9 continents were the vast 9 regions that existed within the Mountain River Map. 9 regions were originally the 9 worlds of outstanding people, but later on, they were forcefully refined and placed into the Mountain River Map. Not only were these 9 regions vast and tyrannical, but most importantly, each of the 9 regions had already formed a dragon spirit. The 9 dragon spirits and the 9 regions had always been trapped within the Mountain River Map. The Mountain River Map was a top-tier universal treasure, and the secret skill contained in it was extremely powerful. From the beginning of the 9 provinces sealed to the 1,000 treasures great world, they were all unique and powerful secret skills. However, Jian Wushuang had come into contact with the 9 provinces seal and the 1,000 treasures great world a long time ago. Although he had not been able to unleash the true power of these 2 secret skills, at least he could use them through the Mountain River Map. However, the Mountain River Map did not contain only these 2 secret skills. On the contrary, the 9-region seal and the 1,000 treasures great world were the 2 simpler secret skills in the Mountain River Map, and the threshold for cultivating these 2 secret skills was not high. However, there were more powerful secret skills in the Mountain River Map that required a very high threshold to cultivate. This secret skill was the formation contained in the Mountain River Map, the 9-Dragon Heaven Killing Formation. This was the most terrifying killing move of the map. It was much more terrifying than the 9-region seal and the 1,000 treasures great world. Jian Wushuang was too weak before and had not been able to master this move. It was not until his strength improved greatly in the Blood Wave realm that he finally reached the threshold to cultivate this secret skill. Therefore, when he knew that there was an inescapable net outside the Blood Wave realm, he deliberately found Blood Wave and asked him to delay it for 3 days. During these 3 days, he had been focused on researching this killing move, and in these 3 days, he had successfully grasped this move. And now, with the help of Blood Wave, he temporarily possessed the power of a ruler, and he could fully unleash the power of this move. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the scroll world in the 9 heavens. The sound shook the heaven and earth. The countless experts present, including Flame Saint Master and Sorcerer God, all raised their heads and looked up. They could see that among the 9 continents that were emitting golden light in the scroll world above, The golden light that erupted from one of the continents was the most dazzling. And under everyone's gaze, this towering continent also began to slowly materialize. Materialize. This continent seemed to have come to life completely. It was originally a huge and majestic continent, but in a moment, it actually slowly turned into a huge object. This was a dragon. A five-clawed golden dragon with a body that was hundreds of thousands of feet long and covered in golden scales. It had a noble and majestic body, and it also had a life aura that surpassed all living creatures. It appeared from the scroll world and directly descended into the world. 9 dragon heaven-killing formation. 9 dragon spirits that had been transformed from the 9 regions had now descended. 1 dragon heaven-killing formation. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the 10,000-meter golden dragon that had descended into the world instantly attacked. Chapter 33-24. Fight to the Death Hong. The 5-clawed golden dragon moved, and as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, its terrifying power directly pressed down on Flame, Saint Master, and Sorcerer God. The dozens of figures that Sorcerer God had transformed into had always existed even though the Yimo had already entered the gate of void space. However, at this moment, it was only the moment when the golden dragon's power pressed down on them. The figures immediately dissipated. Be careful. This is the terrifying secret skill, 9 Dragons Heaven-Killing Formation, which is carried by the top-tier universe treasure, the Mountain River Map. I've experienced the power of this secret skill before. It's very terrifying, Flame Saint Master reminded. During the world-ending war countless years ago, Xianyi had used the 9 Dragons Heaven-Killing Formation to kill everyone with the Mountain River Map. However, Xianyi had driven 6 golden dragons from the map at that time. 6 golden dragons were enough to destroy the world. Jin Wushuang had only driven 1 golden dragon, which was not as powerful as Xianyi, but it was still very powerful. Let's attack together. Endless purple gold flames burst out of Flame Saint Master's body, and his divine body rose to a height of 100 feet. He had completely turned into a purple gold flame war god. He held the long scarlet gold staff in both hands and raised it high. At the instant he raised it, a terrifying might immediately began to gather crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it had already gathered to its peak. As for the Sorcerer God, he was skilled in using poison and all sorts of underhanded methods, but a head-on confrontation was not something he was good at. However, he still held the long spear in his hands tightly, and an endless icy aura gathered within the long spear. It made the long spear seem as if it had turned into a dark star. At the instant that the 100,000 feet tall golden dragon attacked, the Flame's Sacred Master's golden red long rod and the Sorcerer God's long spear that seemed to have turned into a dark star immediately attacked. Bang! The huge golden red long rod directly smashed toward the golden dragon's head, and the long spear that looked like a dark star directly pierced towards the golden dragon's neck. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening sounds were heard in succession. Although the mighty power of the 30,000-meter golden dragon was earth-shaking, it could not withstand the powerful attacks of the 2 masters of the Saint Realm. It collapsed at this moment, and the overwhelming power spread wildly in all directions. The golden dragon collapsed, but the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God were not any better. Both of them were hit by the terrifying impact of the golden dragon, and they staggered and retreated crazily, especially the Sorcerer God, who was not good at head-on collisions. He looked even more miserable. Seeing this scene, Jin Wushuang's pupils contracted secretly. After all, I haven't mastered the 9 Dragon Heaven-Killing Formation for a long time, and am not very familiar with the use of the Dragon Spirit. If I could have more time before this battle and get more familiar with it, my use of the Dragon Spirit would definitely be 70 to 80% stronger than it is now. Jin Wushuang was helpless about this. In the Bloodwave realm, he had asked Bloodwave to buy him 3 days to barely master the move of the 9 Dragon Heaven-Killing Formation. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. However, he had only mastered it in the beginning and had not had the time to really practice it. It was his first time awakening the dragon spirit in the mountain river map, so his use of the dragon spirit was very shallow, and he could not fully exert the strength of the dragon spirit. In addition, although I have the power of a ruler, I can't use it by myself. Plus, the backlash from the power is so strong that I can't use it well. Otherwise, the dragon spirit will be stronger. Jin Wushuang sighed. The nine-dragon heaven-killing formation was the real killer move in the map. Its power was earth-shaking, but it was far from the standard of his master. After all, his master relied on his own strength to sweep the world. I just used up a lot of the power given by Elder Bloodwave. Now I only have 20% of my remaining power. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. 20% of my power is not enough for me to use any more tricks. I have to fight to the death. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang suddenly raised his head and poured all of his remaining power, including 99% of his divine power, into the mountain river map. At this moment, the golden light on the 9 continents, which had gradually dimmed, became dazzling again. Buzz, buzz. Heaven and earth shook, and 2 towering continents in the scroll world began to transform at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 towering continents transformed into 2 golden dragons. The golden 5-clawed dragon, which was also 30,000 meters tall, also had an earth-shaking and terrifying power. The 2 golden dragons that had transformed were even stronger than the golden dragon that Jin Wushuang had transformed into earlier. Their power was even stronger. After all, this was the first time Jin Wushuang had awakened the dragon spirit, so he was not very familiar with controlling it. However, this was the second time he had awakened the dragon spirit. Although he was still not very familiar with it, it was definitely slightly stronger than before. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding experts, the 2 30,000-meter tall golden dragons slowly emerged from the scroll world. The 2 terrifying powers pressed down on everyone present. Upon seeing the 2 30,000-meter tall golden dragons, the expressions of Flame, Saint Master, and Sorcerer God became extremely solemn. This kid can actually use 2 dragons to kill the heavens? Flame Saint Master narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, just 1 golden dragon was enough to put so much pressure on us. Now, there are 2 golden dragons, and both of them are much stronger than the previous one. Flame Saint Master, are you confident in blocking this attack? Sorcerer God looked at Flame Saint Master. Flame Saint Master did not answer. Obviously, he was not confident. 2 dragons killing the heaven is the limit of my ability. Flame Saint Master, Sorcerer God, I'd like to see if you 2 can still withstand it. Jin Wushuang's eyes were cold, but he suddenly waved his hand. Go! Boom! The world trembled, and the 2 30,000-meter-long golden dragons instantly burst out under Jin Wushuang's guidance. 2 terrifying forces pressed down crazily. In front of these 2 forces, any power seemed so weak and insignificant. Faced with these golden dragons, both the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God could only try their best to resist. The Flame Saint Master held the long golden stick in his hands at the same time and used his most powerful stick. The Sorcerer God's spear turned into a dark meteor this time and shot out with terrifying penetrating power. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides collided. Chapter 33-25. Heavy Injuries Boom. Terrifying booms sounded like continuous waves, resounding in the ears of many experts. The countless experts watching the battle, including the principal's masters with different strengths, were all shocked by the scene in front of them. The 2 golden dragons clashed with the strongest attacks of Flame, Saint Master, and Sorcerer God. Such a collision was rarely seen in billions of years. Look over there. Space wormhole, what a big space wormhole. This should be more than 10,000 meters, right? Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the space wormhole with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters that appeared in the center. In the divine beginning realm, the space that was the most stable directly blasted out a space wormhole with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters. What kind of concept was this? To put it bluntly, even if it was a head-on battle between masters of the Saint Realm, it would be difficult to create such a big scene in the early stage. Although Jin Wushuang was only an immortal saint, The astonishing power he displayed now completely exceeded everyone's understanding. Rumble. The terrifying power finally began to weaken. A large amount of power formed a shock wave and began to spread out in the surroundings. Although the spectating experts were extremely far away from this battlefield, at this moment, they were still knocked about by the shockwave. Only the law masters could barely stand. This is the might of a Saint Realm Master, a ruler. Elder Darkbone stood together with the experts from the Temporal Temple. But at this moment, even he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Although he was the most powerful Principal's master, he could even fight against a master of the Saint Realm. But he could barely hold on for a moment. Once the master of the Saint Realm unleashed his full strength, he would be crushed and could only think of ways to save his life. The battle in front of him was beyond his control. Whether it was the Flame Saint Master, the Sorcerer God, or Jian Wushuang, who had used some unknown method to unleash his monstrous battle strength, they were far beyond his reach. Especially Jian Wushuang. He can fight against two masters of the Saint Realm at the same time. This heavenly sword marquis, Elder Darkbone sighed secretly. Soon, the power in the center of the battlefield completely dissipated, and the scene in the void was gradually revealed to everyone. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Seeing the scene in the void, the countless experts watching the battle were all stunned. Jian Wushuang, the Flame Saint Master, and the Sorcerer God were still standing in the void. Jian Wushuang's face was pale, without a trace of blood. His aura was extremely weak, as if it would be completely cut off at any time. From his body, at all. The audience could understand Jian Wushuang's current state. After all, when Jian Wushuang used 2 dragons to kill Heaven, they could see that he had reached his limit. He had used almost all of his strength to use this move. After using it, he would definitely fall into weakness. He would no longer have any battle strength. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's current state was very normal. The ones who truly shocked everyone present were the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God. These two people. First, they looked at the Flame Saint Master. The Flame Saint Master had already returned to his normal size. His body was still covered in a layer of purple gold flames, but this layer of purple gold flames was much dimmer than before. The Flame Saint Master's face was also quite pale. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Flame Saint Master had been injured by the impact of the 2 100,000 feet tall golden dragons during the collision just now. Moreover, judging from the aura on his body that was much weaker than before, his injuries were not light. Looking at the Sorcerer God, who was not good at head-on collisions, his injuries were clearly even more severe than Flame Saint Master's. The Sorcerer God's withered and old face was now twisted together. The corner of his mouth and the black robe on his body was covered in blood, and the strange airflow around him had also been completely restrained. He was still standing in the void. However, his body was slightly trembling. As for the aura on his body, it was at least half weaker than before. I injured? The Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God, these two supreme existences, are actually injured? 2 great Saint Realm Masters working together were actually injured by an immortal saint head-on, and both of them were heavily injured? How is this possible? Not only did he fight against 2 Saint Realm Masters with his own strength, but he even heavily injured 2 Saint Realm Masters. Is this heavenly sword marquis even human? Shocked, and incredulous voices were heard from the crowd. Even the principal's masters from the 2 camps looked at each other in disbelief. This little fellow actually injured Flame Saint Master and Sorcerer God? Temple Master Bai Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable, Batsong said in a low voice. This little fellow is indeed a little too abnormal. Lin Guang Master added. On the other 2 battlefields, Life and Death Saint Master, the 4 Ancient Immortals, and Destruction Saint Master, who was still engaged in a fierce battle with the consciousness avatar of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, also saw this scene. Huge waves of emotions surged in their hearts. This kid is too abnormal. If he doesn't think about it today, it's almost impossible for us 3 Saint Realms to kill him in the future. Life and Death Saint Master changed from his usual gentle face to a cold one. Heavenly Sword Marquis has used up all of his divine power and is now at the end of his life. This is the best time to kill him. Flame Saint Master, Sorcerer God, why don't you two hurry up and do it? Destruction Saint Master immediately urged. As Destruction Saint Master had said, Jin Wushuang was already at the end of his rope. Although Flame Saint Master and Sorcerer God had been severely injured by Jian Wushuang's two dragons killing the heaven, they were still able to retain their battle strength. At this time, they would certainly not let go of the opportunity to kill Jian Wushuang. Boy, die. The Flame Saint Master did not hesitate at all. The scarlet gold long staff in his hand carried an earth-shaking power as he furiously attacked Jian Wushuang. Flame Saint Master, try to keep his body as long as possible. The Sorcerer God also immediately attacked. However, the Sorcerer God only used poison. It was obvious that he did not want to hurt Jian Wushuang's divine body. Faced with the attacks of the two masters of the Saint Realm, Jian Wushuang indeed did not have any strength to resist at this moment. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang smiled. His smile was a little strange. Although his consciousness was in a blurry state due to the crazy backlash from the previous power, he still saw the silver-haired old man who appeared out of nowhere behind Flame, Saint Master, and Sorcerer God. The silver-haired old man also slowly extended his finger. Chapter 33:26. The Palace Lord had arrived. Halt! A deep voice suddenly sounded in the vast world. All the experts present heard this voice. In the next moment, the entire space-time froze, and the experts present all fell into a frozen state. It must be known that because more and more experts participated in this battle, and their strength became more and more terrifying, the area of this battle was incomparably vast, and the spectators were quite far away from the battlefield. But at this moment, the already vast battlefield, in addition to the large area of space-time around the battlefield, all sank into a state of stagnation. All the immortal saints and principles masters who were watching the battle were motionless at this moment. As for Flame Saint Master and Sorcerer God, who were attacking Jian Wushuang, they suddenly stopped in the void. This is, Flame Saint Master's body trembled slightly. As a Saint Realm Master, he was still able to keep his thoughts under the time-space freeze. Although his body was greatly hindered, he could still move. As for the Sorcerer God, Life and Death Saint Master, and Destruction Saint Master, they were naturally not too affected. However, when they sensed the space-time freezing, they knew that that person had already rushed to the battlefield. Temporal Temple Master? Life and Death Saint Master could not be bothered to deal with the four ancient immortals in front of him. Instead, he turned his head to look at the silver-haired old man. This is troublesome. The Destruction Saint Master's expression sank. Temple Master. The four ancient immortals within the golden-armored puppet were not affected by the space-time freeze. They instantly saw the existence of the silver-haired old man and were overjoyed. Space-time, you came at the right time. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to protect that little fellow. An indifferent voice came from the consciousness clone of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master. The consciousness clone of the leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had been fighting with the Destruction Saint Master, but it was just a clone after all. During the battle, his divine power was constantly dissipating. Now, this consciousness clone was on the verge of dissipating. Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, thank you very much this time. The Temporal Temple Master glanced at the consciousness clone of the leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I'm only helping that little guy. I never thought of helping your temporal temple. Don't flatter yourself. The consciousness avatar of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master sneered. All right, since your original body is here in person, I won't care about what happens next. Clean up this mess yourself. After the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master finished speaking, his body shook and his consciousness avatar disappeared from this world. After the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master left, the Temporal Temple Master looked at the three Saint Realm Masters. The three Saint Realms and Sorcerer God sect. Hee, I have been wandering in the universe battlefield for millions of years, and I haven't come back. Now that I have come back, I see this scene. It seems that you three Saint Realms have taken care of my temporal temple during my absence. Although the temporal temple master had a smile on his face, however, there was a trace of coldness in his smile. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The three masters of the Saint Realm and the sorcerer god had gathered together, and the three masters of the Saint Realm looked quite upset. Although Temporal Temple Master is at the ruler level, he is still in the divine beginning realm. He is more or less limited by the power of the will of heaven. His battle strength is probably equal to ours. Now that the consciousness avatar of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master has disappeared, the four of us working together can completely ignore Temporal Temple Master. The sorcerer god secretly transmitted his voice. He was still greedy for Jian Wushuang's divine body and the blood essence in his body. It's not as simple as you think. Flame Saint Master replied in a low voice. Although Temporal Temple Master is not much stronger than us in the divine beginning realm, his use of time and space is beyond our imagination. With him in front of us, there's nothing we can do. Right. The three of us have already experienced how difficult the Temporal Temple Master is to deal with. If he is willing, he can completely not fight with the three of us. He can just use his time and space technique to fool the three of us. He can even use his time and space technique to send us to several different time and space. And he can enter any time and space to fight us one-on-one. We are definitely not his match. Life and Death Saint Master said. Any one of the three strongest rulers of the divine beginning realm is extremely terrifying. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master is extremely powerful, and his consciousness avatar alone is enough to fight against any one of us. If his true body were here, he would be able to fight against all three of us at the same time. The Temporal Temple Master's use of time and space is extremely strange. As for the Heavenly Ancestor, his methods are also unfathomable. Since any of their true bodies are here and they want to protect Heavenly Sword Marquis, there's nothing we can do, the Destruction God said in a low voice. The three masters of the Saint Realm were also helpless at this moment. If other experts were here, they would not care too much. But now, it was Temporal Temple Master's original body. Temporal Temple Master was not only extremely powerful, but he also relied on his own strength to become a ruler. Most importantly, Temporal Temple Master's use of time and space was so powerful that it had reached an incredible level. Since Temporal Temple Master was present, it was absolutely impossible for them to continue fighting. It was also impossible for them to kill Jian Wushuang. Even though Jian Wushuang's consciousness had already fallen into a faint state, he was completely unable to resist. In other words, the three Saint Realm Masters had set up such an inescapable net and arranged so many means. Even the three of them, as well as the Sorcerer God, had personally attacked four Saint Realm Masters. However, they still failed to kill Jian Wushuang. This made the three Masters of the Saint Realm feel aggrieved and ashamed. However, no matter how aggrieved they could do nothing against the Temporal Temple Master. Temporal Temple Master, with your experience, you should know that killing this little guy was not our intention. The Life and Death Saint Master looked at the Temporal Temple Master. Of course, I know this. The three of you are just its lackeys. The Temporal Temple Master sneered. Lackeys? This title made the three Saint Realm Masters' faces even more unsightly, but they did not refute it. The Life and Death Saint Master continued. Since you know our intention, you should be clear that this little guy cannot be kept. You'd better not protect him. Don't forget that the world-ending war was the best example. However, the one who disappeared in the last war was the seven-star mysterious sect, and this time, it might be the Temporal Temple. Chapter 33:27. The dust has settled. The Life and Death Saint Master's voice was cold, and the threat in his words was obvious. Are you trying to scare me? The Temporal Temple Master glanced at the Life and Death Saint Master. I don't dare. I'm just stating the facts. Although your Temporal Temple is strong, it shouldn't be comparable to the invincible Overlord seven-star mysterious sect, right? The Life and Death Saint Master said coldly. It can't be compared to them. However, our Temporal Temple has some methods that the seven-star mysterious sect couldn't compare to. It's even better. If we want to recreate the world-ending war, we have to see if it still has the ability and courage. The Temporal Temple Saint Master said mockingly, Life and Death Saint Master, Destruction Saint Master, Flame Saint Master, and Sorcerer God. They'll remember what happened today. They'll come back to settle the score with you guys in the future. We'll be waiting for you at any time. The three Saint Masters were not afraid at all. Although they could not do anything to the Temporal Temple Master, the Temporal Temple Master could not do anything to the three of them in the Divine Beginning realm. However, the Sorcerer God's expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. Bai Xing. The Temporal Temple Master glanced at the void next to him. That void was where the experts of the Temporal Temple gathered. While the entire world was in a state of space-time stagnation, this void was not affected at all. The experts of the Temporal Temple had been keeping a clear mind and were able to move freely. Hearing Temporal Temple Master's call, Temple Master Bai Xing immediately went forward and said, Temple Master, take the little guy and let's go. Temporal Temple Master said, Yes. Temple Master Bai Xing immediately stepped forward and took Jian Wushuang, who had fallen into a coma. With a wave of Temporal Temple Master's hand, a space passage appeared out of thin air. Many experts of the Temporal Temple directly stepped into the space passage and disappeared. As for Temporal Temple Master, he had also stepped into the space passage with half a foot, but he suddenly withdrew his foot. I almost forgot something. Temporal Temple Master looked around and waved his hand. Shoo! A streak of light rushed toward him at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in his hand. On a closer look, it was a purple-gold command flag. It was the golden flag of Painting Sky. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Temporal Temple Master had a golden flag of Painting Sky, and the one that flew into his hand was Green Rock Masters. The golden sky painting flag is a true treasure in the field of time and space. It's better for the palace to keep it. Temporal Temple Master smiled and wiped Green Rock Master's consciousness from the golden sky painting flag. Then, he put it into his interspatial ring. After that, Temporal Temple Master stepped into the space tunnel again. The three Saint Realm Masters and Sorcerer God watched the space tunnel slowly shrink, but they did not want to stop it at all. After the Temporal Temple Master left, the world that had been frozen in time and space finally began to flow again. The many experts in this world also regained their consciousness. However, after they regained their consciousness, they were all at a loss. What happened? What happened just now? What about Heavenly Sword Marquis? Where did the experts of the Temporal Temple go? There are no experts from the Temporal Temple. What's going on? The experts who were stuck in the state of time-space stagnation had their consciousness completely cut off. They had no idea what had just happened. They did not even know that they had been stuck in the state of time-space stagnation and that their consciousness had been suspended for a period of time. But very quickly, they reacted. It's time freeze. All of us fell into a time freeze just now, and our consciousness fell into a time freeze. Time freeze? Making all of us fall into a time freeze? How? How is this possible? Who cast time freeze? Everyone was still a little dazed. But at this time, Elder Darkbone frowned. He said solemnly, Space-time stagnation is a technique that can only be used after one has grasped the principles of space-time to a certain extent. However, the area that this technique can cover and the degree of influence it can have on an expert depends on this person's strength. And if we want space-time stagnation to completely cover our current world and cause all of us to fall into space-time stagnation, this person's use of space-time must definitely reach the peak of perfection. And in the entire Divine Beginning realm, there is only one person who has such attainments in space-time, and that is the Temporal Temple Master. Temporal Temple Master? Temporal Temple Master? The Temporal Temple Master just came? Everyone cried out in surprise, but they soon understood. Indeed, under the situation just now, only Temporal Temple Master could completely turn the situation around, while everyone was in a daze. Let's leave together with the experts of the Temporal Temple and Jian Wushuang. Temporal Temple Master, his use of space-time is getting more and more profound. Even I can't avoid the space-time stagnation. Elder Dark Bones sighed quietly. He could at least tangle with a Saint Realm Master, but he had also fallen into the space-time stagnation just now. To be able to resist the space-time stagnation of Temporal Temple Master, one must at least have the battle strength of a Saint Realm Master. That heavenly sword Marquis and the experts of the Temporal Temple have already left with the Temporal Temple Master. So, this battle should end here, right? A Principal's Master suddenly said. His words caused the surrounding experts to agree with him. It should be over. The battle is finally over. This battle, although the two sides haven't fought to a true victory or defeat, this process is really soul-stirring. Countless experts were sighing and praising the earth-shattering battle just now. This battle's level was too high, and there were too many peak experts participating in it. It was fine if they were ordinary masters of laws, but experts at the 6th stage of the Void Realm like Elder Darkbone and the 4 Ancient Immortals were rarely seen on normal days, not to mention the 3 great Saint Realm Masters, Sorcerer God, and the Consciousness Clone of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, as well as the Temporal Temple Master. In short, this battle was earth-shattering. At the same time, the one who shocked all the experts present was Jian Wushuang. That person was Jian Wushuang. He was just an immortal saint, but he had attracted so many experts from the 3 Saint Realms, the Sorcerer God sect, and the Nine-Tailed Clan to hunt him down. After a fierce battle, so many top experts still failed to kill him, especially when Jian Wushuang controlled the power given by Blood Wave and directly fought against the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God. It was even more shocking. After all, the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God, 2 masters of the Saint Realm, were seriously injured by Jian Wushuang. Who would have thought that a mere immortal saint could reach such a level? Without a doubt, after this battle, no matter what happened next, Jian Wushuang was bound to become a true legend in the Divine Beginning realm. Chapter 3328, Ruler of Chaos on Saha Island. That shocking battle had finally come to an end. The process and result of this battle were personally witnessed by many top experts. It spread like a violent storm across the entire Divine Beginning realm. The entire Divine Beginning realm was shaken by this battle. There were even people who specially named this battle the Battle of the Heavenly Sword Marquis. This was because the true protagonist of this battle was Heavenly Sword Marquis. Moreover, this Heavenly Sword Marquis was the most dazzling person in this battle. He was the most incredible existence. He refreshed the understanding of all experts toward the immortal saint. No one had ever thought that an immortal saint could be this powerful. However, although the heat of the battle had lasted for a long time, it gradually subsided as time went by. The Divine Beginning realm also regained its calm. In a flash, 20 years had passed since the end of the battle. On Saha Island, a large amount of gray airflow surrounded the independent space-time, covering every corner of this space-time. In the center of this space-time, Jian Wushuang's consciousness finally began to slowly wake up. What am I? Jian Wushuang lay on a black crystal that emitted a strange aura, and his eyes had already opened to look around. He wanted to stand up at once, but a feeling of powerlessness immediately arose in his body. His body moved, and he was in extreme pain. As for his divine power, he did not have any left, just like an ordinary person. Little guy, you're awake? A calm and gentle voice came from the side. Jian Wushuang immediately saw the silver-haired elder standing beside the black crystal. Greetings, Temple Master. Jian Wushuang could only speak, but he could not stand up and bow. Since you can see my identity at a glance, it seems that your consciousness has not been affected, Temporal Temple Master said. How long have I been in a coma? Jian Wushuang asked. He remembered that he had used up all the power that Blood Wave had given him during the battle, including 99% of his divine power. Then that power had rebounded crazily, causing his consciousness to fall into a coma. What happened next was completely unknown to him. It hasn't been long, just 20 years, the Temporal Temple Master said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. 20 years. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. I've been in a coma for 20 years, and it will take more time for my body to recover to its peak condition. Little guy, just be content. Temporal Temple Master smiled. Don't forget that in the previous battle, you were forcibly imbued with a power comparable to that of a ruler. That level of power was only yours. If it had been any other cultivator, it would have been some clan experts with powerful divine bodies, or even some ordinary special life forms. The principles would have been that they would have been forced to explode, and they would have died without a doubt. Although your injury is very serious and you need a long time to recover, at least your life is saved, and it won't affect your overall foundation and consciousness. This is the best result. What else are you not satisfied with? Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then he smiled helplessly. Indeed, before Blood Wave gave him the power, he had told him about the risks he had to take to obtain the power. The risks were too great. Ordinary cultivators, and even some lower-level special life forms could not withstand the power at all and could only be stuffed to death. However, because he was a perfect level life form, he forcefully endured it. He just needed some time to recover. Of course, he was much better. The power of a ruler. Jian Wushuang still recalled the power he had in that battle. That power was so strong that it could make one's hair stand on end. Unfortunately, that power doesn't really belong to me. Jian Wushuang could not help sighing. What's a pity? With your potential and talent, it won't be difficult for you to have the power of a ruler in the future. Temporal Temple Master looked over. Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he said, Temple Master, I've been curious about what the ruler level is. How can you reach the ruler level? And how can the three masters of the divine realm and the divine beginning realm compare to the ruler level? Jian Wushuang knew that above the principal's master was the ruler level. However, he was very unfamiliar with the ruler level. He did not know how to be considered a ruler level. The ruler level is just a short name. The true name of this level is the ruler of chaos. As the name implies, the ruler of chaos is the ruler of a primal chaos world. It can also be said to be the ruler of the primal chaos world. For example, our divine beginning realm is a complete primal chaos world, and the ruler of chaos is equivalent to the strongest overlord in this primal chaos world. It can be said that he is the strongest existence in this world. Even in the vast universe, the ruler level is a true expert, enough to dominate the universe. As for how to become a ruler level, as well as the difference between a ruler level and a principal's master, it's actually very easy to understand. The Temporal Temple Master patiently explained. Little fellow, you've been in the third sky for quite some time already, and the level you've come into contact with is also very high. You should already understand the level division between principal's masters. From the first level of the void to the 6 levels of the void, these 6 levels are all determined by the willpower they control. For example, the 6 levels of the void have 6 portions of the willpower. Most experts who have reached the 6th realm of the void have already fused 3 rules. Compared to the principal's masters of the 6th realm of the void, ruler-level expert only needs to fuse 4 principles. You can become a chaos ruler by fusing 4 rules? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He clearly felt that this process was too simple. Little guy, you may think that it's easy to fuse 4 principles, but it's actually very difficult. It's very difficult to fuse principles. The more principles you fuse, the more difficult it will be. For example, if a principle's master has finally fused 2 principles, the difficulty of fusing the 3rd rule will be tens to hundreds of times more difficult than fusing 2 principles. As for fusing 4 principles, it's tens to hundreds of times more difficult than fusing 3 principles. It's thousands to tens of thousands of times more difficult than fusing 2 principles. Do you understand the concept? Temporal Temple Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Jian Wushuang was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 3329. Charm thousands, maybe tens of thousands of times harder? Jian Wushuang was also shocked by the number. He has now begun to deal with the fusion of the principles, but he is now only delving into the space-time and reincarnation of the 2 principles fusion. But even if it was just the fusion of 2 principles, it was still extremely difficult in his eyes. Even if because of the opportunity within the Blood Wave Temple, he had already reached the threshold of the fusion of these 2 principles, but he wanted to completely fuse them successfully, he still needed a certain amount of fortuitous encounters and a large amount of time. This was also because he had obtained the fortuitous encounters in Bloodwave Temple to begin with. In addition, his comprehension ability was exceptionally high. However, to ordinary cultivators, fusing the two principles was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of the many principles masters in the divine beginning realm, there were very few who had truly fused the principles. Moreover, the reason why they were able to fuse the principles was because they had experienced countless years and relied on a large amount of time to slowly study them. Only then did they fuse successfully. Fusing two principles was just like that. It was thousands to tens of thousands of times more difficult than fusing two principles. This concept was truly frightening. It is precisely because fusing four principles is too difficult that rulers are so rare. For example, the divine beginning realm only gave birth to a few more rulers because it was born for too long. Under normal circumstances, the primal chaos world would only give birth to a ruler after billions of years. For example, the closest ruler that was born in the divine beginning realm was also 8 billion years ago. The temporal temple continued to explain. Of course, the birth of a ruler is extremely difficult, but as long as one becomes a ruler, there will be a qualitative change. The power of the will alone. Once the four rules are fused, the power of the will be hundreds of times stronger than the principles masters of the 6 void realms who have fused the 3 principles. The two are completely incomparable, not to mention the other aspects such as divine power and divine body. His willpower alone is hundreds of times stronger than the 6 void realms? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but then he frowned and said, since the chaos ruler is so much stronger than the principles master, why can't I sense it in the previous battle? There's also Elder Darkbone. He's only in the 6 void realms, but he can still fight against a Saint Realm master. That's not hard to understand. Temporal Temple Master smiled. First of all, you have to understand that a master of the Saint Realm is a master of the Saint Realm, and they are not rulers. They are just 3 of the 6 realms of the void who are lucky enough to obtain the power of the will of the heavenly Tao. They can't be compared to a real ruler. As for why they can be on the same level as a ruler, that's because they are in the divine beginning realm. In the divine beginning realm, because of the power of the will of the heavenly Tao, all rulers who have reached the ruler realm will be greatly restricted here. They can only display 10 to 20% of their power at most. But even so, in a one-on-one fight, any ruler can crush these 3 masters of the Saint Realm. Because of this, rulers like us rarely stay in the divine beginning realm. Because the restrictions here are too big, we can't open our hands and feet. So, for a long time, I choose to wander in the universe battlefield. In the universe battlefield, my power will not be restricted at all. That's how I feel at ease. However, if the 3 masters of the Saint Realm left the divine beginning realm and went to the universe battlefield, they would not be strengthened by the power of the will of the heavenly Tao. Instead, their strength would be weakened to the level of the 6 void realms, and they would be even weaker than a ruler. Therefore, the 3 masters of the Saint Realm in the divine beginning realm have never left the divine beginning realm since they became masters of the Saint Realm. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. He had heard some rumors that the top experts in the divine beginning realm looked down on the 3 masters of the Saint Realm. Now it seemed that they had their reasons for looking down on them. Once the 3 masters of the Saint Realm left the divine beginning realm, their battle strength might not even be as strong as those top experts of the 6 void realms. Oh, they'll give this back to you. Temporal Temple Master suddenly flipped his hand and took out a scroll that emitted an ancient aura. This scroll was the mountain river map. Looking at the mountain river map, Jian Wushuang's heart stirred. Previously, he had used all his strength to use the 2 dragons killing the heaven to heavily injure the Flame Saint Realm and the Sorcerer God. But after using it, his consciousness fell into a scheme and he quickly passed out. Not only did he not know what happened next, but he also did not know what happened next. He did not even have time to take back the mountain river map that had always existed in the void above him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. However, the Temporal Temple Master brought back his mountain river map when he left. Thank you, Temple Master. Jian Wushuang quickly thanked him. The Temporal Temple Master asked directly, Little guy, who is Xian Yi to you? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but he answered truthfully, "He is my master." As expected, Temporal Temple Master stroked his beard and was not surprised. Temple Master knows my master? Jian Wushuang looked at Temporal Temple Master. Sort of. Temporal Temple Master smiled. Your master is a very important figure. Long ago, his existence shocked the entire divine beginning realm. As the Temple Master of the Temporal Temple, I naturally have dealings with him. Although I haven't had much contact with your master, I can tell that he is a very charismatic person. Charismatic? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes, he is unconventional, open-minded, and loyal. He can force people in desperate situations to drink and talk, and he can sacrifice himself for his good friend. He is clearly a top overlord of the divine beginning realm, but he can lower himself to talk to some weak cultivators as equals, the Temporal Temple Master said. There was also a strange smile on his face. Of course, what I really admire about him is his strength and his spirit. Facing thousands of soldiers and countless experts, he didn't retreat even an inch. He fought against all living things. To be honest, in all my years of dominating the world, no one has ever impressed me from the bottom of my heart. Your master is the first. Hearing the words of the Temporal Temple Master, Jian Wushuang was extremely shocked. He suddenly remembered a scroll he had seen by chance. In the scroll, his master, Xian Yi, faced countless experts alone. He was already at the end of his rope, but his expression did not change. He fought to the death. The battle was so dark that his master had used up his last bit of strength and blood. Just like what the Temporal Temple Master had said, it was a kind of spirit, a spirit that could fight the world and look down on all living things. In the divine beginning realm, other than his master, there was probably no one else who had this kind of spirit. Chapter 3330. Origin of the Great War. Temple Master, since you know my master, you should know the origin of the Great War, right? Jian Wushuang asked. He had too many questions about the Great War. In that battle, 7-star mysterious sect was destroyed, and his master died. It could be said that the entire situation of the divine beginning realm was completely changed. However, Jian Wushuang did not know the origin of the battle or why it had erupted. Neither had his master told him about it. I do know something about the origin of the battle. Temporal Temple Master looked at Jian Wushuang and pondered for a moment before continuing. Forget it. Now that you're dealing with a Saint Realm Master, you're qualified to know about it. The origin of that battle was because of your master Xian Yi. Your master is not only powerful, but also has a very high level of life and great potential. However, his life level is extremely fearful of the power of the will of heaven, which is completely unacceptable to the will of heaven. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He knew this very well. He was also a perfect level life form, and the heavenly Tao will of the divine beginning realm could not tolerate his existence. It had personally come to kill him countless times, and it had even made the 3 saint realms kill him at all costs. Your master was not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. This is the true origin of the battle. However, your master had already passed through the weak stage and reached the peak of the principal's master. His battle strength was comparable to that of an ordinary ruler, or even stronger. Moreover, before the battle broke out, your master was about to completely integrate 4 principles to become a ruler. Think about it. Before he broke through to the ruler realm, your master was already stronger than an ordinary ruler. How strong would he be when he becomes a ruler? Temporal Temple Master asked. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Through the conversation just now, Jian Wushuang had already understood the huge gap between a principal's master and a ruler. However, under such circumstances, his master was still able to fight against a ruler and even surpass an ordinary ruler. Apart from the huge innate advantage brought by his life level, his master must have some extraordinary strength and means. Under such circumstances, if his master broke through to become a ruler, his battle strength would definitely reach an even more incredible level. Unfortunately, the power of the will of heaven seems to know that your master will break through to become a ruler soon, so it launched the world-ending war before your master became a ruler. Temporal Temple Master said. The scale of the war was incredible. After all, not only is your master strong, but most importantly, he is also one of the founders of the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect. In the past, the three founders of the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect all had the combat strength of a ruler, and their experts were as numerous as clouds. They were publicly recognized as the #1 force in the divine beginning realm. In front of the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect, even our Temporal Temple Master, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and the Divine Ancestor Taoist Sect had to bow their heads. Jin Wushuang could not help feeling excited. At its peak, the Seven Stars Mysterious Sect was definitely the supreme overlord of the divine beginning realm. It was not something that the three Great Freedom Alliance and three Great Saint Realms could compare to. Just the three founders and three rulers alone. It was enough to hold everyone in awe. At that time, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao could only be mobilized by the three Great Saint Realms. However, it was impossible for the three Great Saint Realms to kill Xianyi by relying on the three Masters of the Saint Realm. Therefore, the three Great Saint Realms began to lobby the top forces in the Third Heaven. The top forces, such as the Four Divine Clans and the Octagonal Heaven Sect, had suffered losses under the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect due to the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect's strong influence and the small-scale competition. Therefore, they could not help feeling jealous and resentful. This time, the three Saint Realms brought the will of heaven with them. Together with a series of threats and inducements, it was easy to pull them into a major alliance. Temporal Temple Master said, "If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks." Hearing this, Jin Wushuang frowned. Temple Master, according to what you said, the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect had three masters and so many experts. Even if the three Saint Realms and the top forces in the Third Heaven joined forces, they might not be able to fight against the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect, right? You're right. Even if the three Saint Realms and so many forces joined forces, the odds of winning against the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect are still slim. No one in the three Saint Realms can fight against the three Masters alone. The reason why the three Saint Realms dared to attack was that they had the help of experts from the universe, Temporal Temple Master said. What? Jin Wushuang was shocked. An expert from the universe came to help? Not an expert from the divine beginning realm? Someone from the outside world? Yes. Temporal Temple Master nodded. There were several experts who came from the universe, and each of them had the battle strength of a ruler. Most importantly, they brought a unique supreme treasure. Supreme treasure? What supreme treasure? Jin Wushuang asked. A spear with special power is the one that killed your master. Otherwise, even if a few rulers joined hands, they could at most suppress your master, but they would not be able to kill him, Temporal Temple Master said. Jin Wushuang was shocked. A perfect grade life form had extremely strong life-saving abilities and endless divine power. Under normal circumstances, since his master Xian Yi already had the battle strength of a ruler, as long as his strength was not completely crushed, it was almost impossible for the opponent to kill him. Even if there were several of them working together, it was also difficult to do so. But if the opponent used that extremely special treasure, spear, Jin Wushuang's eyes suddenly focused. He had already remembered the scene he had seen when his master was surrounded by countless experts. It was the spear that had pierced his master's chest, making him look like a desperate situation. With the help of those foreign masters, he had completely surpassed the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect in terms of strength at the highest level. Therefore, the world-ending war broke out. Although I did not participate in the earth-shattering battle, I watched from afar. In that battle, your master, Xian Yi, was ultimately suppressed by those foreign masters. In the end, he was killed by the spear. However, your master is indeed very powerful. Even before he died, he still used his power to forcefully devour the divine powers of countless experts on the battlefield and set up Heaven's Sealing Formation to completely seal off the Seven-Star Divine Territory where the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect used to be. Chapter 33-31. External threats. Jin Wushuang had already fallen silent. Although he did not know the origin and process of the battle, he had long known the outcome of the battle. In that battle, the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect was defeated and the entire seven-star divine realm was reduced to ruins. Countless experts fell asleep. Fortunately, at the last moment, his master Xian Yi used a heaven-reaching method to completely seal the entire seven-star divine realm. Only then did he preserve the seven-star mysterious sect's inheritance, and at the same time, he created a chance for the seven-star mysterious sect to turn the tables. And he was also born in the seven-star divine realm that was completely sealed. After that battle, the seven-star mysterious sect completely became history, and the three great divine realms replaced the position of the seven-star mysterious sect, becoming the new overlord of the divine beginning realm. They even surpassed our three great freedom alliance. However, that was also because the few overlords from outside were still in the divine beginning realm. Not long after the battle ended, the foreign overlords left. The three saint realms did not have real overlords, so they were not as intimidating as before. Therefore, the three freedom alliances were on equal footing with the three saint realms. To a certain extent, the three freedom alliances were stronger than the three saint realms, Temporal Temple Master said. Is that so? Jin Wushuang understood. After his conversation with the Temporal Temple Master, he had learned more about the world-ending war. However, there were also questions, such as why the power of the will of heaven could not tolerate their existence. Was it simply because of their lives? Also, why did those foreign rulers come and even brought special treasures that could kill his master, Xian Yi? He could not explain these questions, and Temporal Temple Master obviously did not know. He could only wait for his strength to grow in the future and then slowly explore. Little guy, you are Xian Yi's disciple. If I'm not wrong, your life level should be equal to your master's. Aren't you the legendary perfect level life? Temporal Temple Master looked at Jian Wushuang. Senior, do you know about the perfect level life form? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Of course. I have been in the universe battlefield for many years, so I have some knowledge. I have heard about the classification of the special life forms, and the perfect level life form is known as the supreme life form. Even in the vast universe, such a life form is as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Under normal circumstances, it is only possible for a perfect level life form to appear in thousands of chaos worlds. No one in the divine beginning realm had a perfect life form before your master. It is reasonable for a perfect level life form to suddenly appear. However, you and your master were obviously born in the divine beginning realm, and they were both perfect level life forms. This is a little unbelievable. Temporal Temple Master's expression was a little strange. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. His master and he were both at the perfect level of life, and they were both born in the divine beginning realm. But the difference was that his master had created his perfect level life with great magic power. Temporal Temple Master would never have thought of this, and Jian Wushuang did not intend to say it out loud. After all, it would be too shocking to say that someone had created a perfect level life. Although I don't know why you can have a perfect grade life form, you will inevitably face the same situation as your master. That is, the heavenly axiom will not allow it. This can be seen from the three saint realms' repeated attacks on you and the arrival of the power of the heavenly axiom's will. Temporal Temple Master said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. In the previous battle, the three saint realms had set up an inescapable net to kill you. Even the three masters of the saint realm and the sorcerer god had personally come to kill you, but they were still unable to kill you. This means that the three saint realms' power alone will not be able to do anything to you. So, Temporal Temple Master's expression became solemn. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Temple Master, are you saying that there will also be a ruler-level expert from the outside world who will come to the divine beginning realm to kill me? Jian Wushuang asked. It's hard to say, but there is a possibility, Temporal Temple Master said. Jian Wushuang's heart also became heavy. He knew very well that his current strength was at most at the third realm of the Void Realm. Even if he used many trump cards, he would only be able to fight against the fourth realm of the Void Realm. However, if he fought against a Saint Realm Master or even a ruler-level expert, he would not be able to resist at all. The reason why he was able to fight against the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God in that battle was because he had received the power given to him by Bloodwave. Bloodwave had given him the power at the cost of the collapse of the Bloodwave realm. After giving him the power once, there was absolutely no way to give him the power a second time. He could only rely on himself. Even my master, who was at his peak, could only die in the face of the attacks of several rulers from the outside world. Compared to my master now, I'm definitely not a bit inferior. Jian Wushuang frowned. He felt tremendous pressure. Little guy, don't be too nervous. First of all, there might not be any masters from the outside world arriving. Second, even if the masters from the outside world know of your existence and want to kill you, it will take them a long time to arrive at the divine beginning realm from their own chaotic world. If I'm not mistaken, it will take at least thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years for the overlords to reach the divine beginning realm. It might even take hundreds of thousands of years for them to arrive. Such a long period of time should be enough for you to do a lot of things, Temporal Temple Master said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. If the overlords from the outside world could reach the divine beginning realm in just a few decades or hundreds of years, there was really nothing he could do. However, if it was a long time, tens of thousands of years would be a lot of opportunities for him. Tens of thousands of years was already a long time for Jian Wushuang. After all, it had only been 1,000 years since he was born. In such a short period of time, he had already stood at the peak of the divine beginning realm, and his strength was comparable to a principal's master of the 3 void realms if he was given thousands of years or tens of thousands of years. Who knew what level he would have reached? He might even have become a ruler. Of course, these were all Jian Wushuang's own expectations. Moreover, he could not be sure when the experts from the outside world would arrive. He did not know what level he could reach at that time, so he could only take one step at a time. Little guy, I know that you are very talented in space-time. Not only did you comprehend the space-time divine skill from the space-time gold stone I left behind, but you also integrated my space-time divine skill into your swordsmanship. This is indeed rare, Temporal Temple Master suddenly said. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at Temporal Temple Master. Chapter 33-32. The Temple of Principles. Your talent in the space-time principles is so high that I should take you as my disciple under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, I have lived for so many years and seen too many things. I have already given up on taking you as my disciple. Moreover, you are already Xianyi's disciple. Although Xianyi is dead, I have no intention of taking him as my disciple, Temporal Temple Master said. Jian Wushuang looked calm. He had heard from Temple Master Bai Xing that the Temple Master had already given up on taking him in as a disciple. He had never expected that the Temple Master would take him in as a disciple. However, although I can't take you in as a disciple, I can give you some guidance on the space-time principles, Temporal Temple Master said with a smile. I've carefully checked your current physical condition. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't be able to condense a trace of divine power within 300 years. In other words, you won't have much strength during these 300 years, let alone fighting with others. However, these 300 years won't affect your comprehension of the principles and the application of the principles. So, if you're willing, you can stay by my side for the next 300 years and cultivate in this independent space. What do you think? Jian Wushuang was overjoyed when he heard the Temple Master's words. He nodded without hesitation and said, Temple Master, I'm willing. Of course, Jian Wushuang was willing. What kind of existence was the Temple Master? No one in the divine beginning realm could compare to him in terms of space-time principles alone. It was extremely difficult for others to come into contact with such a super expert. Even some of the higher-ups of the Temporal Temple, people like Temple Master Bai Xing, Batsong, and others could not meet the Temporal Temple Master just because they wanted to, let alone stay by his side all the time. In the divine beginning realm, there were countless experts, but many powerful principles masters were also eager to seek guidance from the Temporal Temple Master because the Temporal Temple Master could give them a little guidance on the principles of space and time. It was a great help to these masters of principles, but the Temporal Temple Master could not be bothered to give them any guidance. If he could cultivate by the Temporal Temple Master's side, The Temporal Temple Master would not be stingy with his guidance. It would benefit any cultivator who was proficient in the principles of space and time. It could be said that cultivating by the Temporal Temple Master's side was a dream opportunity for countless cultivators. But now, the Temporal Temple Master had given this opportunity to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was not stupid. Of course, he knew that this was a rare opportunity, so how could he refuse it? Well, in these 300 years, I will arrange your cultivation so that you can make the greatest progress during the 300 years when divine power cannot be condensed. After 300 years, when your strength recovers, I will leave the divine beginning realm and continue to explore the universe battlefield. The rest of your journey will be up to you, Temporal Temple Master said. Thank you, Temple Master. Jian Wushuang thanked him profusely. In the past 300 years, besides staying by my side and cultivating according to my arrangements, there are 15 principles temples on my island. They should be of great help to you, Bai Xing. Temporal Temple Master glanced at the void beside him. Temple Master. Temple Master Bai Xing's figure appeared directly. Take this little girl to the Principal's Temple, Temporal Temple Master instructed. Yes. Temple Master Bai Xing nodded respectfully. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Temple Master Bai Xing. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. After walking out of the independent space where Temporal Temple Master lived, Jian Wushuang and Temple Master Bai Xing walked side by side on the Saha Island. Little girl, Temple Master Bai Xing had just opened her mouth, but she immediately stopped. That's not right. Although you're still an immortal saint, your real combat strength is stronger than that of an ordinary Principal's Master. You're on the same level as me. It doesn't seem appropriate for me to call you little girl. I'll just call you by your name. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what did Temple Master tell you just now? Temple Master Bai Xing asked curiously. Nothing much. He just told me about the difference in strength between a ruler and a Principal's Master, as well as some things about the three saint realms. In addition, Temple Master wants me to cultivate by his side for the next 300 years, Jian Wushuang said. He did not mention his master and the seven-star mysterious sect. What? Temple Master Bai Xing was shocked. Temple Master wants you to cultivate by his side for 300 years? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Temple Master Bai Xing immediately praised him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I have to say that you're really lucky. Temple Master had made up his mind many years ago not to accept any more disciples. This time, he didn't make an exception when he met you, but he asked you to cultivate by his side. Our temporal temple has been established for a long time. Although there have been countless experts who are good at space-time principles, there are probably no more than 20 of them who have received personal guidance from Temple Master. Moreover, Temple Master has only given them some simple guidance once or twice, but there hasn't been anyone who can cultivate by Temple Master's side until now. Tut-tut. If you can cultivate with the Temple Master, even if you are the Temple Master's personal disciple, you won't get the same treatment. You are really lucky this time. Ah. Jian Wushuang was stunned at first, but then he nodded slightly. Indeed, it was really lucky that he could cultivate with the Temple Master for 300 years. Temple Master Bai Xing, Temple Master wants me to go to the Temple of Principles. The Temple of Principles should be the palace complex that you pointed out to me, right? Jian Wushuang changed the subject. Jian Wushuang remembered that when he had just arrived on the Saha Island, Temple Master Bai Xing had brought him to several fortuitous places on the island. However, there was one place that Temple Master Bai Xing pointed out to him but did not bring him in. It was a group of palaces. According to Temple Master Bai Xing, the threshold of the palaces was extremely high. Even an ordinary Principal's Master of the first or second realm of the Void Realm was not qualified to enter. In order to enter, one usually needed to master more than 2 rules. Since the threshold was so high, it was obvious that the palaces were extraordinary. You guessed right. The group of palaces that I pointed out to you is where the Principal's Temple is located. As for the purpose of the Principal's Temple, can't you guess it? Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Of course, the Principal's Temple is aimed at the rules, but the threshold is so high. Obviously, it's not only aimed at the space-time principles. If nothing goes wrong, the purpose of the Principal's Temple should be to integrate the principles, right? Jian Wushuang said. Chapter 33:33 Affinity Test, Smart. Temple Master by Xing smiled. There are a total of 16 principles temples. Apart from the other one which is used for the affinity test, the other 15 are all for fusing another principle with the spacetime principles. Cultivating in the principles temple might not guarantee that you'll be able to fuse these two principles, but at least it's much easier than comprehending them yourself. These 15 temples focus on the fusion of principles, including destruction and spacetime, life and death and spacetime, life and spacetime, thunder and spacetime, and so on. Heavenly Sword Marquee. I know that apart from the spacetime principles, the second principle you have comprehended is the samsara principles. Among these 15 temples, there is one that combines the samsara and spacetime principles, which you can use. The fusion of spacetime and reincarnation? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. The fusion of spacetime principles and reincarnation principles were two different principles. When he was in the Blood Wave Temple, he had barely found the key points of the fusion. He had already entered the rudiments of the fusion of the two principles. What he needed next was a lot of time to constantly adapt and study them. Now, if the principles temple that corresponded to spacetime and reincarnation was really helpful to the integration of the two principles, it would definitely save him a lot of time. Let's go to the principles temple now, Jian Wushuang said. Although there were 15 principles temples for the integration of principles, he did not need the other principles temples for the time being. Only the principles temple that corresponded to spacetime and reincarnation was useful to him. It would be of great use to him. Don't worry, before you go to the principles temple, you have to test your affinity for the principles. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Rule affinity? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. There are all kinds of principles between heaven and earth, and I don't need to explain how useful these principles are to cultivators. Every cultivator has a different affinity with the principles between heaven and earth. This affinity represents whether he has the talent and qualification to comprehend this principle. Take you for example. You have been comprehending the spacetime principles and the samsara principles at a very fast speed and have a very high talent. This means that you have a very high affinity with these two principles. Only in this way can you comprehend these two principles so quickly. But if it were other principles, such as you comprehending the life-death principles, the same perception, the same opportunity, and the same time, the achievements you can achieve in the life-death principles might not necessarily be able to achieve your achievements in the space-time principles and the samsara principles, Temple Master Bai Xing said. I see. The affinity is equivalent to the talent for meditating on various principles. Only when the affinity is high, the speed of meditating on the corresponding principles will be faster. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He could understand what Temple Master Bai Xing meant by affinity. He could understand. Yes, the affinity with the principles determines whether you have the qualification and talent to study this principle. You can comprehend the principles of space-time and reincarnation in such a short time, which means that you have a very high affinity with these two principles. If you are an ordinary immortal saint, then you don't need to care about your affinity with the principles of heaven and earth. But you are not ordinary. Temple Master Bai Xing continued to explain. You already have the battle strength of the three realms of void, but you have already grasped the power of will. The strength of the principles master depends largely on the power of will. As for the way to obtain the power of will, the most important thing is to grasp more principles, or to integrate more principles. You have already grasped one principle, and it won't be long before you grasp two principles. In the future, you must find a way to grasp the third, or even the fourth principle. Naturally, you must now figure out which principles are suitable for you to comprehend, so that you can make corresponding preparations in advance. Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. Yes, it was enough for him to master the principles of space-time and reincarnation. However, once he reached the level of principles master, he had to find a way to master more principles. At this time, he had to figure out which principles were suitable for him to comprehend. Heavenly Sword Marquee, come with me. Temple Master Bai Xing led Jian Wushuang to the building complex of the Principles Temple and directly entered the temple at the front. There were all kinds of air currents in the magnificent temple. These air currents represented the principles of heaven and earth. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of such air currents, Jian Wushuang could immediately sense the existence of the space-time principles and reincarnation principles from these air currents. Temple Master Bai Xing, what should I do? Jian Wushuang asked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. It's simple. You just sit here with your legs crossed, close your eyes, and try your best to communicate with the surrounding principles power, Temple Master Bai Xing said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately sat down in the center of the hall according to Temple Master Bai Xing's instructions. Then he closed his eyes and began to communicate with the airflow that represented the principle's power. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this 1 hour, the air currents in the hall surrounded Jian Wushuang. Among the air currents, a few of them emitted light, some dazzling and some dim. Well, you can open your eyes now, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang immediately opened his eyes and saw the airflow that was emitting light. These glowing airflow should be the principle's power that has a high affinity with me, right? Jian Wushuang said, because he had noticed the most dazzling airflow among these glowing airflow. It was the airflow that represented the space-time principles. Yes, the more dazzling these glows are, the more affinity you have with this principle. Without a doubt, your affinity with the space-time principles is the highest. As for the reincarnation principles, it is slightly inferior to the space-time principles, but its affinity is still very high. In addition, your affinity with the earth principles, the gold principles, and the fate principles is also good. You can find a way to understand these principles in the future. But what surprised me the most was the principles of destruction. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I didn't expect your talent in the principles of destruction to be so high. It's not much weaker than yours in the space-time principles, Temple Master Bai Xing said with a hint of surprise. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at one of the equally dazzling airflow that was comparable to the airflow of the space-time principles. That airflow represented the destruction principles. Chapter 33-34. The Fusion Process _ I didn't expect my affinity with the destruction principles to be so high. Jian Wushuang was also surprised. It was not that he had not been exposed to the destruction principles. After all, he had met many experts who were good at the destruction principles. However, even though he had come into contact with the principles of destruction, he had never tried to comprehend it. After all, the principles of space-time and the principles of reincarnation were enough for him to study. He did not have the time and energy to study other principles. Because he had never tried, he subconsciously thought that he was not suitable to study the principles of destruction. But in the end, his affinity with the principles of destruction was not weaker than his own principles of space-time. The light is so dazzling, and your affinity with the destruction principles is much higher than your affinity with the samsara principles. It would be a pity if you don't comprehend the destruction principles, Temple Master Bai Xing said. I didn't know that I had the talent to comprehend the destruction principles. Now that I know it, after I have mastered the samsara principles, the next thing I want to comprehend is the destruction principles, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. A cultivator, even a principles master, has limited energy. Under normal circumstances, principles masters can only choose 4 rules to comprehend. You have already comprehended 2 principles. If you want to comprehend the destruction principles as the next principle, you can choose 3 principles. As for the 4th principles, you have a good affinity with the earth principles, the gold principles, and the fate principles. You can choose one of them to comprehend, Temple Master Bai Xing said. A principles master could only become a ruler if he had comprehended 4 principles and completely fused them. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had to comprehend 4 principles as well, now that he had 3 principles. Space-time, reincarnation, and destruction. The only principles left was, there's no rush. I'm still far from mastering the samsara principles and destruction principles, let alone fusing all 3 principles. I'll consider choosing the 4th principle after I've comprehended and fused all 3 principles, Jian Wushuang muttered. It's up to you. Let's go. I'll take you to the principles temple. Immediately, Temple Master Bai Xing brought Jian Wushuang to the principles temple that focused on space-time and reincarnation. As soon as they entered the principles temple, Jian Wushuang immediately sensed the 2 different principles that filled the entire temple. These two principles were the space-time principles and the samsara principles, and both were very strong. Heavenly Sword Marquee, you can sit down and slowly feel it with your heart. Soon, you will be able to feel some strange things in this temple, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jin Wushuang nodded and sat down cross-legged according to Temple Master Bai Xing's instructions. He began to feel it with his heart. In his senses, the power of two different principles that filled the temple began to slowly merge. Yes, the reason why the principles temple was unique was that there was a process of merging two different principles in the principles temple. What Jin Wushuang saw now was the process of merging the space-time principles and the samsara principles. From the beginning to the end, the two principles completely merged into one. Jin Wushuang saw it clearly. I saw a complete cycle of heavenly Tao in the Bloodwave Temple, which also included the merging of various principles. Unfortunately, I spent most of my energy on mastering the space-time principles and the samsara principles. As for the merging of the two principles, although I studied it for a while, it was too short and didn't involve much. Now, the principles temple is purely a fusion process of the two principles of space-time and reincarnation. The fusion process is clearer and more detailed than what I saw in Bloodwave Temple, so it will be more helpful to me. Jin Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. He only needed a simple scan to understand how helpful the principles temple was to him. He had already barely taken that step in the fusion of the two principles of space-time and reincarnation, and could be considered to have entered the rudiments. Under such circumstances, if he could cultivate in the principles temple, then his progress in the fusion of the two principles would definitely be huge. It would not be long before he could truly fuse the two principles together. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Heavenly Sword Marquee, you stay here and meditate. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. If Temple Master has any instructions, he'll let you know, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Thank you, Temple Master Bai Xing, Jin Wushuang thanked him. Temple Master Bai Xing waved his hand and left quickly. Jin Wushuang was the only one left in the huge Principles Temple. Jin Wushuang sat cross-legged in the center of the temple. He closed his eyes and began to meditate quietly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Jin Wushuang stayed in the Principles Temple. By watching the fusion process of the two principles and studying them, he had improved a lot in the fusion of the two principles of space-time and reincarnation. However, Jin Wushuang did not stay any longer. After all, the Principles Temple had always been on Saha Island. As long as he had time, he could cultivate in the Principles Temple. However, the Temple Master did not stay on Saha Island all the time. Now, he had the opportunity to cultivate with the Temple Master. Of course, he did not want to miss the 300 years. In the independent space where the Temple Master lived, Jin Wushuang stood respectfully in an ordinary manner. The Temple Master was holding a kettle in front of him and watering a young sapling that had just sprouted. Temporal Temple Master was very familiar with both the kettle and the watering. He was very calm, no different from an ordinary person. Jin Wushuang saw all of this. Little guy, guess what I'm doing? Temporal Temple Master turned to look at Jin Wushuang after watering the sapling. Temple Master, you must be planting a tree, Jin Wushuang replied. How long has this tree been growing? Temporal Temple Master asked again. This tree, Jin Wushuang looked at the sapling carefully. In his eyes, the sapling was very ordinary and nothing special. It was obviously an ordinary sapling that could be seen everywhere in the world. Jin Wushuang could clearly sense the vitality of the sapling. Judging from its vitality, this sapling should have been planted less than 10 days ago. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been planted after you returned to the divine beginning realm, Temple Master. Jin Wushuang answered truthfully. Oh, really? Temporal Temple Master said with a faint smile. Then take a look at it now. After saying that, Temporal Temple Master sprinkled the kettle in his hand on the sapling. In an instant, the sapling began to change. Chapter 33-35. Space-time conversion in the manner, under Jin Wushuang's gaze, the ordinary little sapling that had just shown its leaves began to grow at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a towering tree, and it was still growing. Its branches were luxuriant and luxuriant. Walala! The trunk extended, and the entire tree was like a huge mushroom vine, covering the entire manor. In the end, it even covered the entire independent space. At this time, the diameter of the tree had already exceeded hundreds of meters. An extremely ancient and ancient aura emanated from the tree. Jian Wushuang stared at the tree in front of him in astonishment. He could also sense the vitality of the tree and thus determine its age. However, the current age of the tree was definitely more than 10 million years old. This was an ancient tree that had lived for more than 10 million years. How could this be? Jian Wushuang was extremely shocked. It's simple. This is the original appearance of the sapling. However, in order to make it easier for me to irrigate it and to not attract too much attention, I used time conversion to keep it in the sapling stage, Temporal Temple Master said. Time conversion? Jian Wushuang was stunned and asked, "What is time conversion?" Time conversion is the conversion of two things of different time periods. For example, this tree has lived for tens of millions of years, but after time conversion, it still looks like a sapling. Similarly, after time conversion, a sapling can also turn into an ancient tree that is tens of millions of years old. The Temporal Temple Master explained, "The principles of time and space are profound and profound. After mastering the principles of time and space, the next step is to improve the application of the principles of time and space. The first step in the application of the principles of time and space is the conversion of time and space. The conversion of time and space is one of the methods of the conversion of time and space. This conversion can only be used on inanimate objects such as mountains and lands. As for the conversion of time and space to life, that is a higher level method. In addition to time conversion, there is also space conversion. This space conversion is even easier to demonstrate. Look." Temporal Temple Master waved his hand. The independent space they were in was originally a manor, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge plain. The plain was clear and full of vitality. Temporal Temple Master waved his hand again, and the plain disappeared. In its place was an endless sea. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. From the manor to the plain and then to the sea, everything was within Temporal Temple Master's control. This method immediately reminded Jian Wushuang of the secret skill of the mountain and river map, the Thousand Treasures Great World. The Thousand Treasures Great World contained many worlds, and each world had its own characteristics and were different. The Thousand Treasures Great World changed according to Jian Wushuang's will. You have the map of mountains and rivers. The world of treasures in the map is actually a kind of world transformation. You should be able to understand the space transformation more easily, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Indeed. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but he immediately asked in puzzlement, Temple Master, although the space-time transformation is very strange, it shouldn't be very useful in a fight, whether it's time transformation or space transformation, right? It's not very useful. The Temple Master nodded. Time-space conversion is only the most rudimentary use of the space-time principles. After mastering the space-time conversion, one can truly step into the threshold of using the space-time principles. As for in a real battle, there is almost no need to use the space-time conversion. However, after you master the space-time conversion, the biggest use is not the space-time conversion, but your use of the space-time principles has reached a new level. The difference is still very big. Temporal Temple Master smiled and continued, "Little guy, now that you have completely mastered the principles of space-time, how many principles of space-time do you think you can use now?" "All of them, of course. I can use all the power of the principles of space-time around me," Jian Wushuang said. "That's right. Since you can use all the power of the principles of space-time around you, and the power of the principles of space-time between heaven and earth is endless, why do different people control the power of the principles of space-time differently?" Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang frowned and said, "This is the different application of the principles of time and space." Yes, it is the application. To give a simple example, two people draw water from the same river. One of them draws water from a bowl. He can only draw water back and forth bowl by bowl. How much water can he draw back from the river? The other person is using a bucket to fetch water back and forth. Although it's still insignificant to the river, the amount of water that he can fetch back is far from what the first person can compare to. The space-time principles that we know is that river. It's endless, and no matter how you use it, it can be used by you. But the difference is that the tool that we use to fetch water is the use of the space-time principles. Right now, your use of the space-time principles is very shallow, and it's still at the most basic stage. You're just like the person who uses a water bowl to fetch water. The space-time principles that can be used at one time is only a small bowl. As for a master of space-time conversion, he is equivalent to a person who uses a bucket to fetch water. Although he still uses relatively simple tools, a bucket of water is much more than a bowl of water. Therefore, after mastering the space-time conversion, the power of space-time principles that he can use immediately will be greatly enhanced under normal circumstances. When two cultivators who have comprehended the space-time principles use the same space-time techniques, the power of the cultivator who has mastered the space-time transformation is at least 10 times stronger than that of the cultivator who has not. This is the difference. At this point, the temple master finally stopped and looked at Jian Wushuang. I understand. Jian Wushuang looked as if he had suddenly realized something. After mastering the space-time transformation, the technique of the space-time transformation is not important. What is important is that the use of the power of the space-time principles will be much stronger. That's right. The temporal temple master smiled. Temple master, according to what you said, the time-space conversion is only a superficial method of using the time-space principles. Then what is it after the time-space conversion? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. The time-space conversion is the first stage of the use of time-space. This stage is very long. More than 99% of the cultivators in the divine beginning realm who are good at time-space stay in this stage. As for the second stage, it is time-space imprisonment. Chapter 33-36, 300 Years, Space-Time Imprisonment? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He was no stranger to space-time imprisonment. He had mastered space-time teleportation and had a strong life-saving ability. Only by using space-time imprisonment could he defeat him. The three Saint Realms had been prepared for the battle on Saha Island. They had asked Master Qingyan to use space-time imprisonment from the beginning, not giving him a chance to escape. The space-time imprisonment can only be used by experts who use the space-time principles. I heard from Temple Master Bai Xing that there are no more than 20 people in the divine beginning realm who can use the space-time imprisonment, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, the space-time conversion can only be regarded as a shallow use of the space-time principles, but at the level of the space-time imprisonment, the use of the space-time principles is already considered good. Such people are indeed not big in the divine beginning realm, so it's normal that there are no more than 20 of them. Temporal Temple Master nodded slightly. After mastering the space-time imprisonment, the next step is to master the third stage of the application of the space-time principles, the space-time flow rate. Flow rate? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Is it the same as the space-time tower? The time flow rate in the three-story space-time tower was completely different from that in the outside world. In the first story of the space-time tower, the time flow rate was 10 times slower than that in the outside world, and in the second story it was 100 times slower. In the third story, the time flow rate was 1,000 times slower, which was incredible. The characteristics of the space-time tower were clearly the same as the space-time flow that the Temporal Temple Master had mentioned. The space-time tower can be considered as such. However, the space-time tower only purely changes the flow of time. On the other hand, the real flow of time and space can change together. There are still some differences between the two. The Temporal Temple Master smiled. Actually, in the divine beginning realm, many experts who specialize in the principles of space-time can simply change the flow of time. However, they can only barely change the flow of time in a small area. Not only is the area small, but it can only be maintained for a short period of time. It cannot be sustained at all. However, experts who have truly grasped the move of the flow of time and space can turn the flow of time in a piece of space into eternity. They can even refine it into a treasure. Just like the space-time tower, I refined it myself. The flow of time in it is completely stable and can continue. Jian Wushuang understood. Temple Master, the flow of time and space is only the third stage of the application of the space-time rule. What about the fourth stage? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. The fourth stage, that is a higher level of application. Unfortunately, even I am far from being able to reach that level. Even if I tell you, it is useless. In the divine beginning realm, if you can reach the third stage of the application of the space-time principles and master the flow of time and space, it will be very impressive, Temple Master said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Apparently, the Temporal Temple Master was also in the third stage of mastering the flow of time and space. In this way, the Temporal Temple Master was already the one who had the highest understanding of the principles of time and space in the history of the divine beginning realm. However, Jian Wushuang had not even reached the rudiments of the principles of time and space. Even if he knew the fourth stage, it would be useless. Little guy, you have been staying here for the past 300 years. I will teach you the use of the space-time principles according to your progress. If you encounter any problems that you don't understand, you can take the initiative to ask. With your talent in the space-time principles, under my guidance, although you won't be able to reach the stage of space-time imprisonment in the past 300 years, it shouldn't be difficult for you to master the space-time transformation. Work hard, Temporal Temple Master said. Yes, thank you, Temple Master. Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. From that day on, Jian Wushuang spent most of his time in this independent space. He followed Temporal Temple Master, sometimes watching him plant trees, sometimes meditating on his own, and sometimes asking for advice from Temporal Temple Master. Temporal Temple Master was not stingy with him. Whenever he asked a question, he would guide and answer it in various ways, either directly or indirectly. Under such circumstances, Jian Wushuang's application of the principles of space-time had been improving at an alarming rate. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Spring went to the east, and time continued to pass. 300 years was insignificant to the divine beginning realm, which had existed for an unknown number of years. For an ancient existence like Temporal Temple Master, 300 years passed in a snap of the fingers. He simply planted trees a few times, let alone 300 years, 30,000 years would pass easily. However, to Jian Wushuang, these 300 years were very precious. He did not dare to waste any time during these 300 years. He had been cultivating wholeheartedly. Now, the 300 years had finally passed. He was still in the manor in the independent space. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the empty ground with his eyes slightly closed. The surroundings were calm and peaceful. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He slowly extended his right arm and opened his palm. There was a faint white light in the center of his palm. This white light was extremely sharp. It was a sword essence. Sword essence. This was Jian Wushuang's sword essence condensed from his own sword principle. At first, it was extremely weak, as if it would be extinguished at any time. But soon, the light of the sword shadow became brighter and more dazzling. The size of the sword essence kept increasing, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a 3-foot sword shadow. After the 3-foot sword shadow was formed, it did not stop there. Instead, it continued to enlarge. It was clearly a sword shadow, but it suddenly turned into a sword river in Jian Wushuang's hand and spread out. The sword river disappeared, and then a towering sword mountain appeared. After that, the sword shadow evolved into various things. After a long time, the sword shadow disappeared, and Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. Temple Master. After opening his eyes, Jian Wushuang immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to the figure in front of him. Sword essence evolves everything. Have you reached the third realm of sword principle? Temporal Temple Master looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang had already reached the third realm of sword principle. He had already reached the second realm, Boundless Sword Tree. His boundless sword skill had already reached the limit of the second stage of sword principle when he was in the Blood Wave realm. After returning to the Time-Space Island, he had cultivated in this independent space for 300 years. Although he focused most of his energy on the application of the space-time principles, the principles were used in conjunction with sword principle. While studying the application of the principles, he also took into account sword principle and swordsmanship. Therefore, he had also made some progress in the way of the sword. Now, he had broken through to the third realm of the way of the sword and evolved everything. Chapter 33-37. Swordsmanship and Divine Arts. The third level of Tao is common among the principles. Most principles masters have reached the third level of Tao. Only a few weaker principles masters are still at the second level. Now that you have reached the third level of sword principle, if you fight with principles masters in the future, you won't be at a disadvantage. Now that you've made a breakthrough in sword principle, how about your swordsmanship? How are the sword techniques you created? Temporal Temple Master looked at Jian Wushuang. The 7 sword techniques of the Wushuang Sword Manual have been improved. Although they are not the best among the unique skills created by the Principles Master, they are not weak, Jian Wushuang said. That's right. Temporal Temple Master nodded slightly. Although your 7 sword moves were created when you were weak, this sword move is quite complete. It involves all aspects and can be improved continuously. Moreover, this sword move of yours can be combined with the space-time principles. It's already very rare that you can use the space-time principles perfectly. Jian Wushuang also smiled. Then he said, Temple Master, you asked me to try to integrate the space-time divine skill into these 7 sword techniques. I've tried my best. Blood Azura has integrated the first move of the space-time divine skill, the heaven-designated skill, and the second move of the space-time divine skill, Qinyang, which is part of the unparalleled sword. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Manual I created. Oh. Temporal Temple Master's eyes lit up. Show me what you've got. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang waved his sword in the open space of the manor. Whoosh! The sword swept across, and a scarlet sword shadow burst out. The sword shadow was like the setting sun, its red light illuminating the world. However, the setting sun was obviously incomplete. The peerless sword technique, the setting sun. Wong. The sword shadow swept across the void in front of him, instantly creating a large space ripple. This space ripple was filled with a red light. Following that, the scarlet sword shadow directly exploded. Rumble. An endless killing power swept out. A huge space-time storm instantly formed. The second move of the space-time divine art, space-time annihilation. Under this sword move, the power of space-time annihilation was completely unleashed, and the power was earth-shaking. When the Temple Master saw this scene, the light in his eyes became even brighter. When the space-time annihilation completely dissipated, the Temple Master looked at Jian Wushuang again. Yes, your sword skill is powerful, and the sword skill combines space-time annihilation. The two complement each other and are much stronger than your own pure space-time annihilation. Most importantly, the hidden sword skill of space-time annihilation makes it impossible to guard against. When I created this sword skill, I only wanted to integrate space-time storm into it. After mastering space-time annihilation, I wanted to integrate space-time annihilation into this move. Although I spent a lot of effort, I still succeeded, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Space-time divine skill was the most powerful divine ability created by the Temporal Temple Master. Now, Jian Wushuang had directly integrated this divine ability into his sword skill, which made the Temple Master praise him greatly. It's a pity that I have only successfully integrated time-space annihilation into the first move of Setting Sun. However, although I have mastered the fourth move of the time-space divine skill, time-space illusion kill, I still can't integrate it into the life and death instant that I created, Jian Wushuang said. Among the 7 sword moves of the Wushuang Sword Manual, the life and death instant was the most terrifying burst of speed in an instant. It was a strike that could kill the opponent without giving the opponent a chance to react. Not only did this strike need to burst out with terrifying speed, but it also needed to carry a shocking power that could directly kill the opponent. The fourth move of the space-time divine skill was called space-time illusion kill. Jian Wushuang had mastered this move in the past 300 years, and this move also needed to burst out with terrifying speed to kill the opponent in an instant. It was exactly the same as the instant of life and death, so the two could naturally be combined. After Jin Wushuang mastered the space-time illusion kill, the Temple Master had reminded him to try to integrate the space-time illusion kill into the instant of life and death. Jin Wushuang did the same, but after all, there was too much time, and it was not effective yet. Don't worry, the space-time divine skill is, after all, my painstaking work over the years. Every move is very impressive. If you casually integrate it into your own sword skill, wouldn't it make the divine skill I created too useless? The Temple Master said with a smile. Jin Wushuang smiled. It was true that space-time divine skill was created by Temporal Temple Master himself. It was already amazing that he could integrate two divine abilities into his swordsmanship in such a short period of time. He had just mastered the space-time illusion kill. It was indeed too fast for him to integrate it into his swordsmanship. Little guy, it has been 300 years. Your divine power should have recovered to its peak, Temporal Temple Master suddenly asked. It has completely recovered. Jin Wushuang nodded. Because of the backlash of the power given by Blood Wave, he could not condense his divine power during the past 300 years. He had been in a weak state, but after 300 years, he finally began to recover. Now, his strength had recovered to its peak. After your divine power has recovered, have you sensed any signs of a breakthrough? Temporal Temple Master asked again. No. Jin Wushuang his head with a bitter smile. His divine power had long reached the limits of the immortal saint, and he had completely mastered the space-time principles. His sword principle had already reached the third realm. If it were an ordinary person, they would have broken through long ago, but he showed no signs of a breakthrough at all. It's indeed not easy to break through to the principle's master level at the perfect life level. As far as I know, your Master Shinny took a long time to break through to the principle's master level. When he finally broke through, he had already fused 3 principles, Temporal Temple Master said. What? Jin Wushuang was his master had fused 3 principles to become a principle's master? Like his master, he was a perfect life form. Could it be that he had to wait until the 3 principles were fused before he could break through? But that was too far away. I don't know the details. You don't have to be too impatient. The more impatient you are, the harder it will be for you to break through. Everything will be fine when the time comes, Temporal Temple Master said. I will follow your instructions, Temple Master. Jin Wushuang nodded repeatedly. Well, 300 years have passed. It's time for me to leave and go to the universe battlefield. But before I leave, there are some things I have to explain to you. Temporal Temple Master smiled. Chapter 33-38. Inspector in the Magnificent Palace. Many high-level experts of the Temporal Temple had gathered together. Although Jin Wushuang was not one of the high-level experts of the Temporal Temple, because of the battle on Saha Island and his explosive power, he had gained a very high among the of the Temporal Temple. In addition, over the past 300 years, Jin Wushuang had cultivating by the side of the Temple Master. This kind of treatment had never been given to anyone since the creation of the Temporal Temple. It was clear that Jin Wushuang's position in the Temporal Temple Master's heart was very high. Therefore, Jin Wushuang also had a place in the temple. The Temporal Temple Master sat on the throne at the top and looked down at the people below. I have been adventuring in the universe battlefield all year round. This time, I only came back temporarily. I plan to go to the universe battlefield again soon. And before I leave, Bai Xing, the Temple Master shouted. Palace Master. Temple Master Bai Xing immediately stood up. When I am adventuring in the universe battlefield, you will still be the acting Temple Master of the Temporal Temple. You will be in charge of all the matters in the Temporal Temple, the Temporal Temple Master said. Yes. Temple Master Bai Xing nodded respectfully. Batsong, you will still be the supervisor of the palace and assist Bai Xing in. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Managing the Temporal Temple Master said. Yes, Master. He accepted the order. Phosphorescence. Temporal Temple Master continued to issue some more appointments, which were basically the same as before. In the end, Heavenly Sword Marquis, Temporal Temple Master suddenly said. Jin Wushuang was stunned. and the surrounding people all looked at Jian Wushuang. Temple Master. Jian Wushuang walked forward. Heavenly Sword Marquis, although you are only an immortal saint, your strength has long surpassed that of an ordinary Principal's Master. I now appoint you as the 6th Inspector of the Temporal Temple. Do you agree? Temple Master said. Inspector? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had been in the Temporal Temple for so many years, so he knew a little about the positions of the higher-ups in the temple. Temple Master and Inspector were undoubtedly at the top and held great power. As for the Inspector, he was under the supervisor and also had great power. He was also one of the highest-ranking officials in the Temporal Temple. In terms of status and power, he was higher than many Principal's Masters in the 2 or even 3 Void Realms. Moreover, there had only been 5 Patrol Masters before, but now the Temporal Temple Master had appointed him as the 6th? Jian Wushuang was a little stunned. He could not help looking around at the LHAOPL around him. Sure enough, the surrounding Principal's Masters looked at him strangely. There were some strange emotions in their eyes. The Principal's Masters immediately communicated with each other secretly. The Temple Master wants Heavenly Sword Marquis to be an inspector? An inspector has a lot of power. Usually, only experts in the 4 Void Realms and above will be appointed. As for Heavenly Sword Marquis, although his performance in the previous battle was amazing, everyone knows that he used external forces. As for his own strength, he is still far from being appointed as an inspector, right? You can't say that. After all, in the previous battle, even without external help, the Heavenly Sword Marquis combat strength was still at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Moreover, he was only an immortal saint, and his talent and potential were so great. Now, it has been 300 years since that battle, and he has been cultivating by the Temple Master's side. Perhaps he has already reached the 4th level of the Void Realm? It's possible, but he's still too young and inexperienced. It's still too early for him to become an inspector and become the highest-ranking official of the Temporal Temple. The Principal's Masters discussed quietly and had their own opinions on the appointment of the Temporal Temple Master. As for Jian Wushuang himself, he knew his own limits. He immediately said, Temple Master, let's not talk about whether I'm qualified to be an inspector. I've only been in the Temporal Temple for a short period of time. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to be an inspector without much contribution to the Temporal Temple. It's not a problem for you to be an inspector with your strength. As for your experience and contribution, you can slowly accumulate them in the future. I said that you're qualified to be an inspector, so naturally you're qualified. You don't have to worry too much. They'll ask you if you're willing to be an inspector. Temporal Temple Master looked down. There was a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Jian Wushuang was obviously still hesitant, but when he noticed the profound in the Temple Master's eyes, he stopped thinking and said, I do. Well, from today on, you are the 6th Inspector of the Temple. The Temple Master smiled. He continued, Inspector, you have a very high position in the temple, and your position is extraordinary. You will fight for the temple directly. In the Divine Beginning Realm, if there is a fight between the temple and the experts from other forces, the inspector will deal with it immediately. Although your strength has reached the required level, the enmity between you and the 3 Saint Realms is too deep to be resolved. In the future, when you fight for the Temporal Temple, you will inevitably have to deal with the 3 Saint Realms again. In order to prevent the 3 Saint Realms from using any tricks against you in the future, here is a token. Keep it well. The Temporal Temple Master waved his hand. A token emitting a special space-time fluctuation was thrown towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took the token and held it in his hand. He asked in puzzlement, Temple Master, what is this token? This token is a life-saving token that I personally refined. It can save your life. As long as I have this token, I can guarantee that no one in the Divine Beginning Realm can really kill you, Temporal Temple Master said. His words were filled with absolute confidence. He did have such confidence. As a ruler-level expert, he was proficient in the principles of space-time. He was definitely the best at using the principles of space-time in the Divine Beginning Realm. With such high attainments in space-time, the life-saving token he refined contained special space-time techniques. Although it did not have the ability to attack, it was definitely enough to save his life. Even if a master-level expert from the outside world arrived, Jin Wushuang could still escape with this token, let alone the fact that a master-level expert from the outside world had yet to arrive at the divine beginning realm. Therefore, the Temple Master did not show any fear even though he knew that the three saint realms were backed by the power of the will of heaven. He also knew that the power of the will of heaven could possibly allow a master-level expert from the outside world to arrive at the divine beginning realm. He dared to protect Jin Wushuang's real trump card. In the divine beginning realm, although Temporal Temple Master could not be said to be truly invincible, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Chapter 33-39. He was flattered translator. Upon hearing the words of the Temple Master and looking at the token in his hand, Jin Wushuang was not only pleasantly surprised, but also flattered. At this moment, the hearts of the principal's masters were also surging. The Temple Master has personally refined 2 life-saving tokens. As far as I know, the Temple Master has refined 2 of them before. One of them has been used a long time ago, and the other one is left in the Temporal Temple in case anything happens. The Temple Master has also warned us not to use this token unless the Temporal Temple is in a life-or-death situation. It's like this. One of the tokens Lord Temple Master refined was used as one of our trump cards, but now Lord Temple Master has refined one for Heavenly Sword Marquis. Previously, he asked Heavenly Sword Marquis to cultivate by his side for 300 years, and then appointed him as an inspector. Now he has given him a life-saving token. I'm afraid even Lord Temple Master's personal disciple won't be able to get this treatment. Temple Master, aren't you favoring Heavenly Sword Marquis too much? Many principals masters present thought that Temporal Temple Master was favoring Jin Wushuang too much. That was great. Indeed, Temporal Temple Master had been teaching Jin Wushuang since he returned to the divine beginning realm. Now that he was going to the universe battlefield, he also left some trump cards for Jin Wushuang. Just like, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Temporal Temple Master's return. It was purely for Jin Wushuang's return. Heavenly Sword Marquis, remember, the token I'm giving you now is extremely difficult to refine. I can only give you this one token at most to save your life. If you use it, there won't be a second one. So, unless it's a life-or-death situation, don't use this token easily, Temporal Temple Master specially warned. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded immediately. Oh, one more thing, Temporal Temple Master said. He flipped his palm and a purple gold command flag, which was emitting dense space, time power, appeared in his hand. When I left the Saha Island, I brought this heavenly golden flag back. It's a top-tier treasure in space-time and has great power. I used it many times when I was adventuring in the universe battlefield. However, I already have a golden sky painting flag, so it's useless now. Now, I'll give this golden sky painting flag to you. I hope you can use its power as soon as possible. With that, Temporal Temple Master waved his hand and threw the golden sky painting flag to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang took it, but his mind was in a daze. He was surprised by Temporal Temple Master's arrangement today. First, he appointed Jin Wushuang as an inspector, gave him a life-saving command talisman, and now he gave him the golden banner that he had gotten from Green Rock Master on Saha Island. It was equivalent to completely spoiling Jin Wushuang. Of course, Jin Wushuang was flattered. The surrounding principals masters looked at Jin Wushuang with completely changed expressions. Although they had seen Temporal Temple Master's preference for Jin Wushuang, they had only felt a little bit of emotion. Now that Temporal Temple Master had given him the heavenly golden banner, these principals masters could no longer calm down. They were more or less envious, even jealous. Yes, when a person who was just a little kid in their eyes had suddenly become their equal, or even higher than them, and had obtained all kinds of resources and treasures that drove them crazy, of course, they would be jealous. Jin Wushuang also saw all of this jealousy. He looked at the Temple Master and saw the faint smile on his face. Jin Wushuang immediately understood. The Temple Master has lived for so many years, and he has always been watertight in dealing with things. He should have known that if he gave me the life-saving talisman and the golden banner in front of so many people, it would definitely attract the jealousy of others. It would bring me a lot of trouble in my future position as an inspector, but the temple master still did it. Jian Wushuang understood. In fact, Temporal Temple Master could have given him the life-saving command talisman and the golden sky painting flag. After all, he had been cultivating by Temporal Temple Master's side and had had opportunities, but Temporal Temple Master did not give them to him back then. But now, he had given them to him in front of so many people. Jian Wushuang could guess the meaning behind it. Temple Master wants to train me. He doesn't mind giving me more obstacles in the Temporal Temple. If I can't even pass this small obstacle, how can I compete with the 3 Saint Realms in the future? Not to mention that I might face a ruler-level expert from the outside world in the future, Jian Wushuang murmured, but at the same time, he had questions. Because under normal circumstances, to make things difficult for the younger generation, or even to deliberately arrange some obstacles to temper the other party, this kind of behavior, usually only in the training of their own successors, that's why I did it. Is the Temporal Master doing this to train him to be the next Temporal Master? Maybe it's possible, Jian Wushuang thought. He knew that the Divine Beginning Realm was no longer attractive to the Temporal Temple Master. The reason why the Temporal Temple Master came back every once in a while was because he was worried about the Temporal Temple. After all, the Temporal Temple had a deep foundation. However, there were too few experts. Once they lacked a master-level battle strength like him, it would be difficult to guarantee their safety. Take the battle on Saha Island as an example. If Temporal Temple Master had not arrived in time, the outcome of that battle would have been quite tragic. Because of this, Temporal Temple Master had never ventured into the deepest part of the universe battlefield. Actually, with his strength, he could have gone to the central region of the universe. That place was the paradise for experts like him. Under this premise, if he could cultivate an heir with the strength of a ruler who was qualified to intimidate hundreds of millions of experts in the Divine Beginning Realm, he would not have any worries and could go to the depths of the universe directly. He could even go for tens of millions of years without coming back. Because as long as there was a ruler, the Temporal Temple could ensure his safety. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and felt bitter. Well, I've told you what I need to tell you. I'll leave the Temporal Temple to you. Haha. The laughter of the Temporal Temple Master echoed in the temple. He slowly disappeared from everyone's sight and soon disappeared completely. Chapter 3340. Patrol Squad Translator. Farewell Temple Master. Many experts in the hall respectfully sent Temple Master off. After Temple Master disappeared completely. All right, everyone, Temple Master has already left for the universe battlefield, and our space-time shrine is still the same as before. Everyone, carry out your duties and leave. Palace Master Bai Xing waved his hand. Then he said, Bat Song, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you two stay here. The experts in the temple left one after another. When they left, they glanced at Jian Wushuang a few more times, with strange emotions in their eyes. Soon, only Jian Wushuang, Temple Master Bai Xing, and Bat Song were left in the temple. Heavenly Sword Marquis, congratulations on becoming the 6th inspector of our temporal temple. You also received the life-saving token and the golden sky painting flag from Temple Master. Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are really lucky to be valued so much by the Temple Master. He even gave you a life-saving token and a golden sky painting flag. To be honest, even I am envious of these two things. Bat Song also smiled. You two, don't you see that the Temple Master seems to have other intentions? Jian Wushuang asked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Of course. Bat Song nodded. It's possible that the Temple Master wants to groom you as his successor. Of course, he may have other motives. As for why, I can't figure it out, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Yes, the Temple Master has always been unpredictable. Now that he deliberately gave you the life-saving command talisman and the heavenly golden banner in front of so many people, he must have his own plans. But these plans shouldn't be bad for you, Bat Song added. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Bat Song, You are the supervisor of the temporal temple, and Heavenly Sword Marquis is now your direct subordinate. Tell him something about the supervisor first, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Okay. Batsong nodded slightly and looked at Jian Wushuang. The inspector has a very high position in the temporal temple and is responsible for external battles. Under normal circumstances, it should be an expert of the Void Fourth Realm, or at least the Void Third Realm. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis, although you are only an immortal saint, your strength has long reached the Void Third Realm. In addition, you have been cultivating with the Temple Master for 300 years. Even the Temple Master himself said that your strength is not a problem, so it's definitely not a problem. In addition to the position of inspector, there is also a patrol team. Patrol team, Jian Wushuang was stunned. The patrol team is directly under the command of the inspector and fights with him. After all, in the divine beginning realm, although our temporal temple is aloof from worldly affairs, we often fight with some big forces and experts. Once a fight breaks out, the inspector alone will not be enough. We need a large number of experts. A patrol squad consists of 10 principals masters from the second to the first realm of the Void Realm and 100 top-notch immortal saints, Batsong said. 10 principals masters and 100 top-notch immortal saints? Jian Wushuang was intrigued. This squad could be considered very powerful in the divine beginning realm. In the divine beginning realm, only first-rate forces could have such a squad of experts. However, for the temporal temple, this squad T was just one of the patrol squads that were usually responsible for battles. One person can lead 10 principals masters and hundreds of immortal saints to battle outside. It's no wonder that the position of the patrol envoy is very high and that he's very powerful, Jian Wushuang thought. Our temporal temple has only had 5 patrol envoys before, so naturally, we only have 5 patrol squads. Now that you've become the 6th patrol envoy, our temporal temple naturally has to arrange a patrol squad for you. However, this patrol squad needs a lot of experts. Even our temporal temple will need some time to gather them for you, Batsong said. There's no hurry. I'm just curious. Are all the people in the patrol team members of the temporal temple? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course not. Batsong shook his head with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis, it's not like you haven't entered the divine hall of the temporal temple before. The divine seats of the experts of the temporal temple are all there. In total, there are only about 1,000 people. How can there be so many experts in the patrol team? After all, a patrol team needs 100 peak saints, not to mention principals masters. 6 patrol teams make up 600 peak saints. Most of the experts in the patrol team are rule masters, but the peak saints are experts recruited by the temporal temple in the divine beginning realm. We pay them, and they fight for us. Is that so? Jian Wushuang thought for a moment and asked, Master Batsong, how long will it take to gather the patrol team? Under normal circumstances, we can gather a complete patrol team within 100 years, Batsong said. That's good. I've been improving my understanding of the principles of time and space with the Temple Master for 300 years, but I rarely have the opportunity to go to the temporal temple. Now that the Temple Master has left, I can go to the temporal temple to cultivate during the 100 years that the patrol team has been established, Jian Wushuang said. No problem. You can cultivate by yourself. When the patrol team is established, Illinois send a message to you. It doesn't matter if you're in the middle of cultivation. Anyway, we don't have many opportunities to use the patrol team. You can ask them to wait for you as long as they don't wait too long, Batsong said. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. Soon, Jian Wushuang left the temple and went straight to the principal's temple. In the principal's temple, where the 2 principles of space-time and reincarnation had fused, Jian Wushuang sat down alone in the center of the temple. He took a deep breath, looked around, and sensed that the 2 principles of space-time and reincarnation had slowly fused together. The principal's temple. I've been here a few times in the past 300 years and made a lot of progress. However, I've only stepped into the threshold of fusing the principles of space-time and reincarnation. I only know how to fuse them, but I still need a lot of time to fully fuse them. In the temporal temple, RL need a lot less time. If I'm not mistaken, in about 100 years, I should be able to perfectly merge the space-time principles and the samsara principles. Let's begin. Jin Wushuang immediately fell silent in the fusion of the two principles. Chapter 3341. Principles Fusion. Endless fantasy. Time flew by, and 128 years had passed. In the Principles Temple, Jin Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. On the surface of his divine body, the power of space-time and samsara slowly rose. Under Jin Wushuang's guidance, the two powers of principles began to merge. Gradually, they began to merge. Originally, it was extremely difficult to merge the two different principles, which contained different characteristics. But now, with Jin Wushuang's guidance, the two completely different powers of rules gradually began to merge. From the beginning of the merging, the two completely merged into a new whole, without any distinction between them. It's done. Jin Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of surprise and joy. From being inspired by the complete cycle of heavenly Tao in the Blood Wave Temple, he had stepped into the threshold of the integration of the two rules. In the past 300 years, he had made continuous progress, and the integration of the two principles was getting deeper and deeper. He had completely entered the threshold. Now, after 128 years of cultivation in the Principles Temple, he had finally perfectly integrated the space-time principles and the samsara principles. Now that the two principles were perfectly fused, Jin Wushuang could use the "If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks." Power of the two different principles at the same time. At the same time, he immediately sensed that after the principles were fused, he had gained another complete power of will. He had gained another complete power of will. Power of will. I had already gained one when I mastered the space-time principles. Now, because of the fusion of the two principles, I have gained another power of will. Together with the life divine power, it is equivalent to one power of will. This is equivalent to 3 powers of will. Moreover, when I use the heaven-cleaving skill, it is enough to provide me with 1 power of will. This is equivalent to 4 powers of will. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands. He was extremely excited in his heart. Grasping 4 portions of the power of will was something that only Void 4th level experts possessed. Although he was only an immortal saint, when he went all out, he could completely erupt with power that was not inferior to the power of the Void 4th level. Moreover, this was only the basic power. An expert and a principles master did not completely rely on the power of will to display his true battle strength. He still had many other methods. For example, the use of the power of principles, such as absolute arts, treasures, secret skills, and so on. Jin Wushuang was absolutely confident in these aspects. It's a pity that although I've made great progress over the years, I still haven't crossed the bottleneck in the reincarnation principles. Jin Wushuang frowned. Previously, in the Blood Wave Temple, through the complete heavenly Tao cycle, his comprehension of the reincarnation principles had also greatly improved. He had reached the limit of the immortal saint and was only one step away from completely mastering the reincarnation principles. However, after all these years, he had already fused the 2 principles of time and space with the samsara principles. However, he had encountered a bottleneck in the samsara principles and had not been able to take the last step. Otherwise, he would have been able to obtain another portion of the power of the will. Naturally, his strength could also be stronger. Although I have not completely mastered the samsara principles, there is no need to be too anxious. If I am anxious, it will be harder to break through. Everything will be natural. In addition, I previously obtained a samsara bead from the Light King. It is said that with this samsara bead, I can enter the samsara heaven realm to cultivate. I can also take a look at the samsara heaven realm when I have time. Jin Wushuang stood up with a smile. He walked out of the hall. After walking out of the hall, Jin Wushuang took out a message token. This message token belonged to Ba. Jin Wushuang was now the 6th inspector of the Temporal Temple, under the command of Ba Zong. Of course, he had a message token. When he was still in the Principles Temple fusing the 2 rules, Ba Zong had sent a message to him saying that the patrol team had been set up and was waiting for him to go. However, he was at the critical stage of fusing the 2 principles at that time. He just replied and did not pay attention to it. It had been 30 years since Batsong had sent him a message. In other words, after the patrol guards had been set up, they had been waiting for him to enter the ranks for 30 years. Now that he had fused the two rules, he naturally could not delay any longer. After receiving Jian Wushuang's message, Batsong immediately found him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have stayed in the principal's temple for 130 years. You have even delayed your appointment to the patrol unit. It seems that you have made some progress, right? Batsong looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Yes, I have made some progress. Jian Wushuang did not deny it. Have you made any progress? Have you merged the two principles of space-time and reincarnation? Batsong asked curiously. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Really? Batsong was surprised. Most of the experts in the patrol team were recruited from the Divine Beginning realm, so the patrol team was not stationed on the Saha Island, but in a hidden place in the Divine Beginning realm. It was covered by a restriction. After leaving the Saha Island, Batsong and Jian Wushuang teleported all the way to the camp of the patrol team. Master Batsong, an old man with a child's face and white hair, stood respectfully in front of Batsong and Jian Wushuang. Zhentong, this is the new inspector of the Temporal Temple, Heavenly Sword Marquis, Batsong introduced. Zhentong, greetings, Inspector. I've long heard of your name. Everyone in the Divine Beginning realm now regards you as the #1 genius. In the Battle of the Heavenly Marquis, you single-handedly injured the Flame Sword Master and the Sorcerer God. It's truly shocking. Zhentong Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a dazzling light in his eyes. He kept complimenting Jian Wushuang. You're too kind, Zhentong Master. Jian Wushuang greeted him with a smile. Zhentong Master is a member of the Temporal Temple. He is responsible for many of the recruitment of the patrolling guards. From now on, you can rest assured that he will handle some simple matters in the patrolling guards, Batsong said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. All right, Zhentong. I've brought your patrol envoy here. They'll leave the rest to you. They'll take my leave first, Batsong said. Yes, sir. Zhentong was extremely respectful. Thank you, Lord Batsong. Jian Wushuang also expressed his gratitude. Batsong immediately turned around and left. Zhentong stood in front of Jian Wushuang and said, Sir, our patrol team has 10 principals masters and 100 peak saints in the camp. Would you like to meet them and greet them first? Sure, you can gather them first, Jian Wushuang instructed. Chapter 3342. Master True Eyes in the huge camp. There were many towering palaces or lofts standing tall. At this moment, in one of the lofts, 3 figures sat upright by the side of a long table, casually eating and drinking. The two of you, it has already been so long since our patrol unit was established. Why hasn't that patrol inspector shown up yet? One of them asked. Who knows? The other middle-aged man curled his lips. I heard that this patrol envoy is the Heavenly Sword Marquis who started that shocking battle over 400 years ago. In that great battle over 400 years ago, although this Heavenly Sword Marquis is only an immortal saint, his strength is no less than that of the 3 void realms. Moreover, his methods are endless and extraordinary. In the end, he even fought a Saint Realm Master head-on and even heavily injured a Saint Realm Master. It's simply inconceivable. Seriously injuring a Saint Realm Master? You believe that? The old man whose eyes were slightly glowing with white light sneered. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is nothing more than a little fellow who got lucky. He's young and full of vigor. Although he has some talent, if one were to say that his strength is really that amazing, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death, Pure Eye Master. That Heavenly Sword Marquis combat strength was also the one who heavily injured the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God. Many people saw it with their own eyes, which is why it caused such a commotion. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Since so many people have verified it, there's definitely nothing wrong with it, the middle-aged man said. Even if that Heavenly Sword Marquis really heavily injured the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God in that battle, he must have used some special trump cards and methods. This can only mean that he had a fortuitous encounter. However, I don't believe that he can use such a trump card a second time. Master True Eyes, whose eyes were glowing with white light, did not think much of it. That's true. The middle-aged man smiled. However, ever since that battle, Heavenly Sword Marquis has made a name for himself. His current position in the Temporal Temple is extraordinary. I've even heard that even the Temple Master holds him in high regard and even favors him. The position of inspector was appointed by the Temple Master himself. No one can say for sure what such a person will achieve in the future. We'd better behave ourselves under him and not offend him. What's there to be afraid of? No matter what, he's just an immortal saint. Do you really take him seriously? Master True Eyes was still disdainful. Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the other principal's master looked at each other. The two could only smile helplessly. At this moment, a peak saint walked in front of the Master True Eyes and the other two. He said respectfully, "My lords, Lord True Eyes has ordered me to inform the three of you that the patrol envoy has arrived at the camp. He wants you to meet him immediately." OHP, the three principals masters beside the table were moved. We were just talking about him. Who would have thought that he would arrive in the blink of an eye? The middle-aged man said as he stood up. Since the patrol envoy has arrived, the three of us should go and see him first. The other principal's master also stood up. However, Master True Eyes did not make any movements. Master True Eyes, what are you? The middle-aged man looked over in puzzlement. Humph, this Heavenly Sword Marquis made us wait for him for such a long time. Now that he has arrived, we have to go and see him with just a casual sentence? Who does he think he is? Master True Eyes snorted coldly. Master True Eyes, it doesn't matter whether you think highly of Heavenly Sword Marquis or not. He is still an inspector and our superior. If he wants to see us now, if we don't go, we will be disobeying orders. Although we are not at the stage of a great war, it is not a small crime to openly disobey orders in the camp. The middle-aged man said with a frown. That's right, Master True Eyes. No matter what, let's go and see him first. The other principal's master added. If you want to go, go ahead. I don't intend to go anyway. If he asks, just say that I'm drunk. Let's see what he can do to me, Master True Eyes said coldly. The middle-aged man and the other principal's master looked at each other helplessly. They also knew that Master True Eyes was a proud man because he was extremely talented and had grown up to be a principal's master of the three void realms. Moreover, he was very strong among the three void realms. He only believed in strength and what he saw. In his eyes, Jian Wushuang was just a little guy, and he was just an immortal saint. As a principal's master of the three void realms, he could not kowtow to an immortal saint. Therefore, when he first learned that Jian Wushuang was the patrol inspector, he felt extremely uncomfortable, not to mention that Jian Wushuang had kept them waiting. Now, he was even more dissatisfied with Jian Wushuang. In that case, the two of us will leave first. The middle-aged man and the other principal's master stopped persuading him and immediately went to see Jian Wushuang. In the open space in the center of the camp, the experts of the patrol team had already lined up in an orderly manner. There were 100 peak saints in a row of 20, forming a total of 5 rows. The principal's masters were standing at the front. At this moment, both the immortal saints and the principal's masters were staring at Jian Wushuang, who was standing at the front, with different gazes. At the same time, many peak saints were secretly discussing among themselves. He is Heavenly Sword Marquis? Yes, that's him. He is the undisputed #1 expert on the True Saint list and the strongest immortal saint in the history of the Divine Beginning realm. It is said that in the battle more than 400 years ago, he fought head-on with many principals masters in the saint realm without being at a disadvantage. In the end, he even fought with the masters of the saint realm. So many top experts of the 3 saint realms couldn't do anything to him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, he's my idol. I wish I could be half as powerful as him. Half? He'll be satisfied as long as I have 1/10 of his strength. The immortal saints chatted and did not conceal their admiration for Jian Wushuang at all. Indeed, the principal's masters might feel a little uncomfortable after hearing about Jian Wushuang's battle record, because the principal's masters had always been far above the immortal saints since ancient times. However, Jian Wushuang, the immortal saint, was an exception. Not only could he stand on equal footing with them, but he was even stronger than many principal's masters. However, the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm were not dissatisfied with Jian Wushuang at all. They even worshipped him more and more, feeling that Jian Wushuang had helped them, the immortal saint. This made the principal's masters not dare to look down on them in the future. Chapter 3343. Published at 4th of April, 2022, 2:39 and 28 seconds AM. Chapter 3343. 3343. Chapter 3343. Suppression. Jian Wushuang crossed his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the experts in front of him. Suddenly, his expression changed. He asked, Master True Eyes, shouldn't the patrol team be composed of 10 principals masters and 100 peak saints? Lave's seen the 100 peak saints, but why do I only see 9 principals masters and one more random guy? Well, Master True Eyes looked at the principals masters around him and frowned. Inspector, I've asked my men to inform them. Everyone should have arrived by now, but I don't know why he didn't come. They'll send a message to him now. Master True Eyes was about to send a message. The middle-aged man who had been drinking with Master True Eyes stood up and said, Inspector, Master True Eyes is drunk. Oh, drunk? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and found it funny. Although good wine could make people drunk, in the divine beginning realm, any cultivator who was slightly stronger could freely control their drunkenness, especially when they had reached the level of principal's master. With a thought, they could make their drunkenness disappear completely. The bottle of wine was enough to make a principal's master lose consciousness completely. He did not even know if there was such wine in the divine beginning realm, so how could Master True Eyes be drunk? Even if he was really drunk, it was probably on purpose. Inspector, this Master True Eyes is too presumptuous. I'll bring him here now, said Master True Eyes. No need. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Since this Master True Eyes is unwilling to come to see me, I'll go and see him. You're willing to see him, sir? Master True Eyes was stunned. Lead the way, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Master True Eyes said nothing more and led Jian Wushuang to the attic where Master True Eyes was. As for the principal's masters of the patrol team, they looked at each other and immediately followed. Let's go and take a look. The Master True Eyes doesn't listen to the order of the patrol master. This is going to be a good show. If we're the patrol master, I would definitely teach him a good lesson. While discussing among themselves, the Peak Saints also followed suit. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of the attic. Patrol Master, this is the residence of the clear-eyed master. He should be in the attic now, Master True Eyes said. Jian Wushuang glanced at the attic and sensed the aura of Master True Eyes. He immediately said coldly, Master True Eyes, come out. Do you want me to invite you in personally? Who is it? A dissatisfied voice sounded, and then Master True Eyes walked out of the attic with a red face and a smell of alcohol. But on the surface, it seemed that Master True Eyes was really drunk. True Eyes, how dare you ignore the order of the inspector? He stared at Master True Eyes coldly and shouted, Inspector? Who? Him? Master True Eyes looked like a drunkard. He glanced at Jian Wushuang from the corner of his eyes and then burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? Isn't he just a young boy at the Saint Realm? How dare you call him an inspector? I don't think I'm drunk. You're drunk. How dare you? How dare you disrespect an inspector? Master True Eyes could not help but shout angrily. In front of everyone in the patrol team, he directly told them that Jian Wushuang was merely an immortal saint. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this Master True Eyes was deliberately pretending to be crazy, but in fact, he was trying to embarrass Jian Wushuang. Master True Eyes, right? Jian Wushuang looked at the Master True Eyes with his hands behind his back. It's me, Master True Eyes replied with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you know your identity? Jian Wushuang asked indifferently. Of course I do. I'm the captain of the 6th patrol team of the Temporal Temple, Master True Eyes said. Then do you know who I am? Jian Wushuang asked again. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. You? Didn't I tell you that you're just a young boy at the Saint Realm? Yes, you're just an immortal saint. How dare you talk to me? Get out of my way, Master True Eyes scolded. Good, you're really brave. Now that you know your identity, it's easy to deal with you. Now, as the sixth inspector of the Temporal Temple, I order you, Master True Eyes, to disobey my orders. Everyone in the camp is publicly disobeying my orders. Immediately suppress and send you to the 8th level of the boundless prison. You'll never be able to get out. Jian Wushuang said coldly. What? Jian Wushuang's words shocked everyone around him. The boundless prison was a place used by the Temporal Temple to lock up experts. It was also very famous in the divine beginning realm. There were 9 levels in the boundless prison. Each level had some unbearable torture that could even make people break down. It was extremely terrifying. The 8th level of the boundless prison was only inferior to the 9th level. This was definitely a place that made many people tremble in fear. Now, Jian Wushuang had given the order to lock the Master True Eyes directly into the 8th level of the boundless prison. However, Jian Wushuang was now an inspector, and the Master True Eyes was his subordinate. Jian Wushuang indeed had the right to do so, and he had a reason for it. The Master True Eyes openly disobeyed orders. Just this alone, even if Jian Wushuang wanted to kill him, it was reasonable. Although the Master True Eyes only wanted to show off to Jian Wushuang, he did not really want to disobey orders. However, he did do so. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what did you just say? You want to suppress me and put me in the boundless prison? The Master True Eyes was instantly enraged. His eyes were filled with raging anger. As for his drunkenness, it had all dissipated. What? Are you clear-headed now? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Does no one understand what I said? Take him down. The surrounding principal's masters were at a loss. Even Master True Eyes was stunned, but he did not come forward immediately. Let's see who dares. Master True Eyes looked around. His aura of the 3 void realms swept across the area. In the end, he looked at Jian Wushuang again. Heavenly Sword Marquis, aren't you lucky enough to be favored by the Temple Master? Now that the Temple Master has gone to the universe battlefield, how dare you be so arrogant? And you want to suppress me in the boundless prison? Haha, what a joke. I, Pure Eye, have been in the Temporal Temple for so many years and have made great contributions. Even Temple Master Bai Xing and Lord Batsong have to think twice before suppressing me. Who do you think you are? The voice of Master True Eyes shook the sky, showing no respect for Jian Wushuang. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3344 gives you a chance. Wuxia World. Site copyright. Please visit Wuxia World. Site to support our website. Master True Eyes, you think too highly of yourself? Jian Wushuang sneered at Pure Eye Master. It's true that you've made great contributions to the Temporal Temple, but that doesn't mean that you can act recklessly. I'm the 6th inspector of the Temporal Temple, and you're my subordinate. I'm going to send you to the boundless prison. Even Temple Master Bai Xing and Lord Batsong won't say a word. If you don't believe me, you can send a message to them right now. See if they'll respond to you. Impossible. Master True Eyes was still confident. However, when he sent a message to Temple Master Bai Xing and Batsong, but they did not reply to him, Master True Eyes panicked. He finally realized that he was wrong. He had thought that his position in the Temporal Temple would not be lower than Jian Wushuang, the immortal saint. However, the truth was that Jian Wushuang's status in the Temporal Temple was extraordinary. Even the Temporal Temple Master valued and favored him, and many people could already see that the Temporal Temple Master wanted to groom Jian Wushuang as his successor. Moreover, with Jian Wushuang's talent, it would not take long for him to become the top expert in the divine beginning realm. It was uncertain whether he could become a ruler, but it was definitely not difficult for him to reach the level of the 6 void realms. Such a figure was not someone that he could compare with. Now, he had already sent a message to Temple Master Bai Xing and Batsong, but they had ignored him. Obviously, Temple Master Bai Xing and Batsong were on Jian Wushuang's side, and had acquiesced in Jian Wushuang's punishment of suppressing him in the boundless prison. Master True Eyes, I know you are not convinced by your strength, so I can give you a fair chance to avoid being accused of using my power to suppress others, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. What chance? Master True Eyes immediately looked at him. In the divine beginning realm, strength is always respected. The reason why you are not convinced by me is because I am only an immortal saint. Therefore, I am giving you a chance to fight me one-on-one, and I am standing here. If you can make me take a step back, I will lose. If I lose, not only will I not send you to the boundless prison, but I will also never order you to do anything in the patrol team in the future. In other words, you can do whatever you want in the future, Jian Wushuang said. Really? Master True Eyes stared at Jian Wushuang with a bright light in his eyes. The others looked at each other with rich expressions. Of course I meant what I said, but if you lose, you'll have to accept my punishment, Jian Wushuang said. Sure. If you win, I won't hesitate to kill me, not to mention locking me in the boundless prison. Master True Eyes clenched his hands with excitement. He did not think that he would lose. After all, he was a genuine expert of the third realm of the void. He was also an extremely powerful existence among the 3 realms of the void. Even if he fought against the 4 realms of the void, he could barely hold them off. As for Jian Wushuang, although his battle record from the battle 400 years ago was shocking, everyone knew that there were some special factors behind Jian Wushuang's achievements. As for Jian Wushuang's own battle strength, at most, he was only at the threshold of the 3 realms of void. Even if Jian Wushuang's strength had improved over the past 400 years, as long as he did not break through to become an immortal saint, he should not be that strong. The Master True Eyes estimated that Jian Wushuang's current strength was at the peak of the 3 realms of void, and his strength was about the same as his. However, what Jian Wushuang said just now was that as long as Jian Wushuang was pushed back even 1 step, he would win. He was not confident that he could defeat Jian Wushuang in a head-on fight, but he was very confident that he could push Jian Wushuang back only 1 step. After Jian Wushuang and Master True Eyes confirmed that they were going to fight, the experts of the patrol team retreated to the surrounding area to make room for Jian Wushuang and Master True Eyes. At the same time, the people of the patrol team began to discuss among themselves. Who do you think will win? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. TM not sure. Over 400 years ago, the patrol master's battle strength was already very strong. With his talent, it's impossible that he hasn't made any progress over the years. In terms of strength, the patrol master is probably stronger. However, the patrol master said that as long as the clear-eyed master can force him back a step, he will lose. It's hard to say. Yes, in terms of overall strength, the inspector is definitely stronger. After all, it is said that the inspector of the temporal temple is in the 4th realm of the void. Since he is able to become an inspector, even if he does not have the combat strength of the 4th realm of the void, he should be about the same. However, the Master True Eyes does not want to defeat the inspector head-on. He just needs to think of a way to force the inspector to take a step back. It's hard to say who will win this battle. However, it was proposed by the inspector, so he should be confident. The crowd discussed among themselves. Most of the immortal saints thought that Jian Wushuang would win. After all, these immortal saints had almost blindly worshipped Jian Wushuang. Not to mention that Jian Wushuang was only facing the Master True Eyes of the 3rd Void Realm. Even if Jian Wushuang was facing a master in the 4th or even the 5th realm of the void, they still felt that Jian Wushuang could win. As for the principal's masters, they also thought that Jian Wushuang might be stronger, but the result of this battle was still hard to say. In the center of the camp, there was already a huge battlefield. On both sides of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and the Master True Eyes were facing each other from a distance. Clear Eye Master, you go first. Jian Wushuang looked at Master True Eyes indifferently without any pressure. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you asked for it. Master True Eyes smiled coldly. His eyes toured cold, and a strong aura swept out from his body. This aura stirred the world, and in an instant, it formed a huge storm. This Heavenly Sword Marquis, to be able to produce such a battle record over 400 years ago, he definitely has some strength. Unfortunately, He is too arrogant. Master True Eyes muttered, I won't tangle with him any longer. They'll directly use my strongest attack. As long as I can force him to retreat, this battle will be my victory. Master True Eyes made up his mind. In an instant, endless divine power surged up and began to gather at an astonishing speed. At the same time, a pair of pitch-black gloves appeared on Master True Eyes' hands. Large amounts of space-time principle energy gathered on the gloves. Chapter 3345, Power Suppression Wuxia World. Site copyright. Please visit Wuxia World. Site to support our website. There's another principle of space-time. It should be the principles of gold. Jian Wushuang stood where he was and looked at Master True Eyes calmly. He could feel that besides the power of the principles of space-time, there were also the principles of gold in Master True Eyes' hand. Gold was extremely strong and invincible. Under normal circumstances, experts who comprehended the principles of gold were very good at attacking power. And this Master True Eyes had already completely grasped the principles of gold. Although these two principles had yet to completely fuse together, gold and space-time could still achieve the basic superposition of power. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Today, I'll let you see the strongest move I've created with 1,000,000 years of effort, the gold-splitting palm. Boom. The world suddenly shook. The power of gold and space-time gathered in Master True Eyes' palm instantly exploded out, carrying a total of 3 portions of his willpower. A suffocating power suddenly appeared in the world. It was a huge golden handprint. This golden handprint contained both the power of gold and the power of space-time. The power of gold and the power of space-time complemented each other. Not only was the power of the attack extremely powerful, but its speed was also astonishing. The huge golden handprint pressed down on Jian Wushuang in all directions. Although he had not come close, Jian Wushuang had already felt an extraordinary pressure. The surrounding spectators were all shocked when they saw the golden handprint. In their opinion, the Master True Eyes move could probably be compared to some experts of the Void Fourth Realm in terms of power alone. The inspector is overconfident this time. I'm afraid only experts of the Void Fourth Realm can withstand such a powerful move head-on and not take a step back. This Master True Eyes is really powerful. Many people were secretly amazed. However, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change at all when he saw the golden handprint attacking him. When the golden handprint appeared in front of Jian Wushuang slowly reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Blood Mountain sword. In his body, the life divine power was activated instantly, and the 2 parts of the willpower that Jian Wushuang had grasped suddenly erupted at this moment. Wushuang's sword manual, Shixiang. Whoosh! The Blood Mountain sword suddenly unsheathed, and a scarlet sword light flashed in the void like blood-red lightning and directly struck the golden handprint. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. A terrifying power burst out from the scarlet sword light, almost instantly splitting the golden handprint into 2 halves. Then the sword light crazily swept in all directions, crushing the golden handprint into pieces. It turned into a vast amount of divine power and disappeared from the world. After the power subsided, Jian Wushuang still stood there and did not take a step back. As for Master True Eyes, he staggered backward. After a long while, Master True Eyes regained his balance. How is this possible? Master True Eyes looked up at Jian Wushuang again, his face full of shock and disbelief. He had never expected that his strongest attack could not force Jian Wushuang to take a step back. After all, he had comprehended the principles of gold, which was very good at attacking. His sword attack, just now, Master True Eyes recalled the sword attack that Jian Wushuang had just performed. In that sword attack, he clearly felt 2 completely different powers of principles. However, these 2 powers of principles were perfectly fused together, and they were completely indistinguishable from each other. The fusion of principles? Heavenly Sword Marquis has already fused 2 principles. Moreover, he has clearly mastered 3 portions of the power of his will. In terms of basic divine power, he, an immortal saint, is actually stronger than me? The Master True Eyes' eyes widened. His heart was filled with shock. He did not know that although Jian Wushuang was only an immortal saint, his basic divine power was stronger than that of an ordinary principles master because of his perfect life level. In addition, the secret skills he had cultivated had greatly increased his power. Since both sides had mastered 3 parts of the power of will, his basic power naturally had a great advantage. In terms of ultimate moves, although the move Pure Eye Master used was the strongest move he had created, Jian Wushuang's first move of Shixiang was also the strongest move in the Peerless Sword Manual. Moreover, he had cultivated with Temporal Temple Master for 300 years. His swordsmanship has already stepped into the 3rd level of derivation of all things. In swordsmanship, the 7 sword styles of the Peerless Swordsmanship have all been elevated to the level of Principles Master. In other words, in terms of the power of the absolute art, Jian Wushuang's Shixiang move was not much different from the giant golden handprint of the Master True Eyes. However, what really determined the huge gap between the 2 sides? Or is it the fusion of the 2 principles in Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship? After the 2 principles were combined, not only would there be an additional power of will, but the power of the fusion of the 2 different principles would also be much stronger than just superimposing the 2 principles. For example, in the Blood Wave realm, when Light King fought with Dihao, Dihao barely superimposed the 2 principles, while Light King perfectly combined the 2 principles. As a result, the 2 sides were on completely different levels. Now that Jian Wushuang had used the power of the fusion of the 2 principles, of course, he was much stronger than Master True Eyes, who had only superimposed the space-time principles and the gold principles. Therefore, in this collision, Master True Eyes was completely defeated. Because of the huge difference in power between them, Jian Wushuang did not suffer much impact, so he did not take a step back. Master True Eyes, as a principles master in the 3 realms of the void, you can't only have this much strength, right? Show me all your other skills. Jian Wushuang looked at Master True Eyes indifferently. Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't be happy too early. Master True Eyes gritted his teeth, but his mind was racing. Heavenly Sword Marquis has also mastered 3 parts of the power of will, and his basic strength is stronger than mine. The key is that he has fused 2 principles. I will definitely be crushed by him in a head-on collision. Therefore, I can only rely on speed and movement skills to catch him off guard and force him to retreat. At the thought of this, Master True Eyes' figure instantly flickered, and dense golden and space-time principles burst out at the same time. Wang, a layer of dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the world. This golden light was incomparably dazzling, and for a time, it completely blocked the line of sight of the many experts present. After the golden light dissipated, everyone looked again and discovered that in the center of the battlefield, a total of 8 figures had appeared out of nowhere. These 8 figures were none other than the 8 Master True Eyes whose bodies were covered in a layer of golden light. In addition to the original Pure Eye Master, a total of 9 Master True Eyes had appeared in front of everyone. These 9 Master True Eyes, regardless of whether they were seen with the naked eye or sensed with their soul energy, were all exactly the same. There was no difference at all. Chapter 3346. Defeated 9 Master True Eyes? Why do they look exactly the same? Is this a space-time illusion body or a clone secret technique? The many experts watching the battle looked at the 9 Master True Eyes who had appeared in the middle of the battlefield in astonishment. The 9 Principles Masters on the battlefield immediately saw through it. This should be a time-space conversion, transforming one area of time-space into 9 areas of time-space at the same time. Master True Eyes said solemnly. In the center of the battlefield, the 9 Master True Eyes maintained the same expression as they stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed powerful, but he hasn't cultivated for long and hasn't mastered the space-time principles for a long time. His application of the space-time principles must be very crude. Now, I've created 8 phantoms with the space-time conversion and my original body. He won't be able to distinguish the 9 phantoms at the same time. As long as he can't distinguish them, he won't be able to resist them. Master True Eyes sneered. The next moment, the 9 Master True Eyes attacked at the same time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 9 Master True Eyes were incredibly fast. They attacked Jian Wushuang from all directions at the same time. Their expressions and actions were exactly the same. Even the power of the gold and space-time principles in their hands were exactly the same. The 9 Master True Eyes reached out their hands at the same time. The gold and space-time principles in their hands overlapped each other. In an instant, a golden light flashed and rushed toward Jian Wushuang like a golden sun. The key was that the 9 Master True Eyes attacked at the same time. It was 9 giant golden suns. His aura and attack power are exactly the same. He definitely can't block this attack. The Master True Eyes was very confident. However, Jian Wushuang turned around and looked at the original body of Master True Eyes with a mocking look. What? Master True Eyes was shocked. Jian Wushuang had already struck. Whoosh! The swift and fierce strike, which also contained the power of the 2 principles of space-time and reincarnation, instantly struck Master True Eye's golden palm. In an instant, the golden light dimmed, and Master True Eye's entire palm was cut off. A majestic power hit Master True Eye's body, causing him to tremble violently and retreat in a sorry state. Impossible! This is impossible! After Master True Eyes steadied himself, he let out a few roars. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Jian Wushuang. How can you see through my illusionary body formed by space-time transformation? Unless your application of space-time principles is better than mine. But how is this possible? Master True Eyes did not believe it. He had cultivated for millions of years and had long mastered the space-time principles. He had always been quite skilled in the application of space-time principles. Although he was still at the level of space-time transformation, however, he had already mastered the use of space-time conversion very well. How long had Jian Wushuang mastered the space-time principles? It had only been a few hundred years. In a few hundred years, Jian Wushuang's use of the space-time principles had already surpassed his? Of course, he could not believe it. Master True Eyes, I've said that you think too highly of yourself. Similarly, you underestimate me too much. You think that everyone has mastered the space-time principles for hundreds of thousands of years like you. But in the end, your use of the space-time principles is still at this level? Jian Wushuang sneered. Then his figure suddenly froze. Buzz, buzz, the same scene appeared. One after another, illusions formed by space-time conversion appeared on the battlefield. At a glance, there were a total of 9 figures. Master True Eyes, you just used space-time conversion. Now, come and see my space-time conversion. I wonder if you can find my original body from these illusions. Jian Wushuang smiled, then the 9 figures moved directly. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The 9 Jian Wushuang flew rapidly in the battlefield, but they did not intend to attack at once. Master True Eyes stared at the 9 figures around him. He tried his best to find Jian Wushuang's original body, but he soon found that he could not find any flaws. The 9 Jian Wushuang were in his perception. They were exactly the same. Is his use of the space-time principles better than mine? Master True Eyes could not help thinking. But suddenly, a chill appeared behind him without any warning. Oh no! Master True Eyes' expression changed drastically, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Buzz! The cold sword tip carried a shocking power and easily pierced through the surface of Master True Eyes' body. However, just as the sword tip was about to enter the divine body of Master True Eyes, it suddenly stopped. Jian Wushuang had appeared behind the Master True Eyes at some point. He held the sword in one hand and said coldly, Master True Eyes, you've lost. Lost? Master True Eyes' eyes widened in disbelief. However, he quickly calmed down. He turned around and stared at Jian Wushuang. Shadowless escape art. It's shadowless escape art. Yes, shadowless escape art. Jian Wushuang smiled. The shadowless escape art of the Blood Blade Master was one of Jian Wushuang's trump cards. More than 400 years ago, his mastery of the shadowless escape art was still in the initial stage, and he could not hide it from the soul perception of the principal's master. However, after years of dedicated cultivation, Jian Wushuang's strength had soared. especially his use of the space-time principles. Naturally, his mastery of the shadowless escape art had also improved. Now, his mastery of shadowless escape art had reached the profound realm. Although he was far from the exceptional realm, which was the peak of the Blood Blade Master, he was still very terrifying. At the very least, he was an ordinary principles master. He could not sense his existence at all. Even an expert of the three realms of the void like Master True Eyes could not detect him. To understand now, your use of the principles of space-time is not much better than mine. At most, you are just as good as me. At most, you are slightly better than me. That's why you can see through my illusory body formed by space-time conversion. The reason why I can't see through your illusory body formed by space-time conversion is that the 9 figures are all illusory bodies, and your original body has already used the shadowless escape art to hide in the surroundings. Of course, I can't see through it. Master True Eyes said. You're right. Unfortunately, it's too late, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. Master True Eyes was right. Although his use of the space-time principles had improved tremendously over the past 400 years, it was not so far beyond Master True Eyes. The reason why Master True Eyes could not see his original body was because he had already used the shadowless escape art. Chapter 3347. Faith. They've lost this battle. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Lord Inspector, no matter what you do to me, I will accept it. Although Master True Eyes was still holding his hands tightly, his body was still trembling, but there was no anger in his heart. He had indeed lost this battle. He had lost too miserably because he could not force Jian Wushuang to take half a step back. He had used all his skills, whether it was the direct power or the use of the space-time principles, but he had been crushed by Jian Wushuang, especially the last 9 illusions. He felt that he had been completely fooled by Jian Wushuang. There was nothing to say. Jian Wushuang had completely defeated him with his strength. Master True Eyes had lost his temper. He stood there dispiritedly, waiting for Jian Wushuang to punish him. But at this time, the others came up to plead for Master True Eyes. Inspector, although Master True Eyes offended you, it was only a spur of the moment. Moreover, Master True Eyes has contributed a lot to our temporal temple, so I hope you can be lenient with him, Master True Eyes said first. Yes, although the Master True Eyes has done it before, he didn't deliberately disobey orders. I hope you can show mercy, the middle-aged man who had been drinking with the Master True Eyes said. Inspector, the other principal's masters also pleaded for mercy. It was obvious that although the Master True Eyes was a little arrogant, he had a good reputation and good relationships with other experts of the same level. The reason why he offended Jian Wushuang this time was mainly because he was not convinced that Jian Wushuang was only a Saint Realm expert. In his heart, he had no intention of disobeying orders. Looking at the principal's masters who were pleading with him, Jian Wushuang looked indifferent, but he smiled in his heart. He knew what Master True Eyes was thinking. The reason why he fought with Master True Eyes, and even said that he would win as long as Master True Eyes could force him to retreat, was to intimidate the experts present. He knew very well that he was only an immortal saint. Although he had an amazing battle record from more than 400 years ago, there were many reasons for that. It did not prove his true strength, so it was difficult to convince the public. Jian Wushuang was well aware of this. He had long guessed that he would encounter some trouble if he took the position of inspector and successfully led the patrol team. Therefore, he was mentally prepared. The appearance of the Master True Eyes was within his expectations. As for the Master True Eyes himself, Jian Wushuang was not too angry. On the contrary, he used the Master True Eyes to intimidate everyone in the patrol team. He believed that after today's battle, no one in the patrol team would dare to disobey his orders. After all, strength was the most important thing in this world, and he had proved it to everyone with his strength. He was qualified to be an inspector. As for the final punishment of Master True Eyes, Jian Wushuang had already made a decision in his heart. Master True Eyes, because it's my first time in the camp and I haven't really taken up the position of an inspector, your disobedience is not considered as much. However, there is no doubt that you have offended me. I originally planned to send you to the 8th level of the boundless prison for hundreds of thousands of years to appease my hatred. However, since Zhen Tong and the others have pleaded on your behalf, I can spare your life. Men, send Master True Eyes to the 5th level of the boundless prison and imprison him for 100 years. Jian Wushuang ordered. Hearing Jian Wushuang's punishment, the surrounding principal's masters heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Although Jian Wushuang still punished Master True Eyes in the end, the punishment was obviously much lighter than what he had previously said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Previously, Jian Wushuang had planned to lock Master True Eyes up in the 8th level of the boundless prison. The 8th level was a place that made many principals' masters tremble in fear, and it had been more than 100,000 years. But now, it was only the 5th level of the boundless prison. The torture of the 5th level was already tolerable for ordinary principals' masters, not to mention that only 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye for Master True Eyes. Jian Wushuang's punishment was only 1 or 2 punishments for Master True Eyes, which was already very generous. True Eyes, why don't you hurry up and thank the patrol master for his mercy? Zhen Tong said. Master True Eyes also reacted. He looked at Jian Wushuang with a complicated expression and then bowed respectfully. Clear eye, thank you, Inspector. Get up, Master True Eyes. I hope you can reflect on yourself in the boundless prison. Think carefully and come back to me in 100 years, Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Master True Eyes was no longer arrogant. He was only respectful. Soon, Master True Eyes left. Jian Wushuang had met with many experts of the patrol team. The key was that he had shocked everyone with his absolute strength. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied with the result. Then, Jian Wushuang ordered everyone to leave. The immortal saints of the patrol team were still talking about the battle when they left. Our inspector is too strong. Yes, I heard that the Master True Eyes is a very strong principal's master. But in front of the inspector, he can't fight back at all. The gap is too big. Don't forget that the inspector is just an immortal saint, who is at the same realm as us. Tut-tut, the immortal saint is so powerful. It's incredible. Everyone was amazed. After this meeting, the experts of the patrol team, from the principal's masters to the immortal saints, were completely convinced by Jian Wushuang. In the future, Jian Wushuang would not be hindered in leading this patrol team. In the center of the camp, there was a towering palace, which was where Jian Wushuang lived. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was sitting in front of a table, holding a token in his hand. He was communicating with Batsong. Lord Batsong, don't worry. I only imprisoned the Master True Eyes in the 5th level of the boundless prison for 100 years, Jian Wushuang said. Well, I knew you could handle it properly. I didn't pay attention to him when he sent me a message, Batsong said with a smile. By the way, since True Eyes has been sent to the boundless prison, your patrol team will lose a principal's master. They'll get someone to replace him immediately. Chapter 3348. Mission, immediately? Jian Wushuang frowned. Lord Batsong, the Master True Eyes will only be imprisoned in the boundless prison for 100 years. There's no need for another principal's master to come, right? If your patrol team is fine, there's no need to be anxious. But now, Heavenly Sword Marquis, your patrol team will have a mission soon. Since there's a mission, it's natural to ensure the integrity of the patrol team, Basong said. There is a mission so soon? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. As far as he knew, the patrol team was responsible for fighting for the Temporal Temple. However, because the Temporal Temple was one of the 3 freedom alliances in the Divine Beginning realm, it was an absolute overlord, and few people dared to provoke it. Naturally, there was less competition. Usually, the patrol team did not have too many things to do, and they would only go on missions occasionally. Now that he had just taken over as the patrol inspector, he immediately had a mission. It could only be said that he was very lucky. Yes, there is a mission. Moreover, this mission is probably not easy, so I have asked the Sword Dragon Master to rush over as quickly as possible. He should be able to reach you in less than half a day. You can gather the patrol guards now and set off as soon as the Sword Dragon Master arrives, Batsong said. Where is the mission location? Jian Wushuang asked. It's in the second heaven. As for the details of the mission, I'll explain it to you later. You can gather the guards now, Song instructed. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. As soon as Jin Wushuang gave the order, the experts of the patrol team gathered again. The 100 superior saints and the 9 principals masters soon arrived. Sword Dragon Master was an ancient and powerful principals master. In terms of strength, he was considered very strong among the 3 void realms. He could take over the position of Master True Eyes. The combat strength of the patrol team did not weaken at all. After Sword Dragon Master arrived, Jin Wushuang ordered everyone to head to the second heaven. On the way to the second heaven, Song also told Jin Wushuang the details of the mission. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are going to the Amethyst Fog Sea of the second heaven. Long ago, the Amethyst Fog Sea was the base of the Amethyst Demon Sect, the overlord of the second heaven. At its peak, the Amethyst Demon Sect was comparable to the Octagonal Heaven Sect of the third heaven, or even stronger. However, for some unknown reason, the Amethyst Demon Sect provoked the Flame Saint Realm, one of the 3 great saint realms. Under the leadership of the Flame Saint Master, the Amethyst Demon Sect was completely annihilated, and the entire sect was reduced to a wasteland. Almost all of the experts of the Amethyst Demon Sect were killed. However, although the Amethyst Demon Sect was annihilated, the various resources and treasures that the Amethyst Demon Sect had accumulated over the years were not obtained by the Flame Saint Realm. Instead, they completely disappeared with the destruction of the Amethyst Demon Sect. Pausing for a while, Song continued, there are rumors that the Amethyst Demon Sect's many treasures were taken away by the surviving experts of the Amethyst Demon Sect. However, there are also rumors that the treasure of the Amethyst Demon Sect is hidden in the Amethyst Fog Sea. It's just that it's too secretive, and no one has found it yet. Because of this rumor, experts often venture into the Amethyst Fog Sea in the Divine Beginning realm to try their luck. However, they haven't found much. But not long ago, a few immortal saints from the Temporal Temple obtained a special token by chance. They recognized that it was related to the destroyed Amethyst Demon Sect, so they took it to the Amethyst Fog Sea. Unexpectedly, they found a secret realm hidden in the Amethyst Fog Sea, mystic realm of heaven and earth. Jin Wushuang was stunned. The resources and wealth accumulated by the Amethyst Demon's doctrine over a long period of time have never been found, and now the several immortal saints of the Temporal Temple have found a secret realm of heaven and earth in the Amethyst Fog Sea through the keepsake. This secret realm of heaven and earth. It's probably where the treasure is. What happened after that? Did the immortal saints from the Temporal Temple enter the secret land of heaven and earth to investigate? Jin Wushuang asked. Not yet, Song said. Although they found the secret realm, it would take at least 2 or 3 principals masters to open it. They are just immortal saints, so how could they do that? So they sent a message to the Temporal Temple at once. But when the temple was about to send principals masters to open the secret realm, the major force around the Amethyst Fog Sea, Xiaoyao Mansion, got the news from God knows where. They sent a large number of experts and occupied the secret realm. They also chased away the little guys from the Temporal Temple. Xiaoyao Mansion? That name sounds familiar, Jin Wushuang murmured. Suddenly, his expression changed. I remember. It's Master Xiaoyao. He came from Xiaoyao Mansion, and I heard from Temple Master Bai Xing that Xiaoyao Mansion is a powerful overlord in the second heaven. Yes, Xiaoyao Mansion is a top force in the entire Divine Beginning realm. Since the Amethyst Demon Sect was destroyed, the territory around the Amethyst Fog Sea has been under its control. No one from the sects in the second heaven dares to provoke Xiaoyao Mansion, so it's considered a great overlord. However, Xiaoyao Mansion has offended the Temporal Temple this time. It's not tactful, Song said coldly. Jin Wushuang also nodded secretly. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Although the Carefree Mansion was an overlord in the second heaven, it was nothing compared to the Temporal Temple. Usually, the Temporal Temple kept a low profile and would not take the initiative to provoke other sections. However, it was not something that ordinary sects in the Divine Beginning realm could easily provoke. For example, this time, the Carefree Mansion took the initiative to provoke the Temporal Temple. It was indeed overestimating itself. Heavenly Sword Marquee. The immortal saints of the Temporal Temple are waiting around the Amethyst Fog Sea. You will lead the patrol team to take back the secret realm of heaven and earth. If the people of the Carefree Mansion know what's good for them, then let's teach them a lesson. The Temporal Temple is not a place that they can provoke, Botsong said in a deep voice. See. Jin Wushuang understood. The Temporal Temple did not seek hegemony, but it did not mean that it was easy to bully. On the contrary, the Temporal Temple was never at a disadvantage. In the Bloodwave realm, when Temple Master Bai Xing learned that the three Saint Realms had attacked Jin Wushuang, he immediately thought of ways to kill the principal masters of the three Saint Realms in the universe battlefield. This time, the Carefree Mansion had become the target of the Temporal Temple. Chapter 3349. Amethyst Fog Sea. Under Jin Wushuang's personal leadership, the 6th patrol team arrived at the second heaven in the shortest time. When they arrived at the border of the Amethyst Fog Sea, the Temporal Temple was the first to discover that several immortal saints from the mystic realm of heaven and earth were already waiting for them. The person in the lead happened to be an acquaintance of Jin Wushuang. Haha, brother Heavenly Marquis. A hearty laughter rang out as a burly man in red armor walked up to Jin Wushuang. Yu, long time no see. Jin Wushuang also revealed a smile. Yu, you have to call me Inspector now. Another person walked over. Duan Lang, you're here too? Jin Wushuang looked at him. Duan Lang and Yu had gone to the Bloodwave world with him before, so they had a good relationship, especially Duan Lang. When Jin Wushuang had just received the quota to go to the Bloodwave realm, Duan Lang had fought with Jin Wushuang because he was not convinced. Originally, both Duan Lang and Yu were not far from Jin Wushuang. However, after the trip to the Bloodwave realm, Jin Wushuang had become a top expert in the Divine Beginning realm. He was well known throughout the world and was extremely famous. Soon after arriving at the Spacetime Temple, he was appointed as an inspector. Yu and Duan Lang were also aware of this news. Di Hao, Qin Hongzi, and Fei Xue, where are they? Jin Wushuang asked with a smile. Among the 6 people who went to the Bloodwave Temple with us, Di Hao has become a Principal's Master. Although you haven't made a breakthrough, your battle strength is stronger than Di Hao's. You're not on the same level as us. As for Qin Hongzi and Fei Xue, Qin Hongzi has been in closed-door cultivation since he came back from the Bloodwave realm. He hasn't come out until now. Fei Xue has gone out alone. Yu and one are fine. We just happened to get a token from the Amethyst Demon Sect, so we came here to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing, Duan Lang said. As for the people of the Carefree Mansion, although they have occupied the secret realm, it is very stable. If I'm not wrong, to open the secret realm, not only do they need the help of several Principal's Masters, but they also need the help of the token. Although there are enough Principal's Masters in the Carefree Mansion, they cannot enter the secret realm without the token. That is to say, no one has been able to enter the mystic realm of heaven and earth until now. Even if it's really the resources and wealth accumulated by the Amethyst Demon Sect over a long period of time, no one has been able to get into it? Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up. That's right. Duan Lang nodded. Haha, that's great. The Carefree Mansion thought that they would chase you away and then immediately enter the mystic realm of heaven and earth to search for treasures. By then, even if the experts of the Temporal Temple arrived, they would have already looted all the treasures in the mystic realm of heaven and earth, so they could completely deny it. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, without the token, they can't enter the mystic realm of heaven and earth. They are doomed to fail. Jin Wushuang smiled. Duan Lang, do you remember how to get to the mystic realm of heaven and earth? Jin Wushuang looked at Duan Lang. Of course I do. Duan Lang nodded. Well, you and Yu lead the way. Let's go and meet the people of the Carefree Mansion. Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Okay. Duan Lang and Yu were very excited. They were reluctant when they were chased away by the people of the Carefree Mansion. They were also very angry and aggrieved. Now, when Jin Wushuang's patrol team finally arrived, they naturally wanted to go to the mystic realm of heaven and earth to get back at them. Under the guidance of Duan Lang and Yu, the group directly entered the Amethyst Fog Sea and quickly flew toward the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Before long, They had arrived at the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Jin Wushuang had also sensed the existence of the experts of Carefree Mansion. Chapter 3350. Acquaintances. The amethyst fog sea, which had calmed down a long time ago, became restless again because of the appearance of the secret realm of heaven and earth. A large amount of hazy purple fog filled every corner of the world. In the center of the amethyst fog sea, a complete secret realm of heaven and earth had appeared in front of the world. At this moment, around this secret realm of heaven and earth, many experts from the Xiaoyao mansion were gathered there, with two people in the lead. Damn it! What's going on with this secret realm of heaven and earth? The six principals masters of the Xiaoyao mansion attacked at the same time, but they were actually unable to open this secret realm of heaven and earth? A handsome young man wearing a luxurious silver robe secretly gritted his teeth. His expression was also quite unsightly. This secret realm is different from ordinary secret realms. Not only does it have secret realm defensive methods, but most importantly, it is also covered with a layer of special restriction. The level of this restriction is extremely high. Unless there is an expert of the 5th or 6th level of the void, it would be too difficult for us to break this restriction by ourselves, the long-browed elder with narrowed eyes said. Have you asked the person who sent us the message? The handsome young man asked. Yes, I have. According to him, he was only invited by the Peak Saints to lead the way here because he was familiar with the Amethyst Fog Sea. As for the purpose of the Peak Saints, he didn't know. Later, when the secret realm of heaven and earth was born, he thought that the Peak Saints were just lucky, so he sent us the message without thinking too much, the long-browed old man explained in a deep voice. From the looks of it, those Peak Saints shouldn't be that simple. They might have come to the Amethyst Fog Sea to look for opportunities, and they might even have a special token to open this heaven and earth secret realm. Bastard, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let those people go, the handsome man cursed. Young master, no matter what, those people are from the Temporal Temple. They have already told us their identities. The Temporal Temple knows that they are here. Now that we have forcefully occupied this secret realm, we have already offended the Temporal Temple. If we force those Peak Saints to stay in force or kill them, we will have completely offended the Temporal Temple. There is nothing we can do to let them go, the long-browed elder said. Humph, the Temporal Temple. The handsome man's eyes were cold. However, when he thought about the difference in strength between the Xiaoyao mansion and the Temporal Temple, he felt helpless. Without the token, we won't be able to open this heaven and earth secret realm. Doesn't that mean that not only did we come all the way here for nothing, but we've also offended the Temporal Temple? The handsome man said. That's right, but it's still too early to say that. After all, the heaven and earth secret realm is still in our hands. Before the experts of the Temporal Temple arrive, we can think of ways to open the heaven and earth secret realm. For example, we can invite experts above the 5th level of the Void Realm to open the heaven and earth secret realm by force. Or we can invite master-level experts who are good at restraining arrays. It's also possible to open the heaven and earth secret realm. The long-browed elder said. Many people were still talking about the astonishing achievements of Heavenly Sword Marquis on the Saha Island. He was a super figure who had fought head-on against the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God and severely injured them. A man's life was like the shadow of a tree. Even the Principal's Master could not calm down after hearing the name of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Young Master Xiaoyao, long time no see. Jin Wushuang looked at the handsome man with a teasing smile. That's right, the handsome man was young Master Xiaoyao, the #1 genius of Xiaoyao Mansion and the personal disciple of the Mansion Master of Xiaoyao Mansion. However, hundreds of years had passed, and young Master Xiaoyao was still a saint. He was no longer comparable to Jin Wushuang. Jin, Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you doing here? Master Xiaoyao asked, suppressing the fear in his heart. What? Jin Wushuang smiled. I'm now the 6th inspector of the Temporal Temple. I'm leading the 6th patrol team to fight for the Temporal Temple. Don't you know why I'm leading the patrol team to the Amethyst Fog Sea? Master Xiaoyao's face was gloomy. Of course, he knew why Jin Wushuang came, but he could not say it right away. Master Xiaoyao, the secret realm behind you was found by the people of the Temporal Temple. After finding it, your Xiaoyao mansion immediately sent experts to chase away our people and take the secret realm for yourself. Isn't that a bit too overbearing? Or do you think my temporal temple is easy to bully? Jian Wushuang shouted coldly. Master Xiaoyao's body trembled. Before he could speak, the long-browed elder beside him immediately said, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding. How dare my Xiaoyao mansion disrespect the temporal temple? Chapter 3351. Attack. You are sure master of Xiaoyao mansion, right? Jian Wushuang glanced at the long-browed elder. I heard that you are the strongest person in Xiaoyao mansion besides Marquis Xiaoyao. Your words should be able to represent Xiaoyao mansion. However, you just said that it was a misunderstanding. Hope you can explain it clearly. What kind of misunderstanding? Jian Wushuang had already obtained information about many experts of the Xiaoyao mansion on his way here because he knew that he was facing the Xiaoyao mansion. Of course, he also knew about the long-browed elder, Master Shi. Master Shi was a very strong expert of the third realm of the void. It was said that his battle strength had reached the peak of the third realm of the void. In the Xiaoyao mansion, his strength was only slightly weaker than Marquis Xiaoyao. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, at first, our Xiaoyao mansion didn't know that those little guys were from your temporal temple. Later, although they revealed their identities, they only revealed their movement skills and didn't show anything to prove it. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, you also know that in the divine beginning realm, especially in times of crisis, it's common for people to pretend to be disciples of big sections. Our Xiaoyao mansion has encountered this many times before, Master Shi said, before he could finish his words. So, you just chased away the people of the temporal temple? Jian Wushuang looked over. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, the Amethyst Fog Sea is the territory of our Xiaoyao mansion. Before we can confirm the identities of these little guys, we have to ensure that the secret realm of heaven and earth is not occupied in advance, Master Shi said. Master Shi, there is indeed a misunderstanding. Now that I have personally shown up and proved that the immortal saints are from our temporal temple, you should be able to return the secret realm to us, right? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Return? Master Shi was stunned. Jian Wushuang used the word return to express his position. It meant that the secret realm was first discovered by the temporal temple, which meant that it belonged to the temporal temple. The Xiaoyao mansion was only temporarily in charge of the temporal temple. Now that the temporal temple had sent people, the Xiaoyao mansion had to leave immediately. Although this was reasonable, if they were to leave just like that, they would be too unwilling. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, no matter what, the Amethyst Fog Sea is the territory of our Xiaoyao mansion. This is our territory, and our Xiaoyao mansion is one of the top overlords in the second heaven. It's a top force even in the divine beginning realm. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, aren't you going too far by not giving our Xiaoyao mansion face? Master Shi said. Too much? Haha. So what if I'm too much for a mere Xiaoyao mansion? Do you really think that the temporal temple is easy to bully by snatching our things and chasing our people away? Jian Wushuang gave a hearty smile, then he gave a direct order. Sergeants, listen up. Kill them and take back the secret realm of heaven and earth. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Kin. Haha, brothers, kill them. How dare a mere Xiaoyao mansion steal from the temporal temple? They are courting death. The 6th Patrol Team, 10 Principals Masters, 100 Peak Saints, Yu, Duan Lang, and a few others swarmed out after hearing Jian Wushuang's order. They did not give the Xiaoyao mansion any chance at all. Seeing Jian Wushuang's order to attack and the many experts charging at the same time, the people of the Xiaoyao mansion were shocked. Oh no! Master Shi's expression also changed drastically. He looked at Master Xiaoyao and said, Master, step back first. The others, stop them. Chapter 3352. Marquis Xiaoyao arrives. Boom. As powerful auras rose, The patrol team of the Temporal Temple and the experts of Xiaoyao Mansion immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Sword Heaven Marquis, you are too much. This is the territory of our Xiaoyao Mansion. You are not allowed to be presumptuous. Master Shirin shouted. As soon as he finished his words, a thick aura rose from his body. It carried the pressure of the peak of the third realm of the void and directly pressed toward Jian Wushuang. Master Shirin also rushed toward Jian Wushuang at the first moment. Too far. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. When he saw Master Shirin coming toward him, his aura suddenly soared, and he activated his life divine power. At the same time, he also used the heaven-cleaving skill. Jian Wushuang, who had mastered 2 parts of the will, could rival the 3 realms of the void after using his life divine power. Once he used the heaven-cleaving skill, he could reach the level of the 4 realms of the void. It was the peerless sword technique. Shixiang, whoosh. A scarlet sword light with extreme violence swept out in an instant. Like a blood-red thunderbolt, it directly crushed toward Master Shirin, who was rushing toward him. Master Shirin took out a huge hammer. The 2 principles of earth and lightning pervaded this huge hammer. Even though they had yet to fuse together, its power was still exceptionally shocking. Hong Long Long, this huge hammer instantly magnified under Master Shirin's control. For a moment, it blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. In an instant, it collided head-on with that blood-red bolt of lightning. Pong! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At this moment, the entire void trembled. At the same time, numerous spatial cracks that spread over 10 meters spread out crazily like a spider web. So terrifying. The spatial cracks spread over 10 meters. It's too powerful. We have to be careful. We must not be dragged into it. The principal's masters and many immortal saints on the battlefield were all pale and shocked when they saw the crazed space crack. In the center of the space crack, puff! Master Shirin spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his aura instantly became weak. He was forced back in a sorry state. It took him a long time to regain his balance. Void, the 4th realm of the void? After regaining his balance, Master Shirin looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. His heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? The strength that Heavenly Sword Marquis displayed in the battle 400 years ago was not only at the 3rd realm of the void. Although he fought against the master of the Saint Realm, everyone knew that he used a very powerful trump card. But now, he hasn't used any trump cards, and his battle strength has already reached the 4th realm of the void realm. Master Shirin did not expect that Jian Wushuang's battle strength had already reached such a level. He had thought that if Jian Wushuang was at the 3rd realm of the void realm, he would be able to fight Jian Wushuang head-on or even suppress him. Then he could wait for their mansion master to come. But now, Master Shirin, get lost. Otherwise, even if you are an expert in the 3rd realm of the void realm, you will die here today. Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed in the world, making Master Shirin's face even uglier. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. As a principal's master, he also had an immortal body, so his life-saving ability was stronger than that of the immortal saint. With Master Shirin's life-saving ability, it was almost impossible for an ordinary expert in the 4th realm of the void realm to kill him. However, Master Shirin did not have any confidence in facing Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang was famous for having many trump cards and means. In the battle more than 400 years ago, he had revealed countless trump cards. Now, Jian Wushuang could easily crush him without using his trump cards. Once Jian Wushuang used his trump cards, he might really be able to kill him here. However, if he left just like that, he would not be able to give up the heaven and earth secret realm. And just when Master Shirin was in a dilemma, Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Although you are an inspector of the Temporal Temple, what you have done today is too disrespectful to our Xiaoyao mansion, right? A deep voice suddenly came from the void not far away. Upon hearing this voice, young Master Xiaoyao, who was standing at the back of the battlefield, was immediately overjoyed. Master Shirin also heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Whoosh! A 2-meter-tall figure, who seemed to be strolling leisurely in the void, rushed over from the surrounding void and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in an instant. This person was dressed in a silver tight suit. His long hair was flowing with a hint of silver gray, making him look rather ancient. He carried a 2-meter-long heavy sword on his back. Standing there, he gave off an extremely peculiar feeling. Lord Mansion Master. Master! Upon seeing the man, Master Shi and Master Xiaoyao immediately bowed. Is he Marquis Xiaoyao? Jian Wushuang also looked at the long-haired man. Although the long-haired man was standing there, he gave Jian Wushuang an invisible pressure. It is said that Marquis Xiaoyao, the mansion master of Xiaoyao Mansion, became a rule master 20 million years ago. He went to the universe battlefield for a long time and got some opportunities. When he came back, he had the battle strength of the Void Fourth Realm. From then on, he took over the position of Mansion Master of Xiaoyao Mansion. In terms of strength, he is not the strongest among the experts of the Void Fourth Realm, but he is quite strong. Jian Wushuang recalled the information about Marquis Xiaoyao. Safe to say, this Xiaoyao Marquis is indeed a strong. He rose from now to become an overlord, is completely from the edge of life and death climbed up, not a trace of luck. With the appearance of Marquis Xiaoyao, the battle between the two sides stopped temporarily. The experts on both sides separated and retreated to the side. Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao were still standing in the middle. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Didn't expect that you would be alarmed and come to the Amethyst Fog Sea, Marquis Xiaoyao. Jian Wushuang stood in the void with a sword in one hand and looked at Marquis Xiaoyao with interest. It can't be helped. The inspector of the Temporal Temple and Heavenly Sword Marquis, who is so famous in the Divine Beginning Realm, have come to the Amethyst Fog Sea. As the Mansion Master of Xiaoyao Mansion, I have to welcome them personally, Marquis Xiaoyao said calmly. There's no need to welcome them. I'm sure you know about this matter, Marquis Xiaoyao. The secret realm in the Amethyst Fog Sea was discovered by the people of the Temporal Temple first, so it naturally belongs to us. I hope that the people of Mansion Xiaoyao can give up this secret realm, Jian Wushuang said directly. Chapter 3353 Negotiations, Heavenly Sword Marquis. The Amethyst Fog Sea has been under the control of our Xiaoyao Mansion all these years. Since this secret realm was born in the Amethyst Fog Sea, it should belong to our Xiaoyao Mansion. The one who should leave and give up this secret realm should be your Temporal Temple, said Marquis Xiaoyao. What a joke. The territory controlled by your Xiaoyao Mansion is so vast. If you say so, all the cultivators in this vast territory belong to your Xiaoyao Mansion, and all the opportunities are yours. But will the cultivators in this territory agree to it? Jian Wushuang sneered. Marquis Xiaoyao, it takes incredible luck to find a secret realm of heaven and earth hidden in the Amethyst Fog Sea. Your Xiaoyao Mansion has occupied the Amethyst Fog Sea for so many years, but you still couldn't find it. This means that your Xiaoyao Mansion is not fated with the secret realm of heaven and earth. So, how can you ask for it? You are right. Marquis Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Our Xiaoyao Mansion has occupied this Amethyst Fog Sea for so many years, but we haven't been able to find this secret realm. Indeed, we shouldn't force it. However, even if your Temporal Temple finds this secret realm first, you might not be able to say that this secret realm belongs to your Temporal Temple. Don't forget, this secret realm was left behind by the former Amethyst Demon Sect. The Amethyst Demon Sect was a peak overlord of the Second Sky a long time ago. Back then, the one who destroyed the Amethyst Demon Sect and turned the Amethyst Fog Sea into ruins was one of the three great Saint Realms, the Flame Saint Realm. After the Flame Saint Realm destroyed the Amethyst Demon Sect, shouldn't the things left behind by the Amethyst Demon Sect belong to the Flame Saint Lord? Marquis Xiaoyao laughed coldly. How about I send a message to the Flame Saint Realm and ask them to send experts over to discuss who will get the secret area? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Only his own camp and the Xiaoyao Mansion were involved in the fight for the secret area. The Temporal Temple had the absolute advantage against the Xiaoyao Mansion, but if the Flame Saint Realm got involved, it would be completely different. Just as Marquis Xiaoyao had said, it was the Flame Saint Realm that destroyed the Amethyst Demon Sect. In the end, The ownership of the mystic realm of heaven and earth belonged to the saint realm of flame. Marquis Xiaoyao also saw the change in Jian Wushuang's expression. He immediately smiled and said, "Heavenly Sword Marquis, in my opinion, let's sit down and have a good talk. The Xiaoyao mansion doesn't expect to get all the treasures in the mystic realm of heaven and earth, but it's impossible for the temporal temple to monopolize them." "You're right. In that case, tell me what you want." Jian Wushuang looked at Marquis Xiaoyao calmly. "It's simple. No one has entered the secret realm. No one knows what's in it, but it might be the treasure left by the Amethyst Demon sect. No matter what's in it, our Xiaoyao mansion and your temporal temple will share half of it." Marquis Xiaoyao said. 50 to 502, Marquis Xiaoyao. What do you think? If your Xiaoyao mansion was in the Flame Saint realm, we would be in the same situation since the Amethyst Demon sect was destroyed. But your Xiaoyao mansion, how can you say that we are 50 to 50? Jian Wushuang mocked him. Marquis Xiaoyao's eyes darkened. Of course, he knew that it was almost impossible for Xiaoyao mansion to share half of the treasures equally with the temporal temple. He was just hoping to get lucky. He could ask for a sky-high price at the beginning. "How do you want to distribute the treasures in the secret realm?" Marquis Xiaoyao looked at him. "It's simple. The temporal temple will take 90% of the treasures in the secret realm, and your Xiaoyao mansion will take 10%. Jian Wushuang said. 10%? Impossible. That's too little. My Xiaoyao mansion will take at least 30%. Marquis Xiaoyao shouted. 30%? Jian Wushuang glanced at Marquis Xiaoyao. He could see that 30% was close to Marquis Xiaoyao's bottom line, but it was not the bottom line. 30% is too much. "I'll give you 20% at most," Jian Wushuang said coldly. Marquis Xiaoyao's expression was uncertain, obviously hesitant. Jian Wushuang spoke again. "Marquis Xiaoyao, 20% of the opportunity treasures is already a lot. If you don't want to, then there's no way to negotiate. We can only have a falling out. But before we fall out, you have to think carefully about how much power your Xiaoyao mansion has. You don't have any confidence against my temporal temple alone. If you really do as you say, and let the Flame Saint realm come and interfere, then what will happen to your Xiaoyao mansion? I'm afraid you won't be able to get anything out of it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm, thanks." Jian Wushuang's words made Marquis Xiaoyao frown. He was obviously talking about his weakness. He knew very well that Jian Wushuang was willing to talk to him and give him 20% of the opportunity treasures on behalf of the temporal temple. It was not because he was worried about the Xiaoyao mansion, but because he was worried about the Flame Saint realm. He did not want the Flame Saint realm to be involved in it. However, the Xiaoyao mansion was nothing in front of the temporal temple, not to mention the Flame Saint realm. If he were to lose all decorum with Jian Wushuang and let the Flame Saint realm get involved, then the mystic realm of heaven and earth would really have nothing to do with the Xiaoyao mansion. Jian Wushuang could see that Marquis Xiaoyao's heart was wavering, so he immediately spoke again. "Marquis Xiaoyao, I know that you're very famous in the divine beginning realm and that you've grown up to be quite a legend. I admire you very much. I can make the decision on my own to give you 30% of the opportunities and treasures." "Huh?" Xiaoyao mansion immediately looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, "What do you mean?" "It's simple. I've been cultivating in the Saha Island for more than 400 years, and my strength has improved greatly. Now I'm in need of experts to practice with. I'm looking forward to your strength, so I want to fight you head-on." Jian Wushuang smiled. "If you can defeat me in this battle, you'll get 30% of the opportunities and treasures for your Xiaoyao mansion. But if you lose, your Xiaoyao mansion will only get 20%. Moreover, after opening the secret realm of heaven and earth, the experts of your Xiaoyao mansion will have to obey the arrangement of my temporal temple. How about it?" "Are you serious? Can you really get 30% of the opportunities and treasures for my Xiaoyao mansion?" Marquis Xiaoyao stared at Jian Wushuang with bright eyes. "Of course, I won't go back on my words. As for whether I can do it or not, you don't have to doubt it. Don't forget that I'm a Saint Realm Inspector of the Temporal Temple. My words carry some weight in the temple," Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Chapter 3354, Battle Marquis Xiaoyao. "Okay. I'll bet with you. Marquis Xiaoyao agreed directly. In fact, when Jian Wushuang gave him 20% of the opportunity treasure, Marquis Xiaoyao had already wavered. Now, Jian Wushuang gave him a very promising opportunity to fight for 30% of the opportunity treasure. If Marquis Xiaoyao did not agree, it would be too tactless of him. Seeing Marquis Xiaoyao agree, Jian Wushuang immediately smiled. He did not lie. In the past 400 years, his strength had improved a lot, and he really wanted to fight with some real experts. In the camp, although he had defeated Master True Eyes and Master Shi-In, both of them were only in the third realm of the void. It was difficult for him to put pressure on them now. He easily defeated them and did not have a chance to use his full strength, let alone some tricks or trump cards. However, Marquis Xiaoyao was a genuine expert in the fourth realm of the void. He was also a very strong expert in the fourth realm of the void. At the same time, he used a heavy sword as a weapon and specialized in sword principle. Such an expert was what Jian Wushuang yearned to fight. Therefore, he used 10% more treasures as a bet to let Marquis Xiaoyao fight with him. Marquis Xiaoyao, I hope your strength won't disappoint me. Jian Wushuang licked his lips and said with a faint smile. I'll also want to see how powerful you are, as a Saint Realm expert who has made such a great name in the Divine Beginning Realm and is even known as the #1 genius in the history of the Divine Beginning Realm. Marquis Xiaoyao's face was cold. He stared at Jian Wushuang and said, standing right here. Bring it on. As you wish. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He moved his body and made his move. The surrounding experts, whether they were the patrol guards or the experts of Xiaoyao Mansion, had already retreated to the side and made way for the huge battlefield. When they saw Jian Wushuang make his move, the experts were also looking forward to it. Who will win the battle between the inspector and Marquis Xiaoyao? Of course, the inspector will win. It is said that Marquis Xiaoyao has reached the fourth void realm a long time ago and has been famous in the Divine Beginning Realm. Although the inspector hasn't been famous for a long time, he is more famous than Marquis Xiaoyao and is very strong. It will be interesting for them to fight. The experts of the patrol team were extremely excited as they watched the battle. Of course, as a member of the patrol team, they thought that Jian Wushuang would win, especially the Immortal Saints. They worshipped Jian Wushuang blindly. No matter who the opponent was, they all thought that Jian Wushuang would win. As for the experts of the Xiaoyao Mansion, their eyes were also burning with passion. Heavenly Sword Marquis, is he going to fight with the Mansion Master? Master Shi-In had a strange look on his face. Humph, Heavenly Sword Marquis only had the battle strength of a superior saint in the Blood Wave world 400 years ago. Where did he get the courage to challenge Master? Master Xiaoyao snorted in his heart. Obviously, he did not think that Jian Wushuang had the strength to challenge Marquis Xiaoyao. However, no matter what the people around him thought, Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao were already fighting head-on in the center of the battlefield. Previously, Jian Wushuang had been very relaxed when he faced the Master True Eyes and Master Shi-In, and he had kept his strength. But now that he was facing Marquis Xiaoyao, Jian Wushuang did not hold back from the beginning. Once he activated his life divine power and the heaven-cleaving skill, coupled with the power of his two wills, his battle strength reached its peak in an instant. Peerless sword technique, Shixiang. The Blood Mountain sword turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and instantly rushed out. That shocking violent aura rushed into the sky. Wherever the sword light went, space cracked inch by inch. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Humph. However, Marquis Xiaoyao only snorted lightly. When the blood-red lightning bolt arrived, the 2-meter-long heavy sword that he had been carrying on his back instantly appeared in his hand. He held the heavy sword with one hand. An endless amount of power surged into the sword. Following that, the broadsword simply swept across. It seemed simple, but the broadsword contained two incomparably violent principles of destruction and lightning. These two laws of power were perfectly fused together, complementing each other, allowing this casual sweep of the sword. Its power was earth-shattering. Hualala, the air was directly swept away. In the middle, it was like a long meteor, colliding head-on with the blood-colored lightning. Bang! With a loud bang, the blood-colored lightning suddenly dimmed. and two extremely violent powers wildly collided. Voila! The surrounding space exploded one after another, and one after another. Spatial cracks that were dozens of meters long spread out continuously in the battlefield. It was as if the world was splitting apart from the middle. The commotion was incredible. The surrounding experts who were watching the battle could not help but click their tongues when they saw the scene in the middle of the battlefield. They knew very well that the power displayed by Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao far exceeded that of everyone present. This level of power was not something that the people present were qualified to participate in. Finally, with a low rumble, the two powers in the middle of the battlefield finally retreated with the defeat of one of them. The two figures also retreated. Jian Wushuang only staggered back a few steps, while Marquis Xiaoyao retreated a long distance before stopping again. At first glance, it seemed that Jian Wushuang had the upper hand, but in fact, haha, Marquis Xiaoyao, it is said that you have mastered the two brutal principles of thunder and destruction at the same time, and they are fused together. This makes your attack extremely terrifying and violent. Your casual attack has the power to destroy the world. Now it seems that it is true. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly. It echoed in the world. Jian Wushuang was quite surprised. After all, he had just used his most powerful attack, Shi Xiang, with all his strength. However, Marquis Xiaoyao had only casually swept his sword and was still in a stalemate with him for so long before he was forced to retreat. If Marquis Xiaoyao also used an offensive sword skill, its power would probably be stronger than his. You're not weak either. Marquis Xiaoyao also stared at Jian Wushuang. It's hard to imagine that an immortal saint could have the power equivalent to the four void realms. I was careless and suffered a small loss, but it won't happen again. Haha, let's do it again. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily and moved forward again. At the same time, the Blood Mountain sword in his hand turned into arcs of light. Chapter 3355. Heart Penetration Endless Fantasy. Hua, 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 Hua. One after another, extremely fast sword shadows rushed out. Wushuang's Sword Manual. Ninth Heaven of Illusionary Sword. Although Marquis Xiaoyao used a heavy sword, his speed was not slow at all. The heavy sword seemed to weigh hundreds of millions of pounds, but it seemed to be weightless in his hand. He waved the heavy sword again and again. He easily blocked all of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship has completely exploded. Shi Xiang, Star Dream, Setting Sun, Emperor Blood Kill, Life and Death Moment. Jian Wushuang used the peerless sword manual he had created to its fullest. The violent, swift, and strange sword shadows attacked Jian Wushuang crazily. Not only did he use Jian Wushuang to his fullest at the same time, he also used his body speed and his understanding of sword principle to its fullest. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's battle strength had reached its peak, leaving aside some of his trump cards and tricks. Each sword skill had its own characteristics. If it were an ordinary expert, it would be difficult to resist it, but against Marquis Xiaoyao. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. According to the information that Jian Wushuang had obtained, the most terrifying thing about Marquis Xiaoyao was his close combat ability. His close combat ability was too strong. With the combination of offense and defense, coupled with his extremely violent offensive, he could easily defeat the enemy. But now, in the face of Jian Wushuang's endless attacks of swordsmanship, Marquis Xiaoyao was calm and easy to deal with. No matter how tricky Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was, or how strange it was, Marquis Xiaoyao was able to withstand it. After a fierce battle, although Jian Wushuang had been attacking crazily, he did not gain any advantage from Marquis Xiaoyao. Heavenly Sword Marquis, is this your strongest strength? Marquis Xiaoyao suddenly stopped what he was doing. His eyes were cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Although your swordsmanship is indeed very powerful and strange, and in terms of real combat strength, it is indeed difficult for an ordinary expert of the Void Four Realms to defeat you, it is still too early for you to challenge me with such strength. As soon as he finished his words, Marquis Zioweo's body suddenly shook. A shocking destructive aura burst out from his body. At the same time, a large amount of dark purple thunderbolt power surged out from his body. These dark purple thunderbolts even spread directly to the heavy sword in his hand. Kill. Thunderbolt. Swish. A flash of lightning suddenly shot out. It was so fast that even Jian Wushuang could barely see a trace of it. Marquis Xiaoyao was already in front of him, and at the same time, the 2-meter-long heavy sword had been raised high above the heavy sword. The two extremely violent rules of destruction and thunder were perfectly fused together. In an instant, he slashed down with a bang. This sword, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly darkened. The moment he saw Marquis Zioweo's sword, he moved at the same time. Buzz, buzz, a sword light suddenly swung out. In an instant, it stirred up the surrounding space and time, causing the surrounding void to completely turn blood red. The sky was blood red, the ground was blood red, and even the air was filled with a large amount of blood mist. This sword light was also extremely overbearing, easily cutting through space. At the same time, the majestic power of space and time suddenly covered the void in front of them. The Peerless Sword Manual, Blood Azura, the strongest move of the 7 sword moves of the Peerless Sword Manual, was now displayed in Jian Wushuang's hands. The effect of the space-time stagnation was instantly produced. Marquis Xiaoyao and his extremely violent sword. Both of them were affected by the space-time stagnation, although they managed to break free in the blink of an eye. However, because of this slight impression, the speed and power of Marquis Zioweo's violent sword were greatly weakened, giving Jian Wushuang a chance to resist. Bang! The two sword lights finally collided head-on. As soon as they came into contact, Jian Wushuang immediately felt a violent force transmitted from the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. This force shook his divine body, causing him to let out a muffled groan. His body also retreated in a sorry state at the first moment. Whoosh! The sword light dissipated and mercilessly shattered the surrounding void, forming a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Jian Wushuang had already steadied himself. He tightened the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and frowned slightly. Marquis Xiaoyao is indeed at the peak of the Void Fourth Realm. He is also a top expert who specializes in close combat. The power of his move just now was too strong. It was not something I could withstand in a head-on collision. Even though I had used Blood Azura at the first moment and slowed down the speed and power of this move still crushed me. Jian Wushuang sighed quietly. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are very strong, but you are still weaker than me. Marquis Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang. Isn't it too early to say that? I haven't lost yet. Jian Wushuang smiled. Why? Aren't you going to admit defeat? Marquis Zioweo's eyes darkened. It's just that you are stronger than me in a head-on fight. In a real fight, victory and defeat are not determined by the power of a head-on fight. Jian Wushuang smiled, but then his body swayed slightly. He disappeared directly in front of Marquis Xiaoyao. This scene caused Marquis Zioweo's pupils to constrict. The surrounding experts who were watching the fight looked around blankly. What's going on? Where did the inspector go? I can't find him. I can't even sense his soul. Shadowless escape art. It's the inspector's shadowless escape art. The principal's masters and the patrol team immediately reacted. The shadowless escape art of the Blood Blade Master? Marquis Xiaoyao remained calm. Humph, I knew you had mastered the shadowless escape art, but unfortunately, your shadowless escape art can't be compared to the Blood Blade Master's. It may be no problem to hide it from an ordinary principal's master, but it's a joke to hide it from me. Marquis Zioweo's soul power spread out directly. In just a moment, he had already sensed Jian Wushuang's location. Over here. Marquis Xiaoyao transformed into a thunderbolt and immediately appeared in the void where Jian Wushuang was. At the same time, he swung his hand violently. Your sensing ability is not bad. Jian Wushuang's figure also appeared in the void. At the same time, he also swung his Blood Mountain sword. The two collided again, but this time, Marquis Zioweo's heavy sword easily passed through the body of the Blood Mountain sword and Jian Wushuang's divine body without any obstruction. What? Marquis Xiaoyao was stunned. Oh no, it's time-space conversion. Marquis Xiaoyao was the first to react. At the same time, he sensed that Jian Wushuang had appeared behind him. Jian Wushuang smiled. He looked at Marquis Xiaoyao, who had his back to him, and gently threw out his blood mountain sword. The second move of the bloody blade swordsmanship, the first move of heart penetration. Chapter 3356 was defeated. So fast. So fast. A trace of shock flashed across Marquis Xiaoyao's eyes. He had already realized that what he had encountered before was just an illusion formed by the space-time conversion, and he had also sensed Jian Wushuang's real location. Logically speaking, with his strength, since he had reacted at the first moment, even if he was in a passive position, he should have been able to barely defend himself. But now, Jian Wushuang's thrust made Marquis Xiaoyao lose the thought of defending. What could he do? This sword move was too fast. The Blood Blade sword art was the strongest assassination sword art created by the Blood Blade master. It was used together with the Shadowless escape art. Jian Wushuang had mastered the Shadowless escape skill to the initial level. He had also mastered the second move of the Bloody Sword skill, which was called Penetrating Heart Form. It was faster and faster than the first move of the Blood Drop skill. Most importantly, the piercing force of the sword skill was even more terrifying. If Jian Wushuang had only used the first move of the Blood Drop skill, he might have been blocked by Marquis Xiaoyao even at such a good time. However, once he used the second move, even Marquis Xiaoyao would not be able to block it. He could only watch as the sword with a terrifying piercing force struck his divine body. Boom! The void shook, and the layer of thunder covering Marquis Xiaoyao's body was instantly penetrated. The defense on his body was also instantly shattered. However, Marquis Xiaoyao was wearing protective armor, which was an extremely high-level supreme treasure. Jian Wushuang's sword attack. It was unable to penetrate the protective armor directly, but a terrifying penetrating power still passed through the armor and into Marquis Xiaoyao's divine body. Humph! Marquis Xiaoyao snorted, and his face suddenly darkened. Under the influence of that power, he retreated crazily and only regained his balance after a long time. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you're really good. Marquis Xiaoyao stared at Jian Wushuang with a solemn face and then sighed, I lost this battle. Haha, thank you for letting me win. Jian Wushuang smiled. The surrounding experts who were watching the battle instantly burst into an uproar. As expected, the patrol inspector won. The patrol inspector is so powerful. It is said that Marquis Xiaoyao is a principal's master with amazing strength and has a great battle record. However, the patrol ambassador still defeated him head-on. Humph, see, I told you that you would win. The sergeants of the patrol team were very happy, but it was the opposite in Xiaoyao Mansion. What happened? Although Master was pushed back just now, it doesn't mean that he has lost. Wasn't Heavenly Sword Marquis also pushed back by Master? Young Master Xiaoyao did not understand. To be exact, he did not believe that his master would be defeated by Jian Wushuang. Master Shirin, who was beside him, secretly shook his head. The Lord Mansion Master has indeed lost this battle. Great Elder. Young Master Xiaoyao looked at him with a frown. Young Master, although the Lord Mansion Master and Jian Wushuang were both pushed back once, the outcome of the battle hasn't been determined yet. However, the Lord Mansion Master has actually done his best in this battle. Under the Lord Mansion Master's best efforts, he could only fight with Heavenly Sword Marquis. Don't forget that the reason why Heavenly Sword Marquis has such an incredible reputation in the Divine Beginning realm is not only because of his own strength, but also his trump cards and means. He has many trump cards and techniques. For example, he has a universe true treasure with shocking power. Once it is used, his power can reach a whole new level. Also, during the battle over 400 years ago, he summoned a terrifying Yimo and forced the Flame Saint Master into a difficult situation. He has too many trump cards and techniques, but now, he hasn't used them. Just by relying on his own power, he is already on par with the Palace Master. What do you think will happen if he uses those trump cards and techniques? Master Shirin looked at young Master Xiaoyao. Are you saying that once this Heavenly Sword Marquis uses his trump card, Master will be no match for him? Young Master Xiaoyao was startled. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. Yes, not only is he no match for him, I'm afraid Lord Mansion Master will have to worry about his own life in the hands of this heavenly sword marquis, Master Shireen said seriously. What? This heavenly sword marquis can threaten Master's life? Young Master Xiaoyao was completely stunned. Don't doubt it. If I'm not wrong, Lord Mansion Master also knows this. That's why he voluntarily admitted defeat and didn't continue fighting with Heavenly Sword Marquis. Once he forces Heavenly Sword Marquis to use his trump card, the outcome would be unimaginable even to Lord Mansion Master. Master Shireen said, It's like this. Young Master Xiaoyao finally understood. But when he knew the cause and effect, he felt even more upset. Because more than 400 years ago in the Bloodwave realm, Jin Wushuang was on the same level as him, and they even fought face to face. But in the blink of an eye, in less than 400 years, his opponent had reached the point where even his master feared him and dared not force him to use his trump card. The gap between them was too big. Jin Wushuang knew why Marquis Xiaoyao had admitted defeat. However, he had already fought with Marquis Xiaoyao and forced him to use all of his strength. The battle was enjoyable, he did not have any regrets, so he did not want to continue fighting. Marquis Xiaoyao, since you have lost this battle, then according to what I said before, no matter what opportunities or treasures there are in the mystic realm of heaven and earth, my temporal temple will take 80% of them, while your Xiaoyao mansion will only take 20%. Moreover, in the secret land of heaven and earth, the experts of your Xiaoyao mansion will have to listen to the arrangement of my temporal temple, Jin Wushuang said seriously. Sure. Marquis Xiaoyao was very straightforward and did not care about anything else. All right, let your people move aside first. Let our people open the secret realm first. Then we will each send a group of experts to enter the secret realm together, Jin Wushuang said. Okay. Marquis Xiaoyao nodded. But at this time, Master Shireen walked up. Mansion Master, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, this secret realm is very unique. We've already tried it, and even asked several principals masters to join hands, but they can't really open it. I wonder if you have any ideas, Mr. Heavenly Marquis? Humph, do you think this secret realm can be opened as long as a few principals masters join hands? Jin Wushuang sneered and then glanced behind him. Duan Lang, take out the token. Chapter 3357. Entering the secret realm of heaven and earth, Duan Lang immediately stepped forward and handed the token to Jin Wushuang. There really is a token. Master Shireen glanced at the token and sighed. He had guessed that to enter the secret realm of heaven and earth, there should be a token to guide them. Moreover, the token should have been found by the immortal saints who had discovered the secret realm of heaven and earth, but unfortunately, he knew too late. If they had known that Duan Lang and the others had tokens, they would not have let them go so easily. They would have found a way to get the tokens and immediately open the secret realm to enter. By the time Jin Wushuang and the patrol team arrived, the opportunity treasures in the secret realm would have fallen into their hands, and the initiative would be in their hands. Unfortunately, because of the difference of one step, they could only enter the secret land of heaven and earth with the experts of the temporal temple. Even if there were a mountain of treasures and opportunities inside, they could only get 20%. They had to listen to Jin Wushuang's arrangements. The secret realm of heaven and earth is not big. You and I don't need so many experts to enter. Each of us can choose a few people to enter, Jin Wushuang said. That's fine. Besides you, Shireen, and I, there are 4 other principals masters in the Xiaoyao mansion. A total of 6 people will enter, Marquis Xiaoyao said. As for the temporal temple, Jin Wushuang hesitated for a moment, then he ordered, Zhen Tong, you and Master Si Yi will lead the soldiers to hold back. The other principals masters will follow me into the secret realm of heaven and earth. Yes. Zhen Tong and Master Si Yi immediately nodded respectfully. They asked Zhen Tong and Master Si Yi to hold back in order to prevent any unnecessary changes. As for the secret realm, there might be some dangers, but they should be able to deal with it with their current strength. Duan Lang, You. Jian Wushuang looked at them again. You guys found the secret realm of heaven and earth first, so you should be the first to explore it. But for some reasons, you can't go in now. But you can rest assured that if we find the treasures left by the amethyst demon sect in the secret realm of heaven and earth, or if we get a lot of opportunities and treasures, we will give you a portion according to a certain ratio. Okay. Duan Lang nodded. Haha, I hope there really are treasures left by the amethyst demon sect in the secret realm of heaven and earth. Then we will make a fortune. Yu also smiled. They had no objection to Jian Wushuang's decision, and they had long been mentally prepared. This was the way the temporal temple operated. If the experts under them obtained opportunities or treasures with their own power, they would naturally own them. However, if they did not get them by themselves, if they had borrowed the temporal temple's power, then these treasures and fortuitous encounters would definitely belong to the temporal temple. After that, the temporal temple would share a portion of the treasures and fortuitous encounters with these experts according to what they had done. This time, although Duan Lang, Yu, and the others had found this secret realm of heaven and earth, they had carelessly allowed the Xiaoyao mansion to intervene. Thus, they could only let the temporal temple step in. As for the temporal temple, they could only get some opportunities or treasures based on their contributions. As for whether they could enter the heaven and earth secret realm, they did not care too much. As long as they could get a part of it, they would not have to make a wasted trip. After deciding on the experts to enter, Jian Wushuang immediately ordered people to open the heaven and earth secret realm. Previously, without the token, several principals masters of the Xiaoyao mansion could not do anything to the heaven and earth secret realm. But now, because of the token, the temporal temple only sent 3 principals masters. They easily opened the secret realm, and a space passage that could allow several people to enter at the same time appeared in front of them. As soon as the space passage appeared, an extremely ancient aura spread out from it. However, judging from the aura, the secret realm had existed for a long time. It was obviously left behind by the amethyst demon sect. Let's go in. Jian Wushuang led his 8 principals masters, including Sword Dragon Master, and the 6 principals masters led by Marquis Xiaoyao to enter the secret realm almost at the same time. The secret realm had existed since the Amethyst Demon sect dominated the second heaven. Even though the Amethyst Demon sect was later destroyed by the Flame Saint realm, the secret realm was still preserved. It had been quiet for a long time, but today, the tranquility of the secret realm was finally broken. Buzz! A burst of light flashed, and more than 10 figures stepped out of the spatial tunnel and appeared in the secret realm of heaven and earth. As soon as they came to the secret realm of heaven and earth, Jian Wushuang and the others immediately looked around. What an ancient aura! Such an ancient aura can only be found when the Amethyst Demon sect is still in the second heaven. Sword Dragon Master said, "Everyone in the temporal temple, have you noticed the difference between the secret realm and the Amethyst Fog Sea?" Marquis Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. "Yes, I have. The Amethyst Fog Sea used to be the lair of the Amethyst Demon sect. When the Flame Saint realm attacked the Amethyst Fog Sea, it turned into ruins. It's still a horrible scene. However, there's no trace of a battle in the heaven and earth secret realm. On the contrary, it's very peaceful. The ground and the surrounding mountains are intact. Obviously, the battle didn't affect the heaven and earth secret realm," Jian Wushuang said. "Not only was it left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect, but it was not affected by the war at all. This secret realm might be the place where the Amethyst Demon sect has been hiding the treasures and opportunities." Master Xian's eyes became extremely hot. It might be the place where the treasures and opportunities are hidden, but the problem now is how to find them. Marquis Xiaoyao smiled faintly and looked at Jian Wushuang again. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, how do you think we should find them? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. This secret realm is not very big. Even if the Amethyst Demon sect hides the treasures and opportunities in a deep place, we should be able to find them. At most, it will take us a little more time." Marquis Xiaoyao, according to the previous agreement, the experts of your Xiaoyao mansion must always listen to me in this secret realm. Now, I have decided that we should explore this secret realm together and find them slowly. Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Chapter 3358. Searching in the Secret Realm of Heaven and Earth. A group of 15 people from the Temporal Temple and the Xiaoyao Mansion were wandering around. The secret realm of Heaven and Earth was not big. Soon, Jin Wushuang and the others arrived at its core. There were many palaces and pavilions standing there. These palaces and pavilions were quite majestic. Obviously, they were not something that ordinary small sects could have. The treasures left by the Amethyst Demon sect are probably hidden in these palaces and pavilions. Let's take our time to find them. Jin Wushuang smiled, and the group immediately began to search carefully in the palaces and pavilions. Comment time passed, and more than half a day passed in a flash. They had searched all the palaces and pavilions in the secret realm, but they did not find any treasures. How could it be? Jin Wushuang frowned. Is the treasure not hidden in the palaces and pavilions, but somewhere else in the secret realm? Or is there no treasure opportunity left by the Amethyst Demon sect in the secret realm? Sword Dragon Master said. No, it's too early to tell. Maybe the treasure is hidden here, but it's hidden so well that we didn't find it. Let's search again, Jin Wushuang said. The people of the Xiaoyao Mansion, including Marquis Xiaoyao, did not have any objections. Soon, they searched the palace again. This time, they searched more carefully. It could be said that they searched the entire palace, but they still found nothing. It seems that even if there is treasure left by the Amethyst Demon sect in the secret land, it must be hidden very well. If we continue to search like this, it's probably useless. Why don't we spread out and search? Marquis Xiaoyao suggested. Spread out? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then smiled. Yes, but there's no need to spread out too much. How about this? The experts of the Temporal Temple and your Marquis Xiaoyao each send a team of 2 to search. That way, even if we find the treasure, we can share it fairly, right? Upon hearing Jin Wushuang's words, Marquis Xiaoyao's expression did not change, but his heart jumped. He actually hoped that the experts from both sides could split up to search for the treasure. In this way, if his people were lucky enough to get the treasure, they could say that they did not get it, and Jin Wushuang would not be able to explore it. They had a chance to take the treasure for themselves. Unfortunately, Jin Wushuang had already seen through his plan, so he said that they would move in pairs. Moreover, both sides would send 1 person each. In terms of the number of people on both sides, the Temporal Temple would have a few more people. In this way, the Temporal Temple would have a chance to secretly occupy the treasures they found. After Jin Wushuang made his decision, the experts from both sides quickly began to work in pairs to search the secret land of Heaven and Earth. As the leader, Jin Wushuang, of course, was with Marquis Xiaoyao. The 2 of them also searched the secret land of Heaven and Earth. However, even though the group had been divided into several groups and the efficiency of the search was much higher than before, they still could not find anything after searching. Time passed, and soon, Jin Wushuang and the others had entered the secret land of Heaven and Earth for a day. In a magnificent palace, 2 rule masters stood in the middle and carefully observed the surroundings. One of the 2 principal masters was Master Tianfu from the Temporal Temple, and the other was Master Shui from the Xiaoyao Mansion. We've been to this palace several times, but we didn't find anything before. It seems that we can't find anything this time, Master Shui said. Don't be anxious. Keep looking carefully. We can't tell if there are any special mechanisms or formations hidden in this palace. It's just that we haven't activated them yet, Master Tianfu said. Master Shui shrugged and could only continue searching. The 2 of them also kept trying to move the decorative equipment in the palace to see if there were any mechanisms, but unfortunately, there was nothing. The 2 of them could only sigh softly and leave the palace. Just as they walked out of the palace, a gray stream of light suddenly flashed around them. Huh? Master Tianfu narrowed his eyes. Master Shui, did you see a gray light just now? Gray light? What gray light? Master Shui glanced at Master Tianfu. He and Master Tianfu had walked out of the palace at the same time, but he had indeed not seen any gray light just now. That's not right. I clearly saw a gray light flash just now. Although it disappeared very quickly, there was definitely one. Master Tianfu was incomparably certain. You really saw it? Master Shui's expression also moved. Master Tianfu was a dignified principal's master. Of course, there was no way he could have seen anything wrong. Since he had seen the gray light just now, there was an 80% chance that he was right. And just as the two of them were extremely puzzled, the gray light lit up once again, and this time, it came directly in front of them. What is this? Master Shui's expression immediately changed. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Be careful. Master Tianfu immediately shouted out. Show. That gray light carried an incomparable speed and impact force, instantly enveloping Master Tianfu and Master Shui. The two of them had not even seen clearly what this gray light was, however. A terrifying might had already swept over. Boom! The peaceful heaven and earth secret realm suddenly let out a roar. It was like a sudden clap of thunder on flat ground, instantly exploding. This terrifying roar was accompanied by a shocking might that spread wildly in all directions. At the first moment, it crushed some of the surrounding palaces and pavilions into powder. Even the entire heaven and earth secret realm was on the verge of collapsing under this terrifying might. It's all falling apart. What's wrong? What's going on? What a terrible power. Who is it? Many experts, including Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao, who were searching for treasures and opportunities in the secret land of heaven and earth, were shocked by this terrifying power. One by one, they soared into the sky, appear in the void, all eyes. All looked to the source of that power. However, when they took a look, they could only see the shocking might and energy that was crazily attacking, as well as the large waves of air that were stirred up by the might. They could not see anything else clearly. After a while, the might gradually depleted. Only then did they see the void clearly. They could see that the void, including the land, had already become a piece of trash. A huge pit appeared in everyone's line of sight, and under the pit, one of Master Tianfu and Master Shui stood there trembling. The other had already half knelt down. Both of their faces were pale, and their auras were completely dispirited. There was still blood spewing from their mouths under their feet. This scene caused everyone's pupils to constrict. Chapter 3359. Gray Shadow, Master Tianfu. Shui. The experts of the Temporal Temple and Xiaoyao Mansion immediately rushed toward the pit at their fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in front of Master Tianfu and Master Shui. Shui, what's going on? Marquis, Xiaoyao asked with a frown. Don't know, Master Shui said with a trace of fear. You don't know? Marquis Xiaoyao could not help being stunned. Asa Principal's master. He was injured to such an extent, but Master Shui did not know what had happened? Master Tianfu. Jian Wushuang looked at Master Tianfu. In terms of strength, Master Tianfu had already reached the peak of the Void Second Realm, which was slightly stronger than Master Shui. It's a gray streamer, Master Tianfu said in a low voice. A gray streamer? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Master Shui and I were searching in a palace, but we didn't find any trace of it. When we walked out of the palace, I immediately saw a gray streamer flash around us. I was already alert at that time, but then the gray streamer appeared again and directly rushed toward us. You've all seen what happened next, Master Tianfu said. Jian Wushuang's expression immediately turned grave when he heard Master Tianfu's words. In other words, you didn't see clearly what the gray light was? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Master Tianfu nodded. I could barely see that the flowing light was a light shadow, but I couldn't see clearly what the time was. How could an expert at the peak of the second void realm be injured so badly before he could even see his opponent? Marquis Xiaoyao's face darkened, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. It seems that the secret realm is not as simple as we thought. Well, I thought that the secret realm was just a place for the Amethyst Demon Sect to hide treasures. But now it seems that there is a high chance that it is a place for treasures. However, there must be a lot of dangers in this place. For example, The gray shadow just now might be a method left behind by the amethyst demon sect to guard the treasure. It might be a special puppet fighter or a sect guarding exotic beast, Jian Wushuang said. The first thing Jian Wushuang thought of when he heard about the gray shadow was puppet fighters or exotic beasts, but he did not think of human cultivators. After all, the secret realm of heaven and earth had existed for a long time. The secret realm of heaven and earth had not been opened for a long time. If a human cultivator was really in the secret realm of heaven and earth, he would not have been alone for so many years. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what should we do next? Do we continue to search? Marquis Xiaoyao asked. Yes, of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. We didn't find any trace of treasure after searching. I almost thought that this secret realm might not be the treasure place of the amethyst demon sect, but just an ordinary secret realm. But because of the appearance of this gray shadow, I think this secret realm is not simple. Right now, I am almost certain that the secret realm of heaven and earth has something left behind by the amethyst demon sect. Since there is a treasure, of course, we have to continue searching. Just like before, we will continue searching in pairs. However, when we are searching, we have to be careful. We have to be wary of the gray figure's attack. Also, Marquis Xiaoyao, there is no need for us to continue searching. We will stay in the central area of this building complex and observe the surrounding movements. Once we see the gray figure appear again, we will immediately take action. Okay. Marquis Xiaoyao nodded heavily. He was now certain that the secret realm of heaven and earth was the treasure place of the amethyst demon sect. Jian Wushuang's arrangement was very reasonable. He asked the others to continue searching for the treasure in the complex. As the strongest, the two of them stood in the center of the complex to deal with the possible changes. Once the gray figure appeared again, they would be able to detect it immediately. Immediately, the principal's masters of both sides continued to search carefully in the surrounding buildings. Because of their serious injuries and the sharp decline in their strength, Master Tianfu and Master Shui did not continue searching. Instead, they stayed with Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao and kept an eye on the situation around them. An hour later, in the void not far away from Jian Wushuang, the gray streamer appeared again without any warning. Although the gray streamer appeared very suddenly, Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao noticed it immediately. It's there. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he instantly locked onto the gray streamer. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. However, the gray flowing light under his gaze was too fast. It was so fast that Jian Wushuang did not even have time to give any warning. The gray flowing light was no longer hindered in the slightest, as it directly charged toward the two principal's masters who were searching around. The strength of the two principal's masters was relatively average, even though the two of them had been on guard against the gray flowing light because of the lessons they had learned from Master Tianfu and Master Shui. They still did not manage to block it in time. Boom! Another earth-shaking, terrifying boom swept across the area. When Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao entered the area, the gray flowing light had already disappeared, and the two principal's masters who had been hit by the flowing light had also been severely injured. Damn it! Looking at the two principal's masters who seemed to be even more miserable than Master Tianfu and Master Shui, Jian Wushuang's face turned very ugly. It's too fast. The gray flowing light just now was too fast. It was so fast that even you and I didn't have time to react. What's more, we still couldn't see clearly what it was. Marquis Xiaoyao also said in a low voice. Yes, although the two of them had noticed the appearance of the gray flowing light and looked over immediately, they still could not figure out what it was. They still did not know what the gray light shadow was. The gray light is hidden too well. It's hiding right beside us, but we can't find it at all. Even the principal's masters, who are best at soul perception, can't seem to catch the existence of the gray light, Marquis Xiaoyao said seriously. It's really troublesome. If we want to continue searching for the treasure, we must find a way to find the gray light first. Otherwise, if we let it be around us, our principal's masters will be too dangerous. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Chapter 3360. Space-Time Prison. Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao were not afraid of the gray light shadow. After all, they were powerful, so the gray light shadow should not be able to threaten them. However, most of the principal's masters under them were only in the second realm of the void. They could not face the gray light shadow, for principal's masters had been seriously injured. If they let the gray light shadow continue, more principal's masters would be injured. The gray light shadow was too fast and did not have any aura or power. We could not sense its existence. It was just like the shadowless escape art you mastered, Marquis Xiaoyao said. Shadowless escape skill? Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he nodded secretly. Indeed, his shadowless escape skill was hidden in the surrounding void and could hide from the soul detection of the cultivators. But because his mastery of the shadowless escape skill was only in the profound realm, therefore, he couldn't hide it from Marquis Xiaoyao, who had already reached the peak of the fourth realm of the void. But the gray shadow could even hide from Marquis Xiaoyao. It was hidden in the secret realm of heaven and earth, but no one knew where it was. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have mastered the shadowless escape technique, so you should know more about this concealment method. Do you have a way to find the gray light shadow now? Marquis Xiaoyao asked. I'm not sure, but I can try. Jian Wushuang focused his eyes, and a large amount of the power of space-time principles had gathered in his body. In the blink of an eye, the power of space-time principles gathered in his body had reached an astonishing level. Space-time principles? Marquis Xiaoyao looked at him in surprise. To find the gray figure, you should find a way to improve your soul perception. What use can you use the space-time principles now? Just watch. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Then he stretched out his right hand and made a strange cut in the void in front of him. One finger drawing the sky. Space-time prison. Buzz. With that simple stroke, the power of the space-time principles gathered in Jian Wushuang's body suddenly surged up and swept out in all directions like a wave. In just a moment, it covered the entire secret realm of heaven and earth. This is. When Marquis Xiaoyao saw the power of the space-time principles around him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Space-time imprisonment, this is space-time imprisonment. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have mastered space-time imprisonment? How is that possible? When I fought with you, your application of space-time principles clearly did not reach this level. Marquis Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Haha, Marquis Xiaoyao, there are many things you don't know. Jian Wushuang smiled. His application of space-time principles indeed did not reach the level of space-time imprisonment. It was still at the level of space-time conversion. Under normal circumstances, he could not use space-time imprisonment. However, Jian Wushuang could use the power of the treasure even though he could not use it by himself. For example, he was using the golden sky painting flag given to him by the temporal temple master. The golden sky painting flag was a top-notch treasure in space-time. It could be very useful in the hands of experts who were proficient in space-time principles. For example, back on Saha Island, Green Rock Master had used the golden sky painting flag to cast time and space imprisonment, which prevented many powerful principles masters in the temporal temple from breaking it. Although Jian Wushuang could not use the principles of time and space as well as Green Rock Master, he could still use the golden sky painting flag to perform some tricks, especially since the golden sky painting flag had some secret skills. Jian Wushuang had mastered the simplest of them, the space-time prison, and he had already performed it. Although I don't know why you can use the space-time imprisonment, what we need to do now is to find the gray shadow. If you completely imprison this space-time, you can only trap it in this space-time, but you still can't find it? Marquis Xiaoyao frowned and said, if it's just an ordinary space-time lock, it can only trap people. However, my space-time prison is different. Not only does it have the effect of space-time lock, but it also has a great space-time domain. In other words, this space-time will definitely be under my control. My space-time power can sweep through every space-time wantonly. No matter how deep it is hidden, I can find it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Wait a moment, I'm already looking for him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Marquis Xiaoyao's heart was in turmoil. This heavenly sword Marquis really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Marquis Xiaoyao looked at Jin Wushuang with a meaningful look. He knew that Jin Wushuang had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so he chose not to continue fighting with Jin Wushuang. Instead, he chose to admit defeat. He had made a wise choice at that time. After all, Jin Wushuang did not show any tricks in that battle, like in the space-time prison. I found it. Jin Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. You really hit it well. Unfortunately, no matter how well you hit it, you can't escape from this space-time. Marquis Xiaoyao, follow me. Jin Wushuang shouted in a low voice, but his figure instantly shot out. Naturally, Marquis Xiaoyao immediately followed Jin Wushuang. Swish, swish. Two figures flashed at the same time, but in an instant, they appeared in front of an empty void. Here, Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The Blood Mountain sword behind him had already been drawn, and a brutal sword essence, with shocking power, instantly slashed toward the empty void. As for Marquis Xiaoyao, although he did not see anything strange in the void in front of him, he followed Jin Wushuang and also pressed forward with his heavy sword. The two sword shadows slashed toward the empty void almost at the same time. At first, there was indeed nothing in the void, but just as the two sword shadows were about to fall, a strange gray light suddenly appeared. Then the gray light flashed and instantly collided with the two sword shadows. Clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Jin Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao retreated almost at the same time. They pushed me and Marquis Xiaoyao back at the same time? Jin Wushuang was quite surprised as he retreated. After a while, he and Marquis Xiaoyao regained their balance, and their eyes immediately looked at the void in front of them. Jin Wushuang had also sensed that after fighting with him and Marquis Xiaoyao, the gray shadow did not choose to hide again. Instead, it stood in the void. Chapter 3361. The Legacy. When the power completely dissipated, Jin Wushuang finally saw the other party clearly. It was a disheveled old man with silver hair and tattered clothes, who looked like a beggar. Although the disheveled old man did not emit any aura, when he stood there and appeared in everyone's sight, they could still sense an extremely rich life aura from him. In other words, this sloppy old man was not a puppet fighter, but a real life. He was actually a human cultivator. He is a cultivator? Jin Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao looked at each other in shock. At the beginning, when they knew about the existence of the gray light shadow, the first thing they thought of was the helmet or some special exotic beasts, but they did not expect that the other party was a human cultivator. Because the secret realm of heaven and earth had existed for a long time, and it had been sealed all year round. If there were human cultivators, they would have left long ago. Why would they stay here? But now, they had miscalculated. The sloppy old man who appeared in front of them was definitely a real human cultivator. Who are you? Jin Wushuang stared at the sloppy old man in front of him and asked in a solemn voice. Who am I? It's been a long time since anyone asked me this question. I've even forgotten who I am, the sloppy old man said. His voice was extremely hoarse and a little stiff. It was obvious that he had not spoken for a long time. Have you forgotten who you are? Jin Wushuang was stunned, but he immediately understood that the sloppy old man must be an extremely ancient existence. It was very likely that he had been left behind by the Amethyst demon sect. It had been at least hundreds of millions of years since then. He had been alone in the secret land of heaven and earth for such a long time. He had been lonely for so many years. The sloppy old man had not lost his mind, let alone forgotten who he was. It had already been very impressive. Lord Batsong, Jin Wushuang, sent a message to Batsong immediately. If the secret land of heaven and earth was closed, he could not communicate with the outside world. But now that the secret land of heaven and earth had been opened, his communication with the outside world was not restricted. The reason why Jin Wushuang looked for Batsong, in order to get information on the Amethyst demon sect. Although the sloppy old man had forgotten who he was, Jin Wushuang guessed that he must be from the Amethyst demon sect. It was very likely that he was an expert in the Amethyst demon sect, He had survived the destruction of the Amethyst demon sect in the Flame Saint realm and had stayed in the secret realm of heaven and earth. As long as he got information about the experts of the Amethyst demon sect, he should be able to know the identity of the sloppy old man. As one of the three freedom alliances in the divine beginning realm, the Temporal Temple was the most ancient existence. It was much older than the Amethyst demon sect. When the Amethyst demon sect dominated the second heaven, the Temporal Temple had always been the overlord of the divine beginning realm. Naturally, the Temporal Temple had information about the experts of the Amethyst demon sect, but it would take some time to find all of them. You're very good. The sloppy elder suddenly glanced at Jin Wushuang. It's rare for a saint to find me, but unfortunately, you can't come to this place. Leave. The sloppy elder's voice was cold, as if he was asking them to leave. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, while Marquis Xiaoyao, who was standing beside him, said in a low voice, Your Excellency, although I don't know your true identity, I think you must be someone left behind by the Amethyst demon sect. If I'm not wrong, you're here to protect the treasure left behind by the Amethyst demon sect, right? It's been almost 200 million years since the Amethyst demon sect was destroyed. The experts left behind by the Amethyst demon sect have all died except for you. There's no possibility of them rising again. And this treasure is useless to you, who has become a lone wolf. Why don't you help us and give us the treasure? Hearing this, the sloppy old man's eyes darkened. He had indeed forgotten his name and identity, but he still remembered his mission. His mission was to stay here and guard this place, to protect the final hope of the Amethyst demon sect's rise. Marquis Xiaoyao was right. The many treasures and opportunities left behind by the Amethyst demon sect were indeed hidden in this secret realm. He was the guardian of these treasures and opportunities. He had waited for so many years. He had waited for the experts left behind by the Amethyst demon sect to come with the tokens. Then, he would use these treasures and opportunities to rise again in the divine beginning realm. Unfortunately, after waiting for nearly 200 million years, not a single person had come to this secret realm of heaven and earth. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Until now, someone had finally used the tokens to open the secret realm of heaven and earth. However, under the observation of these principal's masters, this sloppy old man had long known that the other party had nothing to do with the Amethyst demon sect. That was why he did not immediately show himself. But now, are all the seeds left in the sect dead? The sloppy old man looked up at the void and muttered to himself, Of course they are dead. Otherwise, why would no one come here to look for you? How could that token fall into our hands? Marquis Xiaoyao sneered. Your Excellency, a wise man submits to circumstances. Your Amethyst demon sect has already lost the possibility of rising again. Moreover, with the Flame Saint realm around, even if your Amethyst demon sect still has some experts left behind, it is impossible for you to re-establish the Amethyst demon sect. Therefore, it is better for you to hand over that treasure. This way, we will forget about the matter of you seriously injuring the four of us principal's masters. Otherwise, Marquis Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with annoyance and coldness. So what if you don't? I didn't blame you for barging in here, and I was even willing to let you leave. What a joke that you still dare to threaten me. You're really courting death. The sloppy old man's gaze turned cold. Since you're not willing to leave, then you can stay here forever to accompany me. As soon as the sloppy old man finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura instantly appeared. It was as if a giant dragon that had been slumbering for billions of years had suddenly awakened. This aura was earth-shaking and immediately swept out and suppressed the entire area. In the secret realm of heaven and earth, there were more than a dozen principal's masters from both the Temporal Temple and the Xiaoyao Mansion, including Jin Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao, who were experts in the Void Realm. But at this moment, under the pressure of this sudden burst of aura, almost everyone felt a sense of fear from the depths of their souls. Chapter 3362. Demon Master Chun Hua. Something's wrong. Be careful. Jian Wushuang's expression changed when he felt the overwhelming aura from the sloppy old man. Marquis Zaiweo's eyes darkened, but then a monstrous aura rose from his body. At the same time, a large amount of destructive and thunder principles power rose. At this moment, Marquis Xiaoyao, at a glance, he appeared just like a terrifying destructive thunder god. He is just an old fellow that has been left behind from the era of the Amethyst Demon Sect. Moreover, he has been trapped in this secret realm. Marquis Xiaoyao did not have the slightest fear towards the sloppy old man. He knew, during the battle when the Amethyst Demon Sect was destroyed, the top principles masters under the Amethyst Demon Sect had already been killed by the Flame Saint realm. Even if there were some who remained, their strength would definitely not be that great. Although nearly 200 million years had passed since the battle, the sloppy old man had stayed in the secret realm and did not go out. He did not have the chance to gain experience or opportunities. Even if his strength had increased, it definitely would not have been much. Furthermore, he had just met the sloppy old man. Although the sloppy old man had given him a lot of pressure, Marquis Xiaoyao did not think that his strength would be weaker than the sloppy old man. Kill! Thunderbolt! Swoosh! Following Marquis Zaiweo's shout, a flash of lightning suddenly shot out. It was so fast that people could not see clearly. Most people could only see a flash of lightning across the sky. However, Marquis Xiaoyao had already arrived in front of the sloppy old man. At the same time, he had raised the 2-meter-long heavy sword high up. On the heavy sword, two extremely violent rules, destruction and thunder, perfectly merged together. He slashed down with a bang. The power of this sword could be said to be world-shaking. Jian Wushuang was extremely familiar with this sword. Previously, when he was fighting with Marquis Xiaoyao had used this sword to completely crush him in terms of power. This was Marquis Zaiweo's strongest sword, and its power had almost reached the limit of an expert of the Void Fourth Realm. However, in the face of such a powerful sword strike, a mocking expression appeared on the sloppy old man's face. He did not make much of a move and merely waved his tattered sleeve, causing a thin and weak arm. Like a blade, it directly hacked at the heavy sword. Get lost! The sloppy old man also shouted. The heavy sword collided with the arm, and following a metallic sound, the heavy sword in Marquis Zaiweo's hand was instantly sent flying. However, that arm still carried a shocking might. It directly struck Marquis Zaiweo's divine body. Marquis Zaiweo's body shook, and the defense on the surface of his body immediately collapsed. His divine body also suffered an unprecedented impact at this moment. His divine body actually directly collapsed at this moment. This was not the end. At the same time that Marquis Zaiweo's divine body collapsed, a terrifying devouring power was wantonly devouring Marquis Zaiweo's divine power. In just an instant, more than 60% of Marquis Zaiweo's divine power was devoured. Wong. Marquis Zaiweo's immortal body was activated immediately. By using up the remaining divine power, his body was finally reassembled. However, after reassembling, his aura was extremely weak. His divine power was only left with less than 20%. Run! After reassembling his divine body, Marquis Xiaoyao did not hesitate at all. He frantically fled to the side, pulling away from the sloppy old man. As he fled, his face was also filled with unprecedented horror. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. One move. In just one move, he had defeated his most powerful ultimate skill and destroyed his divine body, causing him to lose more than 80% of his divine power in an instant. Such strength was too terrifying. The numerous principles masters from the Temporal Temple and Xiaoyao Mansion, who were also in the secret realm of heaven and earth, was completely stunned by the scene before them. Who was Marquis Xiaoyao? He was the mansion master of the Xiaoyao Mansion. Although there were more than 10 principles masters present, Marquis Xiaoyao was definitely the most powerful one apart from Jian Wushuang. Moreover, the Xiaoyao Mansion was good at fighting head-on. He had mastered the two violent principles' powers of destruction and thunder at the same time. Moreover, he had perfectly combined them together with an absolute art to unleash the most powerful attack. Even Jian Wushuang felt inferior to him. But now, His most powerful attack was so weak in front of the sloppy old man? How is this possible? The Mansion Master's divine body was destroyed in one move, and he lost so much divine power. Does this mean that he can kill the Mansion Master if he attacks again? This man's strength is so terrifying. Terrifying. These two words appeared in everyone's hearts, and the many principals masters present looked at the sloppy old man with eyes filled with terror. At the same time, they all understood that this sloppy old man probably did not have any intention of killing them, so he only attacked to teach them a lesson, give them a warning, and let them leave. Otherwise, the four principals masters who had been severely injured by him would not have survived. But now, the sloppy old man had shown up, and because of what Marquis Xiaoyao had said, he had clearly intended to kill them. On the other side, while he was shocked by the sloppy old man's strength, Jian Wushuang finally recognized him from the information provided by the temporal temple. Chenhua, you are the genius elder of the Amethyst Demon Sect, Demon Master Chenhua. Jian Wushuang's voice echoed in the secret realm. Hearing the name of Demon Master Chenhua, the Rule Masters felt that he was a stranger. The Amethyst Demon Sect was too far away from the current era, and the Principal's Master was no longer active in the Divine Beginning realm. They had long been forgotten by the world. Of course, they did not know who the Demon Master Chenhua was. However, as the Mansion Master of Xiaoyao Mansion, Marquis Xiaoyao, who had also lived for a relatively long time, had heard of the Demon Master Chenhua. Demon Master Chenhua? Is he that genius elder from the Amethyst Demon Sect who broke through to the Principal's Master Realm in less than 100,000 years and reached the fourth level of the Void Realm in 300,000 years? Marquis Xiaoyao's eyes were also filled with shock. How is this possible? Shouldn't this Demon Master Chenhua have been killed by the experts of the Flame Saint Realm during that battle? Marquis Xiaoyao did not know. During the battle that destroyed the Amethyst Demon Sect, many of the top experts of the Amethyst Demon Sect were killed, including more than 90% of the Principal's Masters. However, there were also some who were lucky enough to survive. For example, this Demon Master Chenhua, because of some reasons, he had been staying in the secret realm of heaven and earth and had not participated in the battle. Of course, the Flame Saint Realm had not been able to kill him. However, the Flame Saint Realm had not announced it to the public, so everyone thought that this genius elder had also died in that battle. However, that was not the case. Chapter 3363. Genius Elder, Demon Master Chenhua? After Jian Wushuang said the name of the sloppy old man, the sloppy old man fell into deep thought. Demon Master Chenhua? It's so familiar, so familiar. Yes, that's my name. Am Demon Master Chenhua. The sloppy old man's eyes flashed with a fierce light. After thinking of his name, a large amount of memories and thoughts flooded in. After all, Demon Master Chenhua was a powerful principal's master. It was only because he had waited for so long in this secret realm of heaven and earth that he gradually forgot himself and began to forget everything. However, these things that he forgot would form memories that would remain in his mind. As long as he was reminded, these memories would be recalled one by one. Tam the Amethyst Demon Sect's Demon Master Chenhua. That is my root. When I was young, Master had led me into the demon sect and taught me with great care. I did well. In less than 100,000 years, I broke through to become the principal's master and became the #1 genius of the Amethyst Demon Sect. In the following 200,000 years, I made a name for myself in the Divine Beginning realm, letting everyone in the Divine Beginning realm know my name, Demon Master Chenhua. My master is also very pleased with my achievements. The elders in the sect master, are also full of expectations for me. As long as I improve my strength, the overall strength of the Amethyst Demon Sect will be able to completely surpass those great sects in third heaven. Originally, everything was developing in a good direction. However, one day, a disaster arrived. The Flame Saint Realm is the Flame Saint Realm. They attacked our Amethyst Demon Sect and massacred our experts. My master, the sect master, and many top experts of our Purple Star Demon Sect were annihilated in that battle. Among the many elders, I was the only one who brought the final hope of the amethyst demon sect's rise to power. I lay dormant in this secret realm of heaven and earth. Flame Saint Realm. Damned Flame Saint Realm. A bunch of trash. They all deserve to die. The sloppy old man, who was the demon master Chen Hua, had a look of delight on his face when he spoke at the beginning. However, as he spoke, his voice became more and more impassioned, and his face became redder and redder. In the end, his eyes turned scarlet. He became completely crazed. Kill, kill. People from the Flame Saint Realm deserve to die. Boom. A world-shaking killing intent crazily burst out of Demon Master Chen Hua. The aura emitted by Demon Master Chen Hua reached a new level at this moment. This level was enough to make experts like Marquis Xiaoyao and Jian Wushuang tremble in fear. Oh no! This Demon Master is completely crazy. He has been alone in the secret land of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years. It's fine if he forgot his memory before, but now that he remembered it with a towering hatred, it's no wonder he's crazy. Jian Wushuang's face was unsightly. At this moment, he saw the crazy demon master suddenly let out a roar. The roar shook the sky and tore the void in an instant, forming a terrifying shock wave. It swept wildly in all directions. Just a roar, and it tore through space? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but he immediately shouted, "Be careful, retreat quickly." In fact, without Jian Wushuang's reminder, the experts from both the Temporal Temple and the Xiaoyao Mansion had already retreated far away when they saw Demon Master sunk into madness and recalled his terrifying strength. They stood in the distance and watched in horror as the shock wave created by Demon Master Chen Hua's roar shattered many palaces and pavilions in the secret realm of heaven and earth and razed the entire building complex to the ground. What's wrong with Demon Master Chen Hua? It's fine that he's mad, but how could he be so powerful? Marquis Xiaoyao was the most terrified among them. He had fled to the edge of the secret realm of heaven and earth. He looked at the demon master from afar. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. As for Jian Wushuang, he was not far away from Marquis Xiaoyao, and his face was very solemn. According to the information, when the Flame Saint Realm destroyed the Amethyst Demon Sect, Demon Master Chen Hua was only a rule master of the Void Four Realms. At most, he was at the peak of the Void Four Realms. But now, the strength he displayed, he had injured Marquis Xiaoyao in one move and almost killed him. With a roar, he shattered the void. Even experts at the peak of the Five Void Realms, or even the Five Void Realms, could not achieve such terrifying strength. Obviously, the strength of this demon master was at least at the level of the Six Void Realms. As for what level he was at among the Six Void Realms, it was unknown. However, Jian Wushuang guessed that the demon master must be very strong among the Six Realms of the Void. It was quite normal for him to advance from the peak of the Fourth Realm of the Void to the Sixth Realm of the Void in nearly 200 million years. However, don't forget the environment that Demon Master was in. He had been staying in this secret realm of heaven and earth and was completely isolated from the outside world. There were no opportunities, no experiences, and he could not even interact with anyone. There was only boredom and loneliness. In such an environment, ordinary people would have long gone mad, not to mention trying to find ways to improve their strength. Moreover, even if he could stabilize his mind and cultivate, he could still improve his strength very slowly by immersing himself in cultivation and not having any contact with the outside world. Once he encountered a bottleneck, he might be trapped there and could not improve at all. For example, although Jian Wushuang occasionally went into closed-door cultivation, he would not stay in it for too long because he knew that blindly cultivating in closed-door cultivation was far from being comparable to his adventures outside. And this demon master Chen Hua had stayed in such a crazy environment for nearly 200 million years, yet his strength could still increase so much. It was indeed impressive. A genius elder is indeed a genius, Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed. In the era when the Amethyst Demon Sect was still in existence, the demon master Chen Hua's talent could not be compared with his perfect life, but it was still very impressive. He became a principal's master in less than 100,000 years. He reached the Fourth Void Realm in less than 300,000 years. Such a speed of improvement could make countless top geniuses in the divine beginning realm look up to him. However, this genius elder is a bit tricky now. Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at the crazy demon master in the void in front of him. The eyes of the demon master were scarlet and filled with shocking killing intent. It seemed that he wanted to kill everyone here, and he really had such strength. Seems that I have to find a way to calm him down first. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 3364, Persuasion, Part 1. All of you should die. Demon Master Chunhua was completely mad. At this moment, he was like a peerless, ferocious beast from ancient times. His body suddenly flashed, and no one had the time to react. He had already appeared in front of the nearest principal's master from Xiaoyao Mansion. Then, his right hand struck out like lightning, directly piercing through the god body of that principal's master, and the strange power contained in that palm. Almost instantly, all the divine power of the principal's master in the second realm of the void realm was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the principal's master of the Xiaoyao Mansion had died. The other principal's masters around were shocked when they saw this scene. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, immediately made his move. Paint the ground as a prison, space-time binding. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the vast power of space-time principles that covered the surrounding area instantly covered Demon Master Chenhua. Space-time binding was also a move in the space-time prison. It was used to restrict the opponent's movements while completely confining the surrounding space-time. However, when the space-time binding was applied to Demon Master, he only shook his body slightly and then broke free. As expected, my space-time binding, even with the help of the golden sky painting flag, can only restrict an ordinary expert of the 5th void realm. It's impossible to restrict an expert of the 6th void realm like Demon Master. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He had to find a way to stop Demon Master Chenhua. Otherwise, if he continued to kill like this, there would be no one in the secret realm who could escape. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He shouted at Demon Master Chenhua, "Demon Master Chenhua, your Amethyst Demon Sect has been destroyed. As a genius elder of the Amethyst Demon Sect, don't you want to avenge the Amethyst Demon Sect?" Jian Wushuang's voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the secret realm of heaven and earth. Of course, Demon Master Chenhua heard it clearly, and his body suddenly stopped in the void. His scarlet eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. He suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, "What did you say?" Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Demon Master Chenhua, since you can control your body, it seems that you still have your rationality. I'm telling you now, if you still have the slightest intention of avenging the Amethyst Demon Sect, then stop. But if you don't have the intention of avenging the Amethyst Demon Sect, then you can continue to kill." Demon Master Chenhua was already standing there. His killing intent was still soaring, but the scarlet in his eyes slowly faded away. His earth-shaking aura also slowly faded away. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang also heaved a sigh of relief. Has he finally stopped? Jian Wushuang was also very nervous. He did not know whether his words could make Demon Master Chenhua stop. However, he could see that although Demon Master Chenhua looked crazy, as a principal's master of the 6 void realms, no matter how crazy he was, he should be able to maintain a trace of rationality. Moreover, he valued the Amethyst Demon Sect so much, so his words should make Demon Master Chenhua somewhat worried. As expected, when Demon Master Chenhua heard his words, although his killing intent did not weaken, he stopped killing for the time being. "Boy, what do you mean by what you said just now?" Demon Master Chenhua stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, then he said, "Demon Master Chenhua, I've made myself clear. If you kill all of us here, I guarantee you'll lose your only chance to avenge your Amethyst Demon Sect." Huh. Demon Master Chenhua's pupils constricted slightly. He did not speak, but listened to Jian Wushuang's story. "Demon Master Chenhua, you should have already noticed that I'm not an expert under the command of the Flame Saint realm. I'm from the Temporal Temple." Jin Wushuang said. Temporal Temple? Demon Master Chen Hua's memories of the Temporal Temple immediately appeared in his mind, but his expression remained calm. The Temporal Temple is indeed an ancient overlord. Even when the Amethyst Demon sect was at its peak, we didn't dare to provoke it. However, now that the Amethyst Demon sect has been destroyed, I'm the only one left. I'm not afraid of your Temporal Temple. Even if I kill all of your people here, what can the Temporal Temple do to me? The Demon Master Chen Hua was not conceited, but he did indeed have the ability to do so. One had to know that he was now a super expert of the 6 states of the void. In the Divine Beginning realm, unless the 3 great Saint Realm Masters or those few rulers personally took action, no one could do anything to him. Although the Temporal Temple had a deep foundation and was powerful, under the circumstance that the Temporal Temple Master did not personally take action, they probably could not do anything to the Demon Master Chen Hua. After all, the Demon Master Chen Hua was not only terrifyingly powerful, the Amethyst Demon sect had long been destroyed, so there was nothing that could restrain or restrict him. As the saying went, a barefooted person was not afraid of wearing shoes. It was true that the Demon Master did not care about the Temporal Temple at the moment. Demon Master, with your current strength, the Temporal Temple is indeed unable to do anything to you. However, you have lived from the Amethyst Demon Sect's era until now. You should know the position of the Temporal Temple. The Temporal Temple and the Flame Holy Region have always been on opposite sides. They've even been fighting for a long time. Although this kind of fight will not affect the status of the Flame Saint Realm, it will often cause pain to the Flame Saint Realm. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Besides, the person standing in front of you has the same hatred with the Flame Saint Realm as you do. He will not rest until one of us is dead. Jin Wushuang said. The person standing in front of me? Are you talking about yourself? Demon Master Chen Hua looked at Jin Wushuang. Yes, it's me. Jin Wushuang smiled. Not only do I have a hatred with the Flame Saint Realm, but I also have a hatred with the other 2 Saint Realms. The 3 Saint Realms have risked their lives to kill me more than once or twice. It can be said that they and I are absolutely dead. There is no turning back. Kid. Why didn't you look in the mirror before you lied? Who do you think you are? However, for a mere immortal saint, if you were to say that you have a feud with the 3 great Saint Realms, this old man would believe you. However, you actually said that the 3 great Saint Realms had risked everything to kill you multiple times? If the 3 great Saint Realms really risked everything to kill you, would you still be alive? Who do you think you are? Demon Master Chen Hua sneered. Demon Master Chen Hua, I'm not lying to you. The feud between me and the 3 Saint Realms, and the 3 Saint Realms have risked their lives to kill me many times, is known by everyone in the Divine Beginning realm. You can go out and ask anyone, Jin Wushuang said seriously. Chapter 3365, Persuasion, Part 2. Is this kid really as he said? The 3 Saint Realms are willing to do anything to kill him? Demon Master Chen Hua frowned. At this moment, Marquis Xiaoyao, who had already escaped to the edge of the secret realm, hurriedly spoke. Demon Master Chen Hua, what Heavenly Sword Marquis said is true. I have a mirror image of him fighting with the 3 Saint Realms. You can take a look. After saying that, Marquis Xiaoyao waved his hand and threw a mirror token at Demon Master Chen Hua. Demon Master Chen Hua took the mirror token and began to read it. The mirror token was the scene of Jin Wushuang fighting with the 3 Saint Realms on the Saha Island more than 400 years ago. The battle was earth-shaking, and there were many experts watching the battle. Naturally, someone recorded the scene with the mirror token. The mirror image had long been spread in the Divine Beginning realm. Marquis Xiaoyao happened to have one in his hands. Demon Master Chen Hua looked at the scene in the mirror token. At first, he was only surprised, but later, it completely turned into shock. In the end, even he was shocked. Boy, you are an immortal saint. How could you fight with the 3 Saint Realms and severely injure Saint Master Yin and Sorcerer God? Demon Master Chen Hua looked at Jin Wushuang in shock. Demon Master Chen Hua, You should believe me now, Jian Wushuang said seriously. As I said, I have been fighting with the three Saint Realms for a long time, including the Saint Realm of Fire, which was responsible for the destruction of the Amethyst Demon Sect. The so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend. Demon Master Chenhua, we should stand on the same side. If we fight, the Saint Realm of Fire will be secretly happy. You're right. Demon Master Chanhua nodded slightly, and the killing intent in his body began to weaken. Since you're fighting with the Flame Saint Realm so fiercely, and you even heavily injured the Flame Saint Master, I won't hold you responsible for breaking into the Heaven and Earth secret realm and offending me. You can leave now. It was obvious that Demon Master Chanhua had no intention to attack Jian Wushuang and the others. In fact, he did not intend to kill Jian Wushuang and the others because he had held back before. It was only because Marquis Xiaoyao had angered him, and he had just remembered the destruction of the Amethyst Demon Sect that he began to kill them. But now, when he saw the mirror image of Jian Wushuang severely injuring Saint Master Yin, the anger in his heart had disappeared, and he even had a good impression of Jian Wushuang. After all, he hated Saint Master Yin to the bone. Jian Wushuang had severely injured Saint Master Yin, and he had already vented his anger on him. Demon Master Chenhua, don't dismiss me yet. I think the two of us can have a good talk, Jian Wushuang said. Talk about what? Demon Master Chenhua looked over. About what I said before. Do you still have any thoughts of avenging the Amethyst Demon Sect? Jian Wushuang asked. A fierce light flashed in Demon Master's eyes. Jian Wushuang smiled and glanced at the principal's masters around him. I've asked the outsiders to reopen the secret realm. Leave, and let me talk to Demon Master. Yes. The principal's masters obeyed Jian Wushuang's order. As for Marquis Xiaoyao, he had come to the secret land of heaven and earth to obtain the treasures left behind by the Amethyst Demon Sect. However, he did not obtain the treasures and opportunities. Instead, he was severely injured. Moreover, a principal's master of his Xiaoyao mansion had been killed by Demon Master Chenhua. This made him extremely aggrieved and unwilling. However, no matter how aggrieved and unwilling he was, once he thought of the terrifying strength of Demon Master Chenhua, he could not think of anything else. Shaking his head, Marquis Xiaoyao could only leave with the rest of the people from Xiaoyao Mansion. In the blink of an eye, all the principal's masters had left, leaving Jian Wushuang alone in the secret land of heaven and earth to look at Demon Master Chenhua. Boy, you're an immortal saint, but you can make so many principal's masters obey you. You're really capable, Demon Master Chenhua praised. Jian Wushuang only smiled faintly. All right, what do you want to say? Speak, Demon Master Chenhua said. Demon Master Chenhua, you should have noticed that although I'm only an immortal saint, I'm very special, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I can make principal's masters obey me and be respectful to me. I can also kill ordinary principal's masters. In the Great War 400 years ago, I was able to fight the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God at the same time and severely injure them. Yes. Yes, you are special, or rather, heaven-defying. When I was young, I was also called a peerless genius. But compared to you, I am nothing. But no matter how special you are or how talented you are, what does it have to do with me? Demon Master Chenhua said in a deep voice. Of course I care. Demon Master Chenhua, as I said before, the three Saint Realms will do anything to kill me. This is no joke. More than 400 years ago, they set up an inescapable net to kill me. They even sent the three Saint Realm Masters and the Sorcerer God, who has the battle strength of a Saint Realm Master, to kill me. It shows how much the three Saint Realms value me, Jian Wushuang said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Indeed, this is the first time I've heard of the three Saint Realms going all out to kill an immortal saint. Even a top principal's master, or even some of the top sects in the Divine Beginning Realm, shouldn't be able to make the three Saint Realms go through so much trouble, let alone an immortal saint. Then do you know why the three Saint Realms are so desperate to kill me? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Demon Master Chenhua was stunned. Many thoughts appeared in his mind, but he quickly thought of the most likely possibility. As far as I know, The three saint realms have never been so desperate to deal with someone, but now they are dealing with you. Do the three saint realms think you can threaten their status? Demon Master Chun was said with a serious expression. As he said this, he found it hard to believe. How ancient were the three saint realms in the divine beginning realm, and how powerful were they? They had the power of the will of the heavenly Tao. They were the true rulers of the divine beginning realm. For a long time, no one had been able to subvert the notice of the three saint realms, even if it was the three freedom alliances. Although the three freedom alliances were so powerful that even the three saint realms feared them, no matter how powerful the three saint realms were, they could not threaten the status of the three saint realms. Yet, a single cultivator, and he was just an immortal saint, was able to pose such a great threat to the three great saint realms? Was this possible? Chapter 3366, Persuasion, Part 3, You're right. The reason why the three saint realms are so desperate to kill me is because I can threaten their position. To be more precise, am a great threat to the will of heaven behind them. Jin Wushuang's voice was low. Demon Master Chenhua, you should know that the will of the heavenly Tao is behind the three saint realms. With the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, it's almost impossible to shake the position of the three saint realms. Even if you're extremely talented and will break through to the ruler level in the future, as long as the will of the heavenly Tao exists, you'll never be able to pose a real threat to the three saint realms. But I can. Jin Wushuang spoke with absolute confidence. What he said was the truth. In the divine beginning realm, with the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, almost no one could threaten the three saint realms. Not even a master-level expert. For example, the three freedom alliances had a master-level expert behind them, but they had been helpless against the three saint realms. Demon Master Chenhua, am the only one in the divine beginning realm who can pose a threat to the will of the heavenly Tao. Although I'm still weak, given a certain amount of time, I can destroy the will of the heavenly Tao and destroy the three saint realms at the same time. Your enemy happens to be the flame saint realm of the three saint realms, so we can join forces, Jian Wushuang said. Join hands? How? Demon Master Chenhua asked. As I said, what I need now is time, but the three saint realms will not let me grow like this. They will certainly try to hinder my growth, and even fight to the death with some special means to kill me. At this time, of course, I need some help, Jian Wushuang said. Demon Master Chenhua had clearly understood Jian Wushuang's intention. Boy, don't tell me you want me to be your bodyguard? I can be considered a bodyguard, but to be exact, you and I are equal. You protect me so that I can continue to grow. When my strength reaches a certain level, I will destroy the Flame Saint realm and avenge your Amethyst demon sect. How about it? Jian Wushuang said. Upon hearing this, Demon Master Chenhua sneered. Boy, do you want me to be by your side and be your guard? Putting aside whether you can really pose such a great threat to the will of the heavenly Tao and the three saint realms, even if you can, who knows how long it will take. If you need tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, wouldn't I have to guard you for so many years? You want me to be your guard with just a few words? You're dreaming. Demon Master Chenhua, you should already have an answer to whether I can threaten the will of heaven and the three saint realms in the future. As for the time required, it's not as long as you think. I can guarantee that within 100,000 years, I will destroy the Flame Saint realm. If I can't do it, or if you don't see my progress in these 100,000 years and feel that there's no hope, you can leave at any time. 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang said. 100,000 years? Demon Master Chenhua looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. You are just an immortal saint now. How can you reach that level in just 100,000 years? TM confident. Jian Wushuang smiled. In fact, Jian Wushuang was not very confident. Although 100,000 years was not a short time, it was very, very difficult for him to reach the point where he could threaten the will of the heavenly Tao and shake the three saint realms. As for why Jian Wushuang was so confident, it was because he had learned from the Temporal Temple Master that the three saint realms could invite outside help at the Overlord level. According to his guess, If the three saint realms really invited outside help, then 100,000 years would have passed. At that time, if he had not reached the stage where he could threaten the will of the heavenly Tao and shake the three saint realms, then it would be the same with or without the protection of Demon Master Chen Hua. Seeing the confidence on Jian Wushuang's face, Demon Master Chen Hua began to ponder. With this thought, Jian Wushuang saw that there was hope. He immediately continued, Demon Master Chen Hua, if you are willing to join hands with me and follow me, I will find a way to make you a consecrator of my temporal temple. This consecrator is a special existence in the temporal temple. He can disobey the orders of my temporal temple, but he can enjoy many of the benefits of my temporal temple, such as the Amethyst Demon Sect. Although the Amethyst Demon Sect has been destroyed for so many years, there were still quite a number of people who survived that battle. Most of these experts who survived have probably died, but it's not certain that no one left behind. Perhaps there are still experts left behind by the Amethyst Demon Sect hiding in the Divine Beginning Realm. And if you become a consecrator of my temporal temple, you can ask my temporal temple to help find the traces of these people. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Although the intelligence ability of the temporal temple is not the best in the Divine Beginning Realm, it is still very good. As long as you give the order, the intelligence department can secretly find the people left behind by the Amethyst Demon Sect without the Flame Saint Realm noticing it in advance. After saying that, Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Chen Hua again. At this moment, Demon Master Chen Hua was already moved. Indeed, just as Jian Wushuang said, he valued the Amethyst Demon Sect very much. Because of that, after the destruction of the Amethyst Demon Sect, he hated the Flame Saint Realm to the extreme. He wanted to avenge the Amethyst Demon Sect, he wanted to completely destroy the Flame Saint Realm, and he wanted to kill the Flame Saint Master. However, with his ability, it was very difficult for him to pose a threat to the Flame Saint Realm, let alone completely destroy it. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the ruler level in the future, he was only qualified to be on equal footing with the Flame Saint Realm. With the power of the will of heaven, it was still impossible for him to destroy the Flame Saint Realm. But now, Jian Wushuang's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. Although this hope seemed very small and strange, it was indeed the only chance for him to avenge the Amethyst Demon Sect. Of course, he wanted to seize the last chance. In addition, Jian Wushuang also said that he only needed to protect them for 100,000 years. If there was no hope within 100,000 years, he could leave at any time. 100,000 years was insignificant to him, who had stayed in the secret land of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years. Moreover, the authority Jian Wushuang mentioned in the end made Demon Master Chen Hua even more tempted. After hesitating for a long time, Demon Master Chen Hua finally nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." Chapter 3367. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed when he saw Demon Master Chen Hua agree. Demon Master Chen Hua was a super expert of the 6 realms of the void, and he was once a genius elder with great talent. He was completely alone in this secret realm of heaven and earth without any experience. His strength had improved so much. One could imagine how fast he would improve if he left the secret realm of heaven and earth and went to the divine beginning realm to fight with experts. Without a doubt, Demon Master Chen Hua was qualified to strive for the master level. However, such a super expert would stay by his side and be his guard for the next 100,000 years. How could Jian Wushuang not be surprised? "Boy, your name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, right?" Demon Master Chen Hua looked at Jian Wushuang again. "Don't be happy too early. Let me be clear. Although I promise to stay by your side and be your guard for the next 100,000 years, all I have to do is to protect you. I may not help you with other things. Moreover, you are now highly valued by the 3 Saint Realms. The 3 Saint Realms will certainly try to kill you again. If I can handle it, I will help you. But if I can't handle it, and even my life is in danger, don't blame me for running away. Of course, although you are my guard, you have an equal relationship with me. If I want you to do something for me, I will ask for your opinion in advance. If you don't want to, I will not force you, Ian Wushuang said with a smile. He did not feel regretful. He knew that it was impossible for him to command Demon Master Chen Hua like an ordinary guard. However, as long as Demon Master Chen Hua agreed to protect him with all his strength, it was enough. Not to mention anything else, a super expert of the sixth realm of the void was enough to intimidate his opponent. Demon Master Chen Hua, now that it's settled, we're on the same side. Can you tell me what level your strength has been in all these years? Jin Wushuang suddenly asked. He was indeed quite curious about the strength of Demon Master Chen Hua. Through his previous attacks, although he knew that Demon Master Chen Hua had the battle strength of the sixth realm of the void, he did not know how powerful Demon Master Chen Hua was among the six realms of the void. He also had control over the specific power of his will. Jin Wushuang wanted to have a certain understanding of the rules he comprehended. My strength should be at the peak of the six void realms, Demon Master Chen Hua said. The peak of the six void realms? Jan Wushuang was stunned. Although the six void realms were at the same level, there was a huge gap in strength. Temple Master Bai Xing and Star River Master could only be considered normal or average among the six void realms. As for the four ancient immortals who had followed the temporal Temple Master to sweep through the six realms, these four ancient existences were considered extremely powerful existences among the six realms of the void. They should be considered at the peak level. As for those above the four ancient immortals, they were at the level of Elder Darkbone. Elder Darkbone was someone who could fight against a Saint Realm Master. His strength could be said to have reached the peak among the six realms of the void. As a peak existence among the six void realms, Demon Master Chen Hua was no weaker than Old Monster Abyssal Bone. However, he was no weaker than the four ancient immortals. Demon Master Chen Hua, since you are at the peak of the six void realms, your comprehension of the principles, Jian Wushuang looked over. They've mastered the three principles of darkness, wind, and slaughter at the same time. And the three principles have been completely merged together. In addition, I have opened the secret realm of heaven and earth, so I naturally have mastered six portions of the power of the will. Now, I am still focused on studying the principles of the earth, and I have already comprehended most of them. I should be able to master the seventh portion of the power of the will in a short time. By then, I will be able to improve my strength and reach the peak of the six void realms. Demon Master Chen Hua said. Demon Master Chen Hua said. Jin Wushuang could not help but raise his eyebrows. The level of Principles Master was usually determined by the power of the will. However, because Principles Master was only in the six realms of the void, even if you had mastered seven parts of the power of the will, you could only be in the six realms of the void. However, it had already reached the peak. Because if you integrated four principles at the same time, you would be at the ruler level. For example, Elder Darkbone had mastered seven parts of the power of will. The gap between Demon Master Darkbone and Master of the Earth principles was very small. This meant that he was very close to Elder Darkbone. With such a powerful Principles Master as a guard, I really made a lot of money. Jian Wushuang laughed in his heart. Then he asked, Demon Master Chen Hua, I entered the secret realm of heaven and earth for the opportunity treasures left by the Amethyst Demon Sect. You should know where they are, right? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Of course I do. Those resources and treasures were accumulated by the Amethyst Demon Sect over a long period of time. They are in my hands. Do you want them? Demon Master Chen Hua's eyes were sharp. He stared at Jian Wushuang. You have them. Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he continued, Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in this batch of treasures. I came here under orders. As for whether I can get this batch of treasures in the end, I don't care too much. But, if possible, I hope you can find a few things that the immortal saint can use or opportunities that can help him. An opportunity or treasure that can help the immortal saint? The Demon Master Chen Hua's expression changed. You're also an immortal saint. Why do you want to use it for yourself? Of course not. With my strength, I can't use treasures or opportunities at the immortal saint realm. However, I have a few saint realm friends outside the secret realm. They were the first to find the secret realm. I promised them that I would give them some opportunities, Jian Wushuang said. Is that so? Demon Master Chunhui nodded slightly. It's just a few opportunities or treasures that the immortal saints can use. It doesn't matter much. I can give you some so that you can share it with them. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. In fact, with his current status and the fact that he had killed many principal's masters in the battle more than 400 years ago, he had a lot of resources and treasures, but the immortal saints could use very few of them. Therefore, he could only ask the demon master Chunhua for some. After the two of them reached an agreement, they did not continue to stay in the secret realm. Instead, they left directly. Chapter 3368. Looking for someone in the Amethyst Fog Sea. Around the secret realm of heaven and earth, many sergeants of the patrol team and experts of the Xiaoyao mansion were waiting quietly. Suddenly, the void rippled, and a space passage appeared out of thin air. Then two figures stepped out of the space passage one after another. Jian Wushuang was fine when he saw the two figures, but when the people around him saw Demon Master Chen Hua, they were all shocked, especially the principal's masters who had entered the secret realm of heaven and earth. Previously in the secret realm of heaven and earth, they were completely shocked by the monstrous strength displayed by Demon Master Chen Hua. They were all filled with fear and fear towards him. Now, seeing that Demon Master Chen Hua had actually walked out of the secret realm of heaven and earth, they naturally could not calm down. Jian Wushuang saw the gazes of the surrounding people and immediately smiled. Everyone, don't be too nervous. Demon Master Chen Hua is now one of us. One of us? Everyone was stunned. Jian Wushuang did not explain too much. Instead, he looked directly at Marquis Xiaoyao who was beside him. Marquis Xiaoyao, we were wrong. There are no opportunities or treasures in the secret land of heaven and earth, and our temporal temple did not get anything. Naturally, your trip to the Xiaoyao mansion will be in vain. Marquis Xiaoyao's expression changed. He took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and then looked at Demon Master Chen Hua. Although he knew it was not that simple, he did not intend to pursue the matter any further. Let's go. Marquis Xiaoyao waved his hand and left with the people of Xiaoyao Mansion. After the people of Xiaoyao Mansion left, Duan Lang, Yu, this is for you. Take it and divide it among yourselves. Jian Wushuang took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Duan Lang. Duan Lang and Yu looked at each other in bewilderment. Brother Heavenly Marquis, didn't you say that you didn't get the opportunity treasure left by the Amethyst demon sect in the secret realm? Duan Lang asked. No, but I did get something else. It's not a small gain. As the people who discovered the secret realm, you deserve it, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. It was true that he did not get the opportunity treasure left by the Amethyst demon sect in the secret realm, but he did get a helper at the peak of the 6 void realms, which was more than enough for him. It was much more valuable than obtaining a lot of resources and treasures. Zhen Tong. Jian Wushuang looked at Zhen Tong Master who was beside him. Now that I know what happened in the Amethyst Fog Sea, I'll let you lead the patrol team back to the camp. As for me, I still have some private matters to deal with in the second heaven. They'll come back when I'm done. Yes. Zhen Tong Master nodded respectfully. Although the patrol ambassadors were the leaders of the patrol teams, they were usually quite relaxed because they rarely went out on missions. Now, Jian Wushuang had to deal with some private matters in the second heaven. He was allowed to do so, as long as he could come back in time when the mission was given. Just like that, after leaving the Amethyst Fog Sea, they parted ways. Zhen Tong Master led the patrol team back to the camp, while Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chanhua stayed in the second heaven. Above the vast void, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chanhua flew slowly. Demon Master Chanhua, I have reported your matter to Temple Master Bai Xing of the Temporal Temple. Temple Master Bai Xing has promised you a position of worship. In addition, Temple Master Bai Xing has also instructed the intelligence department of the Temporal Temple to look for the experts left behind by the Amethyst Demon Sect. However, we can't be sure how long it will take to find them, Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Demon Master Chanhua nodded slightly, then said, From today on, I'm your guard. You don't have to call me Demon Master Chenhua anymore. Just call me Chenhua. Chenhua? Sure. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Heavenly Sword Marquis, where do you want to go now? Demon Master Chanhua asked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. You'll know when we get there. Jin Wushuang kept him guessing. Demon Master Chanhua did not ask further. He followed Jin Wushuang forward. During this time, Jin Wushuang and Demon Master Chen Hua teleported several times and arrived at an even faster speed. Just a day later, they arrived at their destination. It was a grand canyon surrounded by mountains. There were towering peaks around it. At a glance, there seemed to be no less than dozens of them. However, these peaks were arranged in a unique way. The surrounding canyon was completely covered. The peaks and the canyon were connected to the magic array in a special way, making it look like a whole. Jin Wushuang and Demon Master Chanhua stood in the void near the canyon. They looked down at the canyon, but because of the restrictive magic array, even they could not see the inside of the canyon. If I remember correctly, this place should be the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, right? Demon Master Chanhua looked at Jin Wushuang. Chanhua, you've been alone in the secret land of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years. You almost forgot your own name, but you can still recognize this sect's lair. It's rare, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Nonsense. I was an elder of the Amethyst Demon Sect, and the Amethyst Demon Sect is one of the overlords of the second heaven. Of course, I pay attention to the other overlords and some top forces in the second heaven, especially the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. It's the only existence in the second heaven that even the Amethyst Demon Sect fears. Moreover, when I was young, I had dealings with the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. I've been to the mountain gate of the valley a few times, so of course, I remember it, Demon Master Chenhua said. Is that so? Jin Wushuang understood. But I've been in the secret land of heaven and earth for too long. I wonder what has happened to the valley. Who is the current valley master? Demon Master Chanhua asked. The current valley master of the valley is called Longyu, Jin Wushuang said. He had already gotten some information about the valley from the temporal temple. He knew about the valley master and some experts of the valley. He had a good understanding of them. Longyu? It's this overbearing woman? Demon Master Chanhua raised his eyebrows. Apparently, he knew the current valley master of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. By the way, Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you doing in the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley? Demon Master Chanhua asked. Looking for someone, Jin Wushuang said. Looking for someone? Who? Demon Master Chanhua asked. My wife, Lung Rushuang. Jin Wushuang said. Wife. Demon Master Chanhua was stunned. Jin Wushuang did not hide anything and simply told Demon Master Chanhua about his wife. Chapter 3369. Was finally here, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Are you saying that your wife was brought here many years ago by the people of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley because she is suitable to cultivate the supreme divine skill of the valley? Demon Master Chanhua looked at Jin Wushuang. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. That's not right, is it? Demon Master Chanhua frowned. Most of the secret skills in the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley require one to abandon emotion. As for the supreme skill, it is said that only those who are absolutely pure in heart and have not been touched by the secular world are qualified to cultivate it. If the person you are looking for is really your wife, how could she not be touched by the secular world and have no emotion at all? She is indeed my wife, but she is from my previous life. When we entered the reincarnation passage at the same time, my memory of my previous life was not affected at all. However, her memory seems to have disappeared, so she doesn't know who I am in this life, Jin Wushuang said. Is that so? Demon Master Chanhua raised his eyebrows and then said, Heavenly Sword Marquis, if we do as you say, this matter will be troublesome. First of all, your wife has lost her memory of her previous life, so she can't recognize you at all. Moreover, since she has already come to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley to cultivate the divine skill, it's fine if she hasn't made any progress or achievements in the divine skill, but once she has cultivated the divine skill to a certain level, she won't have any feelings at all. At this point, even if she has restored her memory of her previous life, I'm afraid it won't be of any use. Well, no. That's why I cultivated to this level as soon as possible and came here to ask for her right after I had a certain level of strength, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. He had been very worried. He was worried that if his wife cultivated the divine skill to a certain level and completely abandoned all emotions, her memories from her previous life would never be found again, and even if they were found, they would be immediately discarded. That was why he had seized every opportunity to increase his strength. He wanted to reach the point where he could face the supreme emotion-forgetting valley head-on as soon as possible. But now, he had already reached this step. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what do you plan to do? Demon Master Chunhua looked over. First of all, I have to remind you that although the supreme emotion-forgetting valley is only an overlord of the second heaven, it is different from other sects of the second heaven. The supreme emotion-forgetting valley has a very deep foundation, and there has always been an extremely terrifying old monster hiding there. It is very difficult to provoke. Of course, Jian Wushuang knew who the old monster was. It was the old valley master in the supreme emotion-forgetting valley who had mastered the supreme divine skill. Jian Wushuang now knew more about the old valley master. Moreover, he had heard from Temple Master Bai Xing that once the old valley master went crazy, even experts at the level of the 3 Saint Realm Masters and Temporal Temple Master would have a headache. Don't worry, I know my own strength. I won't be so stupid as to go to the supreme emotion-forgetting valley and take my wife away. However, with my current strength and status, the supreme emotion-forgetting valley won't dare to look down on me. I can pay a visit to the supreme emotion-forgetting valley first and see if there are any other ways for me to take my wife away. No matter what they offer, I can agree to it. But if Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley doesn't give me any chance to negotiate, then it's not my fault. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining with a fierce light. Upon hearing this, Demon Master Chanhua narrowed his eyes slightly but did not say anything more. Let's go down. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chanhua descended directly toward the entrance of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. As soon as Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chanhua landed on the open space at the entrance of the valley, several disciples of the valley immediately went up to greet them. Most of the disciples of the valley were women. The female disciple in the lead asked, "Who are you and why are you here? Please go in and inform them that the 6th Inspector of the Temporal Temple, Heavenly Sword Marquis, is here to pay a visit," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis? The female disciple immediately raised her head and looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Jian Wushuang was too famous now. From the high and mighty principles masters to the ordinary cultivators in the divine beginning realm, most of them had heard of his name. As for the disciples of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, they naturally knew of Jian Wushuang. When they learned that the immortal saint was the famous Heavenly Sword Marquis, the disciples were shocked, but the female disciple quickly calmed down. Please wait a moment. Illinois, go in and report immediately. The female disciple rushed into the valley as fast as she could. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua were not in a hurry. They waited quietly at the entrance of the valley. In a quiet attic in the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, Longyu, the valley master of the valley, was living there. At this moment, Heavenly Sword Marquis? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Dressed in a plain robe, Longyu stood up with a cold expression. Did you really see him? Is he really here to visit? I didn't see him myself. I came to see you as soon as I received the report. But now, Heavenly Sword Marquis is very famous in the divine beginning realm. Besides, almost all the sects and forces have seen the mirror image of the collision between Heavenly Sword Marquis and the 3 Saint Realms. They all know what he looks like. Therefore, there should be no one pretending to be him. Standing in front of Longyu was a black-clothed woman. The black-clothed woman was an elder of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, and she was also a principal's master. What should have come has come. Longyu narrowed her eyes slightly. Valley Master, which one is Heavenly Sword Marquis coming for? The black-clothed woman asked. Who else can it be for? Longyu glanced at the black-clothed woman and sighed inwardly. She had long known that Jin Wushuang would come to her one day. Jin Wushuang had saved the genius disciple Han Xian in the Bloodwave realm. Later, he asked her about Long Rushuang, which alerted her. When she returned to the valley, Han Xian reported the matter to Long Yu, who immediately ordered people to investigate. As the mirror image of Jin Wushuang fighting with the three saint realms spread in the divine beginning realm, the principal's master who had taken Long Rushuang away in the supreme emotion-forgetting valley recognized Jin Wushuang at a glance. Back in the Golden Crow 9 realms, Jin Wushuang had revealed his life-level pressure and summoned the power of the will of heaven to suppress Long Rushuang in order to prevent the people of the supreme emotion-forgetting valley from taking her away. Immediately after, countless experts from the three saint realms descended. The Rule Master had witnessed all of this, and he had always remembered Jin Wushuang. Therefore, when he saw the mirror image of Jin Wushuang again, he immediately confirmed Jin Wushuang's identity. Chapter 3370. Closed the door and disappeared. When our supreme emotion-forgetting valley brought that person back, we were stopped by this heavenly sword marquis. However, at that time, he was too weak and was not even a saint. He was not even in our eyes. Who would have thought that in less than 1,000 years, this heavenly sword marquis' strength had improved to the point that even our supreme emotion-forgetting valley had to pay attention to him. Also, he has an extraordinary status in the temporal temple. I heard that even the temporal temple master thinks highly of him. Valley Master Long Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. Jin Wushuang's growth speed was indeed beyond their imagination. But now that Jin Wushuang had come to visit her, it was a headache for her. Valley Master, Heavenly Sword Marquis is outside the valley, and he came to visit openly. Are we going to meet him or not? The black-clothed woman asked. No. Long Yu waved her hand. We know his purpose, so we can't let him in. Otherwise, with his character and strength, if he goes crazy in our valley won't be able to bear the consequences. You tell him that we have some internal affairs to deal with, and we have to close our doors and refuse visitors. Later, Long Yu will visit him personally. Understood. The black-clothed woman nodded and rushed out of the valley. Jin Wushuang and Demon Master Chen Hua were still waiting in the open space at the entrance of the valley. Finally, the black-clothed woman walked out. Elder Ling Yi of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley greets, Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis. May I know who this is? The black-clothed woman bowed to Jin Wushuang humbly and then looked at Demon Master Chen Hua. The black-clothed woman was also a principal's master. Although she was not strong, she could still feel the invisible pressure brought by Demon Master Chen Hua. She could tell that Demon Master Chen Hua was not weak. This is my guard. As for his name, I won't mention it, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Guard? The black-clothed woman was shocked, and her mind was full of thoughts. Although the old man beside Heavenly Sword Marquis did not emit any aura, from the pressure he gave me, he must be at least an expert of the third or fourth realm of the void. How could such an expert be willing to be his guard? It seems that the temporal temple places more importance on him than I expected. Elder Lingy, we came here specially to visit. May we go in now? Jin Wushuang asked. TM sorry, but I have to deal with some matters in the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. I'm in the middle of meeting with the guests, so I can only thank you for your kindness. But don't worry, my Valley Master said that after some time, he will come to apologize to you personally, the black-clothed woman Lingy said. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang frowned. He wanted to enter the valley first and discuss with the Valley Master and the other high-level officials to see if there was any room for negotiation. Even if the valley offered some harsh conditions, he could accept it. But he did not expect that he would be refused entry. The higher-ups of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley did not see him at all. They only sent Elder Ling Yi to get rid of him. Elder Ling Yi, I am now the 6th inspector of the Temporal Temple. I represent not only myself, but also the Temporal Temple behind me. This time, I specially came to visit the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, but I did not even enter the door. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Jin Wushuang's eyes were cold. Humph, The Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley is still so arrogant. Even the inspector of the temporal temple was denied entry. Demon Master Chan was snorted coldly. "TM sorry. It's not that I don't know my limits. If there are some private matters in the valley, it's not convenient for outsiders to enter." Elder Lingy insisted. "Oh." Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. "How long will it take for the valley to finish the matters?" "I don't know. It may take at least a few years, at most a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. In short, before the matters in the valley are settled, the valley will not see outsiders. Moreover, the Valley Master has ordered that the mountain gate will be completely sealed immediately," Elder Lingy said. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, but then he smiled and said, "In that case, he'll pay you a visit after you've dealt with the internal affairs of your Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley." After saying that, Jian Wushuang glanced at Demon Master Chenhua and said, "Let's go." The two immediately left. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Seeing them leave, Elder Lingy revealed a strange smile and returned to the valley. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua did not walk far in the void around the valley, but they stopped. "Chenhua, do you think that there are some private matters in the valley that are inconvenient for outsiders to enter?" Jian Wushuang looked at Chenhua. "Of course, it must be fake." Demon Master Chenhua smiled. "Think it's fake too?" Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "If something really happened in the valley, the disciples at the gate would not look so relaxed. Moreover, if the valley really closed the door to visit me, the disciples at the gate would have told me. But when they didn't, the disciple immediately went in to report it. Apparently, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley did not close their doors to me, at least not before I came. But after I came to visit, the people of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley deliberately said that because they did not want me to enter the valley." "It's like this." Demon Master Chenhua smiled and said, "The Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley obviously knows your purpose of coming here, so they deliberately refuse to let you in. But you can't even enter the valley, so how can you take your wife away?" "Humph, they won't let me in. Can I think of another way?" Jian Wushuang snorted. "What way?" Demon Master Chenhua glanced at Jian Wushuang. He immediately said, "Heavenly Sword Marquis, I have to warn you first. Don't think of barging into the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley and taking your wife away by force. The Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley is not to be trifled with. Moreover, I'm afraid that you can't break the sect-protecting formation of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. It's a bad idea to break into the valley by force. But since they don't want me to enter the valley, can't I find a way to make them come to see me outside the valley?" Jian Wushuang smiled strangely. Chapter 3371. Force them to come out, you mean, force them to come out? Demon Master Chenhua asked with a strange look on his face. This is the sect of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. There should be many experts or disciples of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley around the sect. As long as we capture a group of them, there's no need to worry about Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley being in a hurry, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "That's a good idea, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to attract the attention of the highest level of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley just by capturing a few disciples. At the very least, you'll have to capture 1 or 2 principals masters," Demon Master Chenhua said. "As long as you capture disciples, are you afraid that you won't attract big fish?" Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Let's go." Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua left. As one of the overlords of the second heaven, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley was superior to the previous Xiaoyao Mansion in terms of both strength and foundation. The territory controlled by the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley was also very vast. In one of the restaurants in a bustling city around the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua were sitting by the window. They were looking at a team in the market not far away. The team was made up of women. Judging from their attire, it was obvious that they were from Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. "Chenhua, it's up to you," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "There are 8 people in total. The strongest one is only a rank 5 true saint. Am not in the mood to fight such a little guy, Demon Master Chunhua refused directly. This was normal. Demon Master Chunhua was a super expert at the peak of the 6th Void Realm. Such super experts would more or less pay attention to their status. For them, even if they were asked to fight a peak saint or an invincible saint. But now, he was asked to fight 8 true saints who were only at the 5th rank. Of course, he did not want to. If you don't fight, do you want me to go? Jin Wushuang rolled his eyes at Demon Master Chunhua. He said, I'm now too famous in the divine beginning realm. If I fight, it's hard to guarantee that I won't be recognized. Once the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley knows that I'm the one who's arresting people, let alone sending experts, they might immediately recall all their disciples. Then our plan will not work. It's your plan. It has nothing to do with me. Demon Master Chunhua curled his lips. Forget it. Let it do it. Demon Master Chunhua waved his hand, and a burly figure immediately appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This is puppet fighter? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. This is a puppet fighter left behind by the Amethyst Demon Sect. Although it's not very strong and is only at the level of an ordinary invincible saint, it's more than enough to capture these little guys from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, Demon Master Chunhua said. A puppet fighter at the level of an invincible saint? A smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. At the same time, he praised, as expected of the Amethyst Demon Sect. Its foundation is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that in its heyday, the Amethyst Demon Sect should have even a puppet fighter at the level of a principal's master, right? Demon Master Chunhua snorted and did not answer. He just gave an order to the puppet fighter. Go and capture the 8 of you who are wearing the same clothes. Remember, only capture and suppress them alive. Don't kill them. This is a top-tier holy treasure for suppression. Just suppress them inside. Demon Master Chunhua also gave a mini-palace to the puppet fighter. Under the order of Demon Master Chunhua, the puppet fighter immediately set off. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chunhua watched quietly in the restaurant. When they saw the puppet fighter appear in front of the 8 disciples of Forget Love Valley, they immediately attacked without saying anything. They attacked the disciples of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley directly in the city near the gate of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. The 8 disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley were also shocked. They did not expect to be attacked here. They immediately reported to the sect and fought with the puppet fighter. However, in this fight, the invincible saint puppet fighter swept the 8 disciples away. The 8 disciples wanted to escape, but the invincible saint puppet fighter took out the mini-palace and used its suppressive power. In an instant, all 8 of them were suppressed. After doing all this, the puppet fighter at the level of the invincible saint returned to Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chunhua. Let's go. We'll go to the next place to catch them, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Immediately, he and Demon Master Chunhua wandered around the cities around the mountain gate of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Every time they came to a city, they would look for the disciples or experts of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. As soon as they found one, they would immediately have the saint-level puppet fighter take action and suppress it. It had to be said that the strength of the puppet fighter that the Deep Fire Demon Master took out was indeed not bad. It was not inferior to human cultivators at the Invincible Saint realm. In addition, with the help of the top-tier Holy Treasure level suppression-type treasure, it was very easy to suppress the disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Even if it encountered a peak saint, it could not escape from this puppet fighter. In just half a day, that Saint Realm puppet fighter had suppressed nearly 40 disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Among them, there were 1 peak saint, 3 rank 7 true saints, and the rest were all ordinary disciples below rank 7. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. And this puppet fighter had suppressed the disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley so brazenly in front of everyone, and it was in the vicinity of the mountain gate of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. This naturally caused the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley to be furious. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley immediately sent experts over to kill them. It was still in a city near the mountain gate of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. That invincible Saint Realm puppet fighter had just suppressed 4 disciples of the supreme emotion-forgetting valley. In the end, just as he was about to return to the side of the demon master Chen Hua, a spatial tunnel suddenly appeared in the void of this city. Following that, no less than 10 figures stepped out of the spatial tunnel at the same time. Each of these figures had a strong aura. The weakest one was an expert above the peak Saint Realm, and the 2 principals masters were in the lead. When they arrived, they immediately surrounded the invincible Saint Puppet Fighter. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qian Hua hid their auras in a corner of the city. When they saw the 10-odd figures from Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, they smiled. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the big fish you've been waiting for is finally here. The 2 principals masters, together with so many peak saints and invincible saints, it seems that Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley is also very cautious. They know that this matter might not be so simple, so they sent so many experts at once, Demon Master Qian Hua said with a smile. It's big fish, and the 2 principals masters in the lead happen to be 2 acquaintances of mine, Jian Wushuang said. Acquaintances? Demon Master Chen Hua was surprised. Jian Wushuang's eyes were extremely sharp as he looked at the 2 figures in the center of the void who were emitting the aura of principals masters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.